फुल तू गुलाब दी फुल तू गुलाब दी परी तू पंजाब दी फुल तू गुलाब दी
Yeah, what's going on? Where we at?
I just sneezed like crazy, but we out here in Oakland. The second time we're gonna make it before that, right?
क्या हाल है दोस्तों वेलकम बैक बेबी डॉल्स व्हाट्स अप चालू हो गया मैच सीधा चालू हो गया बे
KC beat them before, but now we'll see the Giants' second stage. Welcome Giant X with Vitinho, Purpo, Redguard, Cloud, and Hoodie.
क्या बात है
Up the squads, of course. They couldn't be here without their coaches. We've got Aang and Pipson.
The kings of EMEA are back here on stage. They're going up against Giants once again, but this time they have a different
prediction,
look,
baby.
a different player, and you have to wonder, Kuka, what are they doing when KC were out there?
KC might have been getting all of those reps in the international tournament, but we brought the best teams in the world to Prague here at EMEA, and I am sure that Giants was on the better end of that, right? Bringing in a new player, trying
KC Kings of
Emea,
bro.
To counter everything that was seen in the international stage.
Yeah, let's talk about map vetoes real quick. They have played against each other as we have a look and see what maps we're going to get today. The last time it was Sunset, I believe.
Lotus को हटा दिया GX. मैंने GX आज तक देखा नहीं भाई.
Yeah, we won't be getting like Lotus, but like
इनकी मैच मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा. जितना मेरे को पता है.
It's going to be
KC तो top team है.
Oh, we have Sunset as well.
I mean, Breeze, we haven't seen these teams
मैं
play
दुबई से कब आया? अभी आया just
interesting
पहुंचा
because
मैं.
KC, just this year they've played 25 maps. None of them have been Breeze. On the side of Giants, we haven't seen them play, but they play like 6 maps, so it's not that bad. The fact that they are choosing to go on this Breeze, also knowing and hearing from Pips and the Purple might
क्या ले उर्मिल भाई 13-0 देखा नहीं इंडिया का नहीं देखा मैच
स्टिल कर रहा था crazy things our Giants going to be bringing in today.
ओजी बोला
I think Lotus is super smart. Bone Cold. Other teams, they have tried to take Lotus to KC and they've always lost against them. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean I'm just like very excited to see, you know, like their new map, like bringing in the Breeze into that pool. It's going to be very fantastic to see, you know, like what they have been prepping up, you know, like since Madrid.
अगली मैच इनका है.
Focusing on what Pipson said about the
किसका बोलते हैं?
fundamentals, Lotus, especially the way that KC play it, the
Team
way
Liquid
that
का
they're so well organized, especially when
IPL
it comes
देखे
to
नहीं
the
बाबा.
playing it from the defense.
RCB नहीं है तो क्या देखने करे बाबा.
Ban, right? After all the performance and all the
Looking
rest,
fresh,
even
handsome
the
लग रहे हो.
there
अभी
are
भी
things
नाक
that
है.
you cannot prep against.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, when Purple played VCT for M3C, it was Breeze, right? And
क्या I said क्या?
It was like a redemption thing because when he stepped in as a sub, then he was very shaky.
Will you be IGL of Sentinels as John QT has a visa issue since needs
so he's got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I think that it's different because
Man,
I asked him, like, because he was a 6th player, right? It's not like
I got the offer though, bro.
He only practiced with them.
I said no, I'm gonna be busy.
And then he got into, you know,
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
the
I
final
got the
against
offer from
Liquid for
Sentinels.
last chance qualifier. And
They
we
asked
know
me to
that
do
it's
the IGS
Liquid
shit. I
champions
said no.
qualifiers, that there was nothing that he could do against that.
Gonna be
On the other
busy.
side of this,
Gana
Uncle,
ठीक है इतनी
KC,
बड़ी
they're
forehead.
coming in as the reigning champions
Forehead cover हो
of
जाए.
EMEA. And Madrid maybe didn't go as well as they would have had to hope. But how much pressure do you think is on their shoulders to make sure they have a good season and start well here against Giant?
I feel
और
like they,
Bungsia.
I feel like the players themselves will have a lot to prove, you know. I feel
आवाज आ
like
रही है लोडू.
as you gain the confidence, you get to Madrid, you know, like you
बीच
kind
में
of
mirror
get the
रखा है.
privilege of looking down the other teams, being like, you know, like, hey, like,
Oh,
where were you guys in Madrid?
Okay,
पहले
the
May देखा
Aegis
गाली.
is very interesting. And yeah.
Wow, why Sheen baby?
On the jet that is
Running it back, we're running it back. Yeah.
But yeah, it's so interesting to see them
क्या लगता है,
going
glow
with
देखने
this
मिलेगा?
double duelist, you know.
अरे, easy map है. पहला वाला हो गया विभिन्न में.
Since they picked this map,
2-0.
KC is going out with a very standardized.
भाई कुछ changes हुआ क्या
composition
KC में?
where They're on that jet narrator. I mean,
Magnum,
I really like this. What do you think
Tomazzi ने.
about the compositions?
It's so nice to see the
Public,
double duelist.
कुछ तो changes हुआ है.
Like Greece, where we have so much space, you know, like to
कोई
work on
change
with the
नहीं.
Euro. It's going to be amazing to see, you know, like how they will actually take the space with the
Hey,
Euro.
हाँ?
वो देख Giants का cipher. Old memories आ रहा है.
Totally. That is something
Red
that
guard,
we need to
baby.
see. That synergy between these two new duelists.
Also,
Are
Red
you
Guard Cypher.
hesitantly
I'm all
getting
here
some
for
flashbacks?
it.
Are you seeing red gear?
It's time to jump in.
ये गया, ये गया.
What your cast is for
ये गया.
today. It is Mitch, man.
Watchparty में लिखा है ब्रांड का नाम नहीं ले सकते. फातिमा जी.
Shit, man, I lost it, man.
फातिमा जी.
There's a first time for everything.
भाई मैंने सुना
Coutinho coming in
प्लीज
with
भाई
a
आप
glory. It's exciting. This guy's
सीधे
always
Emea
been
जा
a
रहे हो?
star duelist. This is somewhere he could
कहाँ
really
जा
shine.
रहा?
Yeah, like well, we
Emea,
heard
Emea.
be shifting a little bit with Purple coming in. Purple has
यूरोप
इधर?
जा रहे हो?
so
इधर से
नहीं.
स्ट्रीम करोगे?
कोरिया जा रहा हूँ.
I'm also excited for the cipher
हमें भी लेके
coming in
जाओ
on
यार.
Red. Like normally when he flexed, it was
यार आपका
something,
कितना
I'm not gonna say
पिच किया है वो
stupid,
मुझे ही
that's the word I
पता है,
wanna use,
ठीक
but,
है?
oh, I'm playing
आपने
great
कभी
in this
पिच
game.
किया है
I'm
बड़वे?
playing- Yeah, that's what he did
हाँ?
back in the Gambit days, but
The
now he's
call
actually
boots,
playing the site anchor, which definitely isn't the normal role when I expect
Discord
to see
link
one
please.
so
Exclamation
इतनी pitch
Discord
किया मैंने,
baby.
इतनी pitch.
coming in, something that was
जितनी
mentioned
तुम्हारी
by
forehead है
Nixon
उतनी
when they
pitch.
were going into the interview
कब
with
जा रहे हो
Seagate.
कोरिया वैसे आप?
It's a new look for sure. The question
next
is, are
month.
they going to be able to hold up against a team that we expect to be one of the top in the
हल्की
league?
सी WhatsApp पे
Well,
dates बोलो
it's a
यार.
really tough one for them. I mean, opening up against this squad, they've been here before.
सुनो,
But KC
मेरी
at the
बात
time
सुनो.
were an unknown.
हाँ.
We didn't know how to read them. Right now, KC looked
ध्यान
like
से
one of the
पढ़ना और
best
मन
teams
में
in the
पढ़ना.
world. They could have challenged for that trophy. And they certainly challenged for the EMEA trophy.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
took
सब
it
लोग
last
कोरिया
time
जा रहे हैं,
around.
हमें भी
So
लेके
we
जाओ.
can definitely shake the fact that GX lost last time, but this time the stakes are even higher.
Guys,
They're
कोरिया अच्छी
less
जगह है, बताओ
favored.
जरा.
The good thing is though they've had the
क्या बात
time
करो, तुम भी आ
while
रहे हो
that
टीम में?
international event has been going on. I'm sure they wouldn't feel great starting out. Like, oh great, we got time to prep now at least. But it is something that might stand out coming back in here now. KC had a grueling international schedule.
पता नहीं
It's
यार.
got immediate
कोई
days
लेके तो
coming
जाएंगे
in,
तो
they
करेंगे
prepare
तो.
all the stuff that they've got to do on that
एक
international
काम
level.
करो टिबन
They
भाई,
didn't have
वीजा
time.
लगाओ,
Very
मैं
much
लेके
time to
जाता हूँ
crack
यार.
throughout
मैं
those
नहीं.
days. They're focused on officials with a couple cracks under their belt. Giants X have had weeks now.
वहाँ
to
से
sit
vertical
back
PUBG तो
and
नहीं
plan
करोगे ना?
everything meticulously. That's why we're seeing these new agents come out. They're trying things they haven't
दोपहर
tried
हो गई
before.
करके.
Guys,
They've made a
guidelines
roster
देखो
change.
इसको.
If ever there was a chance for
Valorant
them
game
to
में
win
PUBG
that
बोल
matchup,
रहा
it's
है.
now.
फातिमा जी
तुम्हारा
देखो.
बोल रहे, तुम्हारा तुम्हारा.
Because although you say that KC
क्या होता है भाई?
like, had
PUBG
the
वो
time
सुबह
to
कोई
make
और
changes,
streamer है
this is a
भाई.
map they've not played. They have not gone into Breeze at all. They also are picking the map that last time they played Giant
कभी
X,
वो
they lost.
misleading
So in
title के
terms
लिए
of
आप
a map
repeat
pool
हुए
for
हो?
Giant X,
टिबन भाई.
going based on what we saw at kickoff, this is not
आपका
a bad
बस
spot
2
to
हफ्ते
be
से
in.
चल रहा है.
Although we
Any
have
comments?
no data on the
Gameplay
Arena because they
भाई.
only played 2 matches.
Well,
Gameplay.
that's it. I spoke about the
भाई
international
RCB
schedule. Something I
एक
spoke about with
trophy
KC
जीतेगी.
and
और
the
चालू हो
best
गया.
teams in the world who
भाई
had
कुछ
a
अलग
lot
दिख
more
रहा है
time
इनकी
under
game.
their belt. Now,
हाँ
they're coming
ना?
in here with a couple
क्या
days.
चीज़ है भाई?
कम हो गया.
Hey, KC with a couple
Filter
days
लगा
could be a
दिया क्या?
scary thing. Time to put them to the test on the side of Giant X. Their
Just saying,
defense
उसमें एक disrespecting का भी
see
है, ये
them
गया.
not really be able
अभी
to
कुछ
use
तो
the-
filter
or-
है
or
बे.
use KC to
अच्छा
choose
दिख रहा है
the
actually.
wasn't it, Tom? Yeah.
आंखों के लिए अच्छा
Graphic
दिख रहा है.
is not right, but
Brightness
that's
कम
okay.
हो गया.
Bro,
Yeah, you know,
कुछ
the,
तो
the
किया इन लोगों
heart's
ने.
still being transported over from Madrid, so it'll be here soon, don't worry. It's on the fastest
भाई
delivery
बढ़िया दिख
point.
रहा है भाई.
Okay, भाई,
Although
कोई
this
नहीं
will be
रोक
like to
सकता,
see.
कोई नहीं
He's
रोक
in
सकता.
charge, taking that space, and Coutinho, well, his debut has
भाई
not
क्या
gone
मार रहा है
fantastically on the Euro, and the rate is just holding the line, already managing to reposition.
क्या मतलब?
I think a
Jet
little
को
bit
अंदाजा भी
surprised
नहीं है
to
क्या हो रहा है
spot
उधर.
Turbo in that corner.
अबे लेकिन तूने वो
Now it
देखा
leaves
जेट
well.
यूरो का कॉम्बो?
The debut of one
Jet
agent.
Euro को नहीं, लेकिन जेट को किसी ने बोला भी नहीं कि उधर एक है, मतलब 3 लौंडे मरे उससे।
All right,
ऊपर
I
आके
mean,
मारेगा
the
नहीं
pistol
पता,
round
no city
Yoru
मारेगा।
कैसे बाबा?
Sure, I don't want to say the debuts
gone to hell just yet.
Crosshair दिखता भी है इसको.
For Redgar, maybe there's a chance. He could pop
भाई
off
stream
with
sound
three
बहुत
for
ज़्यादा है
watching
बे.
every
100%
single
करके
round.
देख.
It doesn't matter where he comes from. First
मैं
player
50
spots
पे
him,
मेरा.
even if they go down 1v2 with info to play with. And look at the reaction. Immediately, they put him in a box with smokes, and they run to the side, take the fight together. There's no way. It's going to be a triple swing on contact.
They don't even need to take the fight. He doesn't actually have time to go and
ये
get
हमारा
his
Pacific कब
advantage,
चालू होगा?
just
6
waiting
को
for
ना?
him to walk into an implausible angle. And yeah, KC
और करो
is ever
afternoon में.
vigilant.
कभी
And that's
चालू
what
होएगा
we've enjoyed
Pacific
so
को भी
much
नहीं
about
पता.
this team is you're coming in with
वो
a
तो
group of
चालू
youngsters, a
करेंगे.
very experienced coach and a brand new IGL,
इस बार G
brand
fighting
new to the
देखना
role
है
at
यार.
least. And somehow this team has always looked incredibly structured
इसको
with
थोड़ा
everything they're
नीचे
doing.
करना
And that's-
पड़ेगा
ये
फिर
तेरे
भी.
साथ भी
That's
वही
the one
sound
thing
हो
I'm a
रहा है
little bit
ऐसे.
disappointed with going into
मेरे
this
साथ.
map
नहीं
is
नहीं. Twitch पे देखिए.
the comp they're playing is
उधर ही
old
देख
school.
रहा हूँ
Like, this is
मैं.
something we've seen for a long time. Like running in
Hi,
with
Shnita,
double
what up?
initiators, basically the double sentinel with
Hello,
the Viper
Shubham.
and the Cypher.
G Zeta first
But
match,
if
yeah,
their synergy's
bro.
on point, I don't think it will matter.
वो तो win होनी चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से.
1-0, of course, to the
Hey, Kamesh, what up,
defensive
man?
side of Carmine Core. I'll keep you updated
भाई
on
ये
that.
क्या है भाई? मेरे
think it's
को
right.
जानना था भाई. ये
Suppose I will.
क्या OBS में लगाया इन लोगों
Tally
ने?
up here.
Somehow you
भाई
have to tally the
वो
right way
किधर है
around.
बे?
Confuse
वो लोग का
yourself.
नाम नंबर एड्रेस वो सब
Let's
रहता है
not.
ना.
Let's
There we
not
go.
do
Perfect.
that. They're also on the wrong side,
Right,
so
left
it doesn't really
पे.
help too much.
Color it in blue. Get a blue color.
भाई
You've got
अच्छी
time.
है यार
Tom. You
ये.
work away
You
on
know
that.
what?
भाई 0-0 दिखा रहा है.
ओ भाई,
Any comment?
I'm a
सब अच्छी
genius.
है बे.
What have you done?
अबे ऊपर देखना वन कितनी कैजुअल है.
भाई इसने वो
So
किया है बे.
after
ये सुनना ऊपर देखना वन कितनी कैजुअल है.
देखा.
We've saved
क्या
it.
हो गया भाई?
मैनुअली एडिट कर रहे हैं. मैनुअली एडिट कर.
लिख रहा है क्या कोई बंदा?
Some semblance. I don't know what's going on
नहीं,
anymore,
take
Tom. Well,
Huh?
for Giant
0-0?
X, they're pulled back. They're on the A side, nice and cozy, looking for a little bit of mid control down
फिर से
the
वन
doors.
देखो,
They haven't
confused
seen
हो रहे
anything there. I mean, this is a round where they come in with
ये उधर से
सीआरएक्स
इधर
की
से
मैच
कोई.
चल रही है.
on the
कॉमेडी
side
किससे हो
of,
रही थी?
KC's
ये
defense.
उधर इधर आया कोई इधर काम करने.
Giants, they'll blitz into A. They've got a lot of space through that tube, though. No one, everything's being watched from way back in
Yeah.
spawn.
दरवाजा खोल के.
How much damage can they do? Well, shit.
शॉट रे बेबी.
भाई कैसी ओपा है बे. हटा ही दिया ऊपर का.
चाहिए
ही
नहीं.
नहीं.
Help out in the future. And for Cloud, well, at this
थोड़ा
stage, it's more
कैजुअल और
so
ड्राई रन नहीं हो मेरे को लग
die. Like, you've just got to go down. You don't want to be holding on to just a classic. Martin will get that final frag and put them 2-0 up.
नॉर्डन वाले
Expected after the
गए क्या
pistol.
उधर? तू गया अभी.
Tidied up nicely. Now we see an opportunity for them to
ये
take
क्या
it
sound है?
further.
हाँ?
साउंड आ रहा है तेरे को?
हाँ क्या है
For
ये?
Shin, it's
Loading
not
हुआ
bad
एक
as well
second के
picking
लिए.
up those
हुआ.
ones early. I think a lot of this is
और करो
similar
afternoon
to the
में
broadcast.
भी.
They're going to iron out some of those little issues as the rounds go on. On the side of Giant X, here's those issues especially. I mean, they're trying to figure out
Tbone
fist
भाई आप
bumps,
top हो,
high fives.
investigate करो.
What's the default for KC? They're getting back
इस
into
चीज
some
का.
good things. Give them some
क्यों हो
time.
रहा है ये?
But a 2-0 lead is good. This is their opportunity to capitalize.
बग इशू होगा
Giant X are going to
भाई.
buy rifles. They're going to invest pretty fully.
ऐसे क्या भाई? इतनी अच्छी
भाई,
प्रोडक्शन
spot
है.
हुआ,
आप ऐसे
spot
बोलोगे
हुआ,
अभी?
spot हुआ.
हाँ?
Close. He tries to retreat and Martin
मैं
catches
तो बोल ही
him.
नहीं रहा.
Very nice by KC.
मेरे को तो
With the
स्कोर
double
पता है.
two push.
3-0.
It's netted them a lot of
फिर
value.
भाई mini
Pressure's
boost
on
school
B
की
for them to
वजह
hold
से
on. But look at the
शायद.
util and the players on the way.
Yeah, the rotations already
हाँ
coming
ना.
in quickly
भाई बू ब्रदर्स कहाँ है बे?
for that defensive side. Of course, something we
में
didn't
है वो
talk too much
Tbone
about.
भाई.
Oh
We
shit,
haven't
मैं
seen
कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ
much of the
भाई.
Sentinel at all.
लगता है
मैं
टाइम हो गया
confused हो
वैलो
गया.
के.
For most of the time, he's
भाई
basically
मैं
just
वैरायटी बन के
playing
भूल ही गया.
nice work from Cloud though,
हाँ बे वो हेरिटिक्स में भी.
managing to put this round on his back. For Martin, though, he
इतना
does still
बाप
have a
शॉट
right.
मारे
Has
दिखा कि
something
नहीं?
to play with, can try and do a little bit of damage. We can see
कौन
how
मारा
safe
बता?
Giant X are being
तब
using that
मैं
drone late in the
तो
round.
Tbone?
बू ब्रदर्स हाँ?
किसने मारे 3 बाप किल्स?
सिंपल
This
है.
is around the KC. Really win, but they've got a chance with Martin now.
फातिमा
Positions are
जी.
good though from Giant X. You've got a player tucked
क्या
up.
कंट्रीब्यूट के लिए भाई मुझे सच्ची में मेरे को केसी में बे.
4 kills.
4K मारा,
Round for
4K.
Giant X. That's a
Go.
lifeline. If he
ये
doesn't pop
ऊपर थोड़ा
off, they
दिखा
could have
देते
traded that
तो.
round out and ended up with
पर क्या
next to
3-0 है
nobody
मैं
or
बोल
just
रहा हूँ
nobody online. All right.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई?
Speed.
स्टक हो गया क्या?
That's one of those things. That's what I was bringing up during the round. Is
Tech
that
pause है मेरे
this is
हिसाब
actually
से.
within this
फिर
team.
मैं screen back आया, screen back घर पे है.
playing on a side.
घर पे.
We were told he was moving to a center.
क्या बोल रहे हो? पुणे लैंड वाज
Over the
बेटर.
last
पुणे
couple of
अच्छी
months
थी
has
लैंड.
played
अच्छी.
Viper 19 times and played a couple of
तो
other.
इस बार
ADCs
कहाँ
along the
होगा?
way.
Split
So,
2 की लैंड
again,
मुंबई?
new ground for him at least within this team.
क्या चल रहा है बेबी? बढ़िया सृजन.
we are going to be seeing
थोड़ा
a push into
close
the
है
side.
वो,
Giant
close
X
के लिए
taking
था,
that
close.
space.
Pinky का
Not really
swap.
anybody actually looking to hold on to it.
इसको कैसे सुनाई दे रही है मेरी?
सुन रही है वो दूसरे हेडफोन में.
देखो देखो मेरी चॉकलेट देखो 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 मैग्नम बाय स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर निकले यार.
लेकिन आप तो पॉप हो.
Forward on the back of this is a decoy that hasn't quite distracted them or drawn their vision. As KC close in towards the site, the fight is good.
By
for Shin.
sexy
Nine
retake,
and Tamazi
babe.
stepping
Clean.
up too, and they know exactly
Clean.
where Hoodie is thanks to the last kill. But it's you
बोला था
to
मैंने
buy some
3-1
time.
भाई मुझे एक बात बता, केसी टॉप था या हेरिटिक्स टॉप था?
Now it comes down to a 1v3
Heretics.
fight.
Heretics
Not one he's
ना भाई
likely to
मैं
win.
पूरा कंफ्यूज हो
Needs to
गया.
hit these opening shots.
सबसे
So
वैरायटी
far the
बनाना
first,
भाई
but that
भूल ही
is
गया मैं क्या
all.
हो.
Giant X,
सच्ची
they
बता.
won their round on round 3 when they were expected to.
ठीक है
KC
ठीक है
variety
ठीक है.
रात को क्यों करते
And
हो?
this is
दोपहर को भी
something they were
करो.
good at throughout
क्या
the
चीज?
entirety of kickoff and
Variety.
when you went over to Masters as well,
Variety
the
दोपहर को
retakes
सिर्फ vertical
from
भी.
KC. I think one of the better teams
कैमरा
really
थोड़ा नीचे
sort of
करे,
giving up
kill
that
fill नहीं
control
दिख रही है.
and
नहीं
then
दिख रही है
moving
बाबा.
back
बंस
in as a
भाई
unit.
मैग्नम ने स्ट्रीम स्नाइप किया है. टिबोन को कई लेवल 3 हेलमेट तो उठाने
Well,
नहीं
in
गया.
the
लव यू.
Made it
Models.
look quite easy. There is still going to be a purchase though. Giant X are going to be able to put something onto the board. They
दिख
can
रही है अभी बराबर.
maybe pad the gap a
दिख रहा है,
little
दिख
bit
रहा है.
with the fact that they have the Hunter's Fury
तुझे सुनाई दे
online.
रहा है?
Shin being one away from that Viper's Pit.
भाई ये मेरे को ये फिल्टर चाहिए भाई. ये कैसे बनाया मेरे को जानना है.
मैं
बढ़िया
देता
बनाया.
हूं. फिल्टर
Now we
देता
can
हूं
take
ये मेरे हिसाब से ना ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट जैसा पुल किया है इसने. कुछ तो
down
सीन
on their
है.
last legs. Big investment from this attacking side now to try to push KC back
और
from
क्या
this
angle
early
है ये?
start. One that they're likely to
ये
just run
flash
away
इसकी
with,
लगेगी
considering
ये?
the squad and their performance
मारेगा क्या?
internationally.
One tap.
They're known for, with
Ooh.
Purpo taking the
भाई
opening.
इतनी
Lost
रिस्की
Martin.
एंगल. Come on dude.
You're now on the back foot.
वो
How will they
one
fill
kill
in this
लेके भाग सकता
information?
ना
This
पूरा.
is void.
केसी था #1 लोड का वॉच स्ट्रीमर. अरे मैं किया नहीं ना एमिया का. मुझे नहीं पता. पहली बार कर रहा हूँ ना मैं. टीम्स को देखनी चाहिए मुझे क्या करते हैं.
Those bodies are coming down middle.
ये वाला
Looking
डीगल
for
चाहिए
a fight
यार.
on Redgar. His timing could be good. And the hat off.
कैसे
भाई तू
जिंदा
उतर के
है.
भागा बे. तू उतर के भागा.
कैसे जिंदा है.
Just
कैसे.
about, and it will give the space over.
पड़ी हाँ पड़ी ये शॉटगन पड़ी.
ये देखो मेरी शॉटगन देखो. नहीं पड़ी.
नहीं पड़ी.
Not gonna have the desired
वो थोड़ा
result.
आगे जाके मारना पड़ता है.
And at
क्या
least at
लगता है
this
रीटेक
point,
यस और नो?
not a bad position
ये वाला
for
retake
Giant X to
possible
fight
ही
from. Already looking for the trade back. Purple is going to manage to get another.
बोला.
Hoodie with one more. And now Magnum only with a Marshall in hand and he's being flanked.
अरे बीच में
Redguard
गलत बोले.
survivor.
बीच
360.
केसी टॉप था. भाई मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ.
A response once again.
भाई
from
कोई
Giant
बोला
X
कि
to
स्प्लिट तो
back
आपके
and
फोरहेड
forth
पे
the
होगा.
kickoff.
पर अच्छा खेला ना
Excuse me.
इसका टिबोन भाई.
मैं कुछ ज्यादा याद आ रहा है रेड गियर विद साइपर. हैं? अब तो साउंड ही गया.
Decently as well, Tom, as far as
सुनने दे रहा है मेरे को.
I mean, Giant X are going to have a lot coming online, high impact ones later.
अबे रिप्ले में साउंड क्या हो गया?
It's a good sign.
थोड़ा 3.5 mm जैक थोड़ा कैजुअल.
Redgar even getting this slow play
उसको
up through
खींच के
mid.
डालना पड़ेगा.
You know, he used to.
Hey Battu, what's up?
Cypher players out there for flanking, for getting behind, for being a menace.
दोनों जगह रिगार्ड्स
It's gonna
कॉपी
be very
पेस्ट
fun
मारा
to
बड़े
see him
ने.
attempting to do some of that himself, already finding success in round 5.
और ऐसे
Round
notepad
6
में
is
रखा है
the
उसने.
reward. Giant X of rifles. As I said, ulti's
सारी
coming
chat
online
जाके
for
ऐसे
the
copy
next
paste है.
round, or
भाई
maybe just
ऐसा भी हो
after.
सकता है ना वो
And if you look
बॉट
at what
एआई.
KC are working with,
कर
well,
सकते.
pistols.
खुद
So
एक
for
bot है
Giant
वाला
X,
था.
their ulti card is going to help them out in the next full buy.
Do you want to know
वाह
something
भाई
really
ये क्या
interesting?
ट्रिक हुआ है रे भाई.
So we've spoken about this
Info.
before.
Okay.
Purpo, I would say, was
नहीं.
somewhat harshly
वो
given his
भाई वो
debut
तो easily
in the
तोड़ेंगे बे.
VCT, playing for a team called Mech. Do
तोड़ने
कौन
देना,
जाएगा
वो
उसको
तो
तब?
अभी
you remember
retake
what map he was subbed in for, Mitch?
I do not.
It was Breeze.
वैसे केसी जीतेगा क्यों इतना टाइम वेस्ट
So
कर.
he's
हैं?
come back.
बात तो है. 2-0 मेरे
टाइप
को लग रहा
करता
है.
हूँ भाई. झूठ ना बोलो बट्टू
On the
भाई.
same map
झूठ
that
ना
he was
बोलो.
subbed in for. Yeah, it
2-0
is all
लग रहा
swings
है
and
मेरे
roundabouts.
भाई
The
सेम
streets
उसने
never
यहाँ पे भी
forget
लिखा
with
है.
someone like Purpo.
वाह वाह वाह
That's it, Hoodie.
वाह
Wow.
वाह.
What a start to the round.
भाई इस बार प्रिपेयर होके आए क्या ये लोग?
Pistols, but actually it's good that Hoodie gets those kills. That's Viper's Pit online. I mentioned that it
सबसे
might be
बेस्ट मेरे को
next
जान
round,
का
it might be
पुराना
the
कोच
one
लगता
after.
था
Well,
भाई. क्या
ए
लग
सबसे
रही है.
पहला मैच जी का है ना?
big ultimate to have, especially when KC have their own pit to play with. Now Shin's picked up a weapon, so he is out of here. He wants to save
सबसे
that.
heavy है Watchparty
But
streamer
Tamazi
बनने
and
वाला.
Narrate aren't too keen on
क्या है?
doing the same. They'll go down to the spike. save
हो
all
गया,
those
short
money.
circuit
है, मेरे को
Share's
लग
not
रहा है।
worth quite as much.
नहीं मेरे में फिक्स हो गया
And we'll see a
Refresh कर एक
sixth
बार
round
Twitch.
close with 3-3, neck and neck,
उससे कुछ
despite
नहीं
a pistol
होता
round to
है।
KC, a bounce back in round
Round
4.
way.
Giant X have those
कि भाई
legs to
विसिट
their
का मेन्यू
attack
आपके फोरहेड पे
already.
है।
And I guess this
Excuse
is the
me,
question,
bro.
right, for KC.
Technical
Letting us
timeout
back to
या
Tony mentioned,
आ गया,
this was
नाम
a
आ
map
गया,
they were
नाम आ
banning,
गया।
constantly. They didn't want to play it, and now opening
मैं
up the
कुछ
season.
तो
Maybe
missing
it's
कर
because
रहा
it's
हूँ यार।
early season
और
as
मुझे
well.
एक
Though.
बात बताओ,
We don't know
लास्ट
whether
का
they've worked a ton and this has been their
टॉप 14
speciality,
हेरिटिक्स है
or
ना,
whether they're like, let's
केसी
try it
नहीं है।
now, see
यार
how
मैं
we
भी
can
तुम लोग
figure out our pull as the
कंफ्यूज
season
करा
goes
रहे
on.
हो।
So
हेरिटिक्स था
they
बाबा।
ended up banning Ascent, so it could just
मैंने
be that
बोला
they
ना
felt a
लास्ट
bit
टाइम
less
जो जीते भी
comfortable
नहीं
on that
स्क्रीन के
map.
साथ वो लोग अभी टॉप
I
में
guess
है।
also versus
हाँ भाई
a
2
team
हफ्ते हुआ
Phanteks
बस।
का कभी है कल
just brought in
या
another
परसों
superstar duelist. You're thinking,
पता
do we
नहीं।
really want to face
एमए
off
का
against
नहीं करा।
Purpose Jet on that map? Maybe not.
केसी है लोले।
I think also just it might be an Eng thing of like I don't want to have a permaban. Like I don't want to have a
अरुणा
ban
का
that we
ट्वीट
don't
देखा
like,
घर
so
जाएगा।
I'll let it
क्या
through,
ट्वीट है
see
रे?
how it goes. And the thing is, I especially think on Breeze with the players that they've got, they can definitely get away with it. Look at the amount of aggression already though. A complete push
हाँ।
through B is going to garner them the
नहीं दिख रही है
information,
कुछ
and
भी।
it has to be either towards mid or towards that A site. And with 2 players already deep within A, 1 waiting to watch the tube,
केसी
they
में
are
था।
about to have a flank that could
अबे हाँ बे केसी में ही था।
That's the one
भाई
gap
केसी था।
that Giant X have, even as Red
अबे
Guard
यार
comes
पूरा
back in.
कंफ्यूज
But do they check
भाई।
it? Do they even look to their left on the way through? They haven't.
पीछे
Just yet.
देखो।
And they've taken a kill. This is where presumably Red Guard turns around and finds them, but a little too
इतना
late to the
late
party.
turn किया
KC
उसने।
have already picked up a
भाई मेरे को
wealth
नहीं
of
दिख रहे हैं
kills,
बट्टो।
and that advantage
Hello?
will be hard to fight back from. The pit not even reaching all the way onto the spike. This is going to make it incredibly
6 months,
difficult if
600
Purple goes
CC,
down.
okay,
For
इसका
Hoodie to
मतलब क्या
have
है?
very much if any impact, especially with a Vandal. Those sprays through the smoke aren't going to go too well.
समझ में नहीं आया
There's a
बट्टो।
real test for Hoodie. They
क्या
know
इसका
where he is
मतलब?
now. They've echoed. Well, I thought they did. They're still looking in main. He almost snuck his way back over, but just too many bodies to deal with. The round goes to KC
ये क्या
convincingly.
हो रहा है?
This is one of those sort of problems that we would suggest a team might have if they're not running
तुम्हारे
a
राज
cypher.
में सब क्या हो रहा है टिबन भाई?
Giant X are running a
मेरे
cypher,
राज
so
में
that the
कुछ
fact that
नहीं
they
होता है।
managed to get that
इसकी
far with
mouse कौन सा
absolutely
अच्छा है?
no one realizing is a big problem. And I think
Yeah, I'm
either you're
existed
gonna see
for
a
the
pause
next
taken
game,
or
yeah.
just something from Rega to say, okay, we can't allow that to happen again because
That's
there's such
the
a
goal.
ridiculous amount of map control that they've managed to take without
Visa
any
मिला क्या रे
information going in the
Phanteks
other
को?
direction.
Enthoo
And
को?
while for
मुझे
KC,
नहीं पता बाबा।
it almost gave them a free round. Like they're able to get all the way through, have the players within the site. So even the players pushing were just walking into a stack.
So
Really
600
gorgeous
cc
round
bike
from the defensive
incoming
side,
if
although
I
again,
lose weight.
Timing for Red Guard
Oh.
was key there.
Only if
Even
you
the
lose
cam
weight,
placement,
yo.
But I think the idea was to cover the tube push, but with that many players there, it's you can sometimes commit the player to it. It's one of those things. They left one gap. That happens to be the gap
How
that KC
so?
walked straight into unknowingly.
What's the weight
Now
you
in
should
round number
lose,
8,
man?
Giant X still full bot. Still with some of those ultis to play with, and they've managed to surround these players on A. The door is open, the players are blitzing
बुरा लगा
out.
भाई।
Giant X not winning the engagements
Oh,
to start
no.
with, and Redguard's gone down to one of their own snake bites. This is a disaster. They haven't even seen Martine. He's able to pick one up inside the smoke and bail back into main. The attackers are now the defenders, and they're surrounded.
Bro,
This is a
करने
terrible
वाला
round.
हूँ
The
भाई। इस
information,
बार
yeah, it's coming
बाइक
in,
बोल दिया
not for
अन्ना ने।
long. That
और
rate's
if I
gonna
become
fall
100 kg,
eventually, but it's still a 4
तेरा
versus
कितना है अभी
2.
weight?
Yeah, and they have no map control. That's
None.
the bigger
Fucking
problem.
do
You
keto
are
diet 3 months, you
surrounded on
lose
all
weight.
flanks. You have
Nothing
to
else you
almost
need
try
to
and
do.
fight forward.
And you'll eat
Beating
chicken
them on
also
the
in
plant,
there.
but you can see Thomasy waiting deep and Martine
बढ़िया
on the
खेल
corner.
left.
Leaves Fitinho alone, and there's just absolutely nowhere he can go. They might
Those
even allow
are
him to get
table
the
moment,
plant
yeah,
down
bro.
just so they can get into position.
130
Try and clear him from that
range.
angle, and well, I don't mind it. You've got to try something
Yeah, yeah,
audacious.
yeah.
You're trapped. You're hoping that maybe somehow they're not looking, but KC had everything covered.
Shin saw
130.
that gate crash
छोड़
call
दो।
immediately, so there was no way for him
But
to
I guess
sneak
you
his
have
way
the
out.
potential to lose weight.
All in all, that is a
Well, I'm just joking, huh?
tragic round.
अबे उसका वो नाम पूरा
Oh, he was
रशियन में
already
था
walking
बे।
through a snake bite, got hit by
Cypher
so much
थोड़ा सा
utility
casual है,
tag down low, and then just that friendly snake bite beckoning him in. I
भाई
don't think we
इनकी
needed a
स्टेज कुछ भी बोलो यार
replay.
मस्त है यार।
You know, throw him under the
Yeah,
bus.
yeah, yeah.
Just in
Yeah.
case you didn't know how he died, there it is. It was almost purely to snake bites, but
That kg no way 6
almost a
months.
couple
Well,
of rounds,
technically
I
he
think
can.
Red Guard is going to want to forget.
I mean every month 5
on the
kg.
cypher.
6 5 30
Hasn't
bro.
been fantastic so far, I'll be honest.
It's very difficult though, bro.
Gaps within it. And
You
they're
gotta
gonna go
follow
back to this
diet
PC
and
call.
shit.
Now, bear in mind, last
You
time
gotta
out,
quit
Cloud
lime juice. You gotta
absolutely
quit
farmed.
all the
It's not gone well to
bad
start.
habits you have, but to like
a lot of space. So they
doing
lost
some
a player,
drugs
but
and
what
stuff.
cost?
Oh,
Well,
क्या
I don't think they're
मारा?
able to convert by the looks of
भाई
it.
क्या मार रहे हो? ओए, ओए चाचा!
Quick kills.
क्या मार रहे हो चाचा?
Way behind.
I thought Magnum was meant to be the one with the shaky aim. That was snappy
He
aim.
snapped his DPI button in the
भाई
middle of
लेकिन
that fight by the
उसने
looks
चार
of it.
कैसे
That
मारा?
was ridiculous, but hey,
मार
6 and
तीन
3
है वो
up.
तो.
Any sort of danger in this half is
Even by
somewhat
36
diminished.
is
Here we
actually
go again.
possible.
Like,
तेरा
it
bad
looked
habits
like
का
he
video
was
post
even
कर
sort
दूँ.
of surprised
I'm
by
sorry,
the peak
Babu.
timing, and
भाई बढ़िया खेला था.
then also just catches the second player.
चार कैसे मारा लेकिन वो?
He's doing some bakchodi man.
They're vibing, man. That's a...
Yeah,
भाई
I
वो
can't
खुद
play his mic.
वो
No,
खुद
no,
shocking
no,
हो गया
no,
पूरा.
That's muted right there. Same reaction though,
गलत
Hang. I
मारा
gotta
बे,
say,
गलत.
Giant X immediately call a timeout, and I'm not sure there's anything
Tbone
you
भाई,
can do
आपके
about
plat
the
lobby में
late
ऐसे
round
होती
there,
है.
him just popping off those
तमीज
last
से रहो,
two kills.
D3 है.
But the first kill and the player they lost on the way through,
Martial
the
art
ideas here from
which is
Giant X
better.
just haven't really been working
What
out.
is
I
that?
understand why
Bro,
they
I
take a breather.
of course supplo man.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the rounds that
I
they won,
monitor arm
getting a
देखो
4K
बे.
to win them that bonus round that could have gone the other
मैं
way.
लेके आऊँगा वहाँ से.
And also there's two duelists. You
और यहाँ से
invested
लेके
into
लेके आना
having
यार
this
मेरे को थोड़ा.
jet combination alongside the Yoru. Both players have been
और
very
यहाँ जाएगा
quiet
तो
so
वाशी में
far.
कौन
Like,
रहेगा?
we've seen a bit of space taken by Fitinho, but they haven't really been
तो
able
वाशी
to
में आएगा तो
capitalize on
बैंगलोर
it
में
most
कौन
of the
रहेगा?
time. And I am starting to
दूध
get a
कोरिया
little bit
जाएगा
worried
ना?
because, again, this was the thing with Purpo. He was someone that I
बात
think,
तो है.
as I said, if you've been a
Shit.
fan of Valorant, if you've watched any Tier 2,
Sweet one
this
week
guy
very.
is someone we wanted in the VCT for a long time, and with Mech, we were expecting it to be this
Flying to go to
explosive
Lonavala, man,
performance
this
where
guy.
they finally have this star jet. Maybe you weren't a Defo fan, you're like, this is the guy! And then he played, and you're like, oh,
Public.
Bring back that
okay, the pressure maybe got to him a little bit. And so far,
साला इधर क्यों
we're
करता
not
है
seeing
बे
it
ये?
yet. Now, I'm not
वो
going to count
push
him
नहीं
out
चाहिए
after
इसलिए.
what
और
is
बटन है.
9 rounds in a
हाँ भाई
game.
इतनी try यार.
It's never going to be easy. But this
ऐसा
composition
लग रहा है
is
VCT खेल रहा है ना ये लोग?
for the attack. So
Yeah,
ऐसा नहीं
on
बोलने का
defense,
guidance
it's not
देखो.
going to get any easier.
You don't need Purpo to find those openings, but you need one of Purpo
Yes.
and Fitinho to be hitting. If you're not, you're getting space, but
Wow,
you're losing
but it's
advantages,
easily as-
and you don't win rounds that way. At least not many
खाली है
teams
ना
do.
साइड.
Hunter's Fury used. It's caught one, and the
Oh,
drop to
oh.
save. Purpo, but he's
Oh,
caught.
sexy मारा.
अच्छे थे,
sexy.
अच्छे थे.
Unlucky for him, but
आज
Ragnar might
क्रिटिक्स
be
नहीं
able
दिख
to
रहे chat
retrieve
में
some
आएंगे
advantage, but they
टाइम
saw
से.
Seen
him.
him.
They
Tension नहीं.
just caught a pixel of him and immediately
Yeah,
refocus,
but
push
से
him back, and move towards this mid rotation. They know that one player's out of pace. That's a
Oh, तेरी
5v3
बात
on the
है.
side if they get there quickly enough.
भाई सही
लाइनअप
है
और आज
बे.
दोनों है
We
क्या
can see
लगता
that
है?
one player's even in the tube with the Viper's pit down. They're going to find it hard to fight their way
तो
back.
आधा कर
first.
लिया
Fight.
उसने इसकी लाइनअप कब
Toxic's
जाएगा?
running out. There's one kill for
Whoa,
Hoodie, but the
whoa,
immediate
whoa,
reaggression, it stacks up the advantage.
डाल
for
दिया क्या
KC.
उसने एक और?
Cloud.
That's too late.
Oh, he's going crazy.
अबे यार
Oh,
इनकी लाइनअप
really
के
late. And
चक्कर
even
में
then,
ये
that
गया.
1 versus 3. This was
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक
I
है.
don't know how he survived, but
मतलब क्रेजी वाला शॉट मारेंगे.
Hey प्रियंका, what a long time यार वो.
All good. Someone else could have
भाई
defused
रात
in the
को
meantime.
Watchparty
Would've
से
worked
Giant
out.
जबरदस्त स्क्रीन स्किल के ना.
it looked kind of
पूरा
scrappy.
burst out
Like,
हुआ
you
यार.
got yourself into
Watchparty
an
सही है
afterpart
रात
with the
को
snake
आराम
bites.
से.
I
Chill.
don't even think the snake bite connected because they put the Viper's pit and
भाई
instantly
ये
started
लाइनअप
defusing,
पे
got it to
भरोसा ही
half.
नहीं है भाई.
And he had an orb on it. So one of the pieces of utility must have not been on top.
कैसे जिंदा है रे
Otherwise,
क्लाउड
they're
भाई
not
ऐसे
gonna be able to
कैसे?
defuse.
भाई मूड में हो, मूड में.
Oh,
There is
God.
nothing better though than when you take a round and you just as you're winning, you hear that old pop. You're like, yeah, don't got that anymore, do you? I like Fitinho's
बच
clearance.
गया ट्रैप
It's
का
good.
उधर.
मुझे एक
That's
बात
what the
बताओ,
dimensional
last
grip
time
is all about.
KC versus Heretics
That has
में
been the case so far in this game.
KC versus Heretics था ना?
He's right on the
जिसमें
corner
KC
already,
जीता या
pumping
Heretics
through the
जीते?
timing.
तो
Not
confuse
bad
हो रहा
from
हूँ.
Fitinho, at least gets rid of Tomazi. But Martin is just looking to try and do this alone.
भाई
Has support
heavy
from
retakes
Magnum.
कर रहे बे लोग.
Oh, it's
बताओ.
laboured, but eventually the
Oh,
second
क्या
shot
मारा
from Hoodie is
उसने?
wonderful. Leaving it into a
Public बोलो.
2v2 scenario.
KC जीते ना?
Not going to get anything done, and now it's left onto Cloud. There's no other man you'd want in this sort of scenario, but already being pinged up by the drone. I think it's already going to start being diffused. I don't think that's actually connected. Can't quite
भाई
correct.
KC.
क्या हाल है वेदत भाई
Will
की?
give themselves another round, and 8
अबे मैं इमिया का बोल रहा हूँ.
Bear in mind,
हेलो पर.
this was 3-3.
You know what I've really liked about Magnum? I'm glad he gets this round because those are the rounds people remember. You get 3 kills, you did good, your kills go up on the board. You're 8-6 now, you're positive, fantastic. That gets you into the good graces of most of the community. But the reality is his util has been sick. Only 1 assist. This wasn't even one. No, it wasn't because he got the kill. A couple of times I've seen this. I think when he used his ult, he'd already popped a recon over because Purple updragged the field again. Game के अंदर क्या हो रहा है देख रहे हो? Flash that came out of the raid, but there was a reveal popped as well. So that player's blind, spraying, and now he's being revealed just as everyone's
भाई ये वाला actually करनी सही है भाई इधर smoke डाला.
His teammates haven't followed.
हर बार इधर scam होता है मैं drone करते हैं.
Magnum's been able to follow up on a couple of those kills himself. 8-3 right now. Last round of the half. Full investment from both squads, of course. No real ultis in play. This could be a game changer. Off in the hands of Purpo, but there's an off in the hands of Martin, and it's a head-to-head battle. The wins.
Yeah, a good start to the round at least, but they're putting that pressure onto Redgar again. They're having a bit of a rough time. I'm surprised Magnum is still going for this. He's being revealed.
भाई दिल से बुरा लगा भाई.
Still kills Redgar.
Redgar भाई क्या कर?
Watching as well, just in case there's a second layer to this, and there is. Narrate, he might catch one on the way out, but no, they will be able to fade away. Giant X for the first time in a while, going towards that B side with a man advantage.
And they've got the perfect read. They know Viper's
next one से guys match
sure
Team Liquid
was shot at you from tube. So at that point, there's only one player
so
on B, only one, and that's Tamazi with deep traps as well. He's got to take the fight on them, normal as can be, and the trade is quick for Purpo. Narrate already on that side. Standing strong, taking every kill, leaving Hoodie alone. A Viper's Pit. Oh, if he had it now, that could turn the tides in his favor. But the spike is down in the open, no wall to work with. He's already got his down. He might get into the spike if he used it, but instead he goes walkabouts for a kill. Viper on the other side. 9-3 at the halftime. This is not looking great for Giant X, considering this is a map KC. Don't play. Just
6 महीने में 30 kg कम किया तो 600 cc bike मिलेगा.
But evidently it's something they've been working on behind the scenes. But again, I feel like that's just something that comes default with this team. Having such great synergy with each other.
अगर motivation bike के तो
unless they're up against a very well orchestrated team on the other side, I think they're going to be able to pick you apart just
205 for 3 in 16 overs. क्या मैच है आज की? No RCB, no IPL for me, baby.
Putting utility in position to basically allow someone else to
go for these swings. We've seen it with
Narrate's flashes. We've seen it with their aggression.
6 महीने 30 के unrealistic कर सकते हैं कीटो. कीटो एक ही जगह है.
Good job of stopping them taking space.
I think that, yeah, that's fair. And now on their, well, on their defensive side, let's hope that's not the case for Giant X this time around. There's definitely going to be some challenges for them. Coming back from this scoreline is very tough. Sunset up next, somewhere KC wanted to fight.
30 kg actually difficult है,
as a decider. It's a long road for
अच्छा
Giant X.
Content तो होगा but भाई difficult है बच्चे.
Not going to be willing to do that just yet, but Martin's trying to help them out. Quick shot delivered to Cloud's head, straight down tube with the Sheriff. And KC have a man advantage yet again.
Yeah, I think that probably has been where the golfing classes differed. I'm not certain, but I wouldn't be too scared to almost bank that maybe Martin might actually have more kills than both the duelists on the other side. Like, he has been on one and they have been missing Tamazi as well. Oh, the timing of the peak is so good on the trade. 3 players are waiting. 3 of them
is better. करो ना 2-0 कर दो क्यों time waste कर जल्दी कर.
It's worse odds than the first pistol.
क्या करेगा Redgar? मैं होता तो अलग बात है.
Do you believe in the 1v4?
The 1v3, no, but the 1v4, Tom, 70 HP on Shin, 74 on Magnum.
Do you believe?
तो वह difficulty भी है, less sustainable diet चाहिए.
For a second, you almost convinced me.
Keto easy है.
Narrate's going to put him in the ground, and I'll be honest, this map is looking pretty much done.
भाई क्या भाई आधे घंटे में हो गया मैच.
7 rounds in a row now for KC without much of a response. I think they very quickly warmed up into this game, and yeah, that'll do it. I don't really know how you deal with that.
क्या मिलेगा if he loses 30 games? Bro, he'll get
just in case you're wondering, Martin does have
man.
more kills than both the duelists on the other side combined. Yeah.
Yo, 30 kg is possible with high motivation. I lost 14 kg once in 2 months.
Might be the last time we see this one from them, but and especially having the attack side already under their belts, this is a comp that, put it this way, I don't expect them to thrive on the defense quite as much.
Oh, here we go. Outlaw on one side. Marshall on the other. The only real investment is that onto Purpo. Everything else is being saved for the next round for Giant X just to give themselves a chance in the buy rounds. But it definitely is looking like a bit of a golfing class. Bear in mind, the last time these two played, it was a close series. Like, Giant X went the distance, but I think they got bullied out of the third map. The first map, not so much. So I think we're definitely seeing how far KC leveled up in that time. I think Tomazi is probably a little bit confused. He's managed to just walk onto the B side. Normally you might be calling for teammates to rotate, but I think he got far enough and he's like, I don't actually know how I've got this far without anybody really spotting me. And in fact, Giant X are rotating away from this. They're going, this is the ruse. But at this point he's gone, I've got the whole site. There's no one here. Just come plant.
Did you see where the cam was from Redgar? I didn't spot it at the start of the round. Like, I mean, I would have thought it's B with their setup. But yeah, clearly a misread from Giant X. And these are the rounds where you want to have those stacks on a site, so you can just use the numbers to your advantage. Getting back in, I mean, maybe Purpo hits some shots and stays alive to still do damage in the late round. Best hope that I've got for you. And the timing couldn't have been. Oh my! Narrator's just slipped by a pixel. Well, this pretty much puts a pin in this one. The question is, how many orbs can he get for himself? That's already two, and the third with his death. Not bad. We'll just go down to the spike. No surprise to see the round going the way of KC. Now just a couple away from a very, very dominant victory in map number 1. Again, it has been a long hiatus from the board now. A 3-3 scoreline, now 11-3. It's like the beast awoke.
LOL, Tbone playing in GX. Cool,
sort of midway through the first half.
Yep. The first quarter.
Yeah, this is where you're going to look to see.
They use the buff chamber well. Wait, what? Did chamber get buffed, man?
That's the thing for KC. They managed to keep the 3 rifles and the sniper in. They could still win this, and with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't be surprised.
Whoa! You were saying that's a first already, and brave to stick around. Patino now down to 30 HP. Must have been attacked through the wall, otherwise he'd be 10.
But 200 kg में 600 में अच्छा लगेगा.
He's holding on for dear life. He's escaped towards the A site with his TP. But it hasn't helped Giant X out. With a player low and a player down, KC are definitely in the advantageous position. They can group up, look to trade out. It's not going to be impossible. This isn't a very hard round for them if they can use the numbers to their advantage. And I think the first thing they need to do is clear out this man on the corner. If Hoodie can find some value with Patino baiting for him, a lot could be done, but he's spotted immediately. Now he's going to get out of there while being revealed. He does actually escape. Cloud gets one from afar, very aggressive push leads to blindsided to Patino's attack. Even still, though, he's only good for the one. Cloud has to do so much more. The damage done to Tomazi, though. 38 HP. Shock dart through Magnum. Caught as well. That's it.
Oh भाई अच्छी shock dart है भाई.
With an outlaw in hand.
Party उसको तोड़ी.
Doable तो है.
Spike still to be planted and 30 HP himself.
Doable है.
नहीं है
Shock dart for Cloud. As soon as this is tapped, that shock is on the way.
He's trying to work out if there's some.
मारेगा 38 HP में ले sound दे दिया.
The sound a little bit does manage to land the shot onto Redgar. Puts this into 1 versus 1. Cloud already looking to wrap back around, but I think get this one out. Trying to spot where the man on the other side is. That time ticking down. Neither player really knowing where the other is. And eventually Cloud will save them once again. It's their 4th round and the 2nd time he's needed a multi-frag just to get it over the line. And in a bonus again, in a bonus again.
That's the main thing. You know, he basically saved them, as we can now look at it, considering the 3-3 to 11-3. He saved them from what could have been a devastating bonus last half. Now the same thing here. If he doesn't go big, if he doesn't find every single one of these, they are right back down and basically out. Not that it's much better now. 11-4. And the rifles come through from KC. We've just seen what they can do with, I think, 2 Vandals, Bulldogs, a pistol. Outlaw?
क्या लगता है comeback possible है?
Now they've got an ult on the rate and rifles across the board.
Well, that's because he went running in with the ghost in the prior round.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they were gunning to get
तो
this
मैं
all
जॉर्ग गेम कब
online
से
as
खेलेगी
soon
भाई
as
शायद
possible.
फरवरी
Now, I do like the fact that
30th
Giant
से
X,
खेलेगी
they've done the classic, put
देखनी
the
है
side
वेट
to
कर
side,
रहा हूँ
T-Bone को
then the
देखने का
side's
मन
gonna
नहीं
go
कर
to the
रहा है,
other
मैं
side of the
बोला
map.
ना।
So there's no chance that
क्या बोल
that
रहे हो?
utility is going to be online. They've read or seen that the ultimate's available and they've stacked up on the A side of the map. It's going to mean that they are a little bit shallow when it comes to the utility that's over on B, but they've done the same thing with the Viper wall as well. So they will be online when the take comes in.
Here.
I said with the full rifles, it's admitting the
से कम
Outlaw
कर
still in play on Martine. I see your game. I like it. Some good opportunities on this map as well with so many sight lines. But he's diving in first. You know, crazy to see a player doing this. He swapped over weapons to grab the Vandal. He'll be dropped down up close. Magnum didn't even bother taking the Outlaw. He's run out with a classic in hand. Let's hope he's not needed to fight with Narrate down. He may well be. He's finally recovered the Outlaw with a chance to do some damage from afar, but the spike is isolated on sight. Shin's being spotted. Could be spammed from that wall any time now. They need to close in the distance and find some control. Right now, it looks like everything is playing towards Giant X's sword.
मैं बोला ना बे, hey बे,
Blink
didn't
and
do
you
it.
miss it. The kills come in. Shin finds two, and Redgar's alone. The information now finding its way into the hands of KC. There'll be no element of surprise for Redgar. A weaponry disadvantage, but he's got the HP on him at least. 25 shields. Tamazi's tagged, and Shin is very low. Problem is, they're not looking to move, Tom. They're just grouped up, waiting, confirming he's still there. And the time is on their side. They'll take the fight. I love the reposition. I love the way they drop the wall to take a 1v2 fight. And he catches him way off guard. 12 rounds for KC right now, Tom. It is not looking pretty. If you're a Giant X fan, remember, this was their
Shin
map pick.
do here? That's why I want to see. There's something about Shin and finding ridiculous kills and us never seeing it. He just swings off the back of his teammates going down and insta-kill. He didn't even see the second player. And at the same time, Tamazi takes a fight. Like that is the thing again. So much depth within this team in terms of individual talent. It's the Eng
क्यों भाई नाम के आगे रोल नंबर आपका है
duelists and put them in other roles. It means that you can win any round off individual brilliance, and that's exactly what
Look at what
Giant
no way
X
they're
have to
winning,
fight
bro.
with
Case is just
for what
too
is the
good.
final round potentially of the map.
Couple weaknesses in there, Tom. I think it's fair to say.
Mods rally कर रहे होंगे Tbone करके सबने salary के लिए.
Yeah, there's one not weakness, and that's on Purple, who's having a rough day in the office, I'll be honest.
It looks like we just missed Redgar getting tagged up as well. I was thinking maybe it was Decay from something, but a glance at the map sees he's on back B site with a Sheriff in hand, 56 HP. And Vitinho's popping the ulti to try and close some distance, find some information. He'll just get here with the gate crash. Flash is a little shallow. Just wants to be here for Redgar to fight with him, and he picks up one for his trouble, a second as well. They weren't ready for Vitinho, but he needs to do so much more still. Waiting to see Shin's head, but it never comes. Never crests the horizon instead. Purpo and Hoodie are left to do it all. That rifle still yet to find its mark for Purpo.
मैं तो बढ़िया खेला भाई last time.
Keeping him out, so Hoodie's isolated in the duel. The dash leaves him still in the open, but Purpo recovers. 1 versus 1. Martine having snuck away, the time ticking down. No smokes for Purpo. Not even that cloud burst to get him on the spike, to get it near half.
Nah,
Instead, he has to win the fight.
Martine है बे.
Easy clutch है
Open
भाई.
combat, it'll be the
Martine है.
hold thereafter, but Martine's wise to it. He's just playing with the clock, running down the timer.
Playing with his time.
देख बे. Clock
भाई ये सबसे OP पोजीशन है भाई. इधर यहाँ पे smoke होनी चाहिए वरना नहीं होगा.
भाई आपको कुछ और सुने दिया.
A lot of hope for Giant X in this series. If they can recover from that, Sunset up next.
Yeah, this was their map pick as well. This was an absolutely brutal dismantlement of their
Second map close जाएगा लग रहा है.
नहीं ये 2-0 है भाई.
Finishing it 13-4. I'm not feeling good for Giant X. We'll see if they can turn it around after the break.
Wow, I like this music. Dun 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 dun. भाई ये कॉपीराइट वाला सीन नहीं है ना? वाइप तो कर रहे हैं।
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
ये वाला अच्छा है टिबोन भाई, ये वाला गाना सुन।
कितने हरामी हो यार।
सुन रहा है? ओ तेनो।
भाई क्या गाना है भाई, मजा है। Oh baby, wanna come to me tender. उसका ला मैं, उसका ला मैं, इसका ला उसका मैं। वैसे आज किसके आईपीएल मैच है? आईपीएल मैच टुडे। डी से क्यों खेल रहा है भाई आईपीएल? क्यों खेल रहा है डीसी? मुझे समझ में नहीं आया क्यों। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड। 238 मारेंगे इनसे, होगा? बताओ। Oh baby, 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 baby.
And if I can't be close to you, no matter what I try to do, another 100 times I make it right next to you.
आरसीबी क्यों खेल रहा है?
Memories follow me until I get.
मनोरंजन रहती है हमारी गेम में एटलीस्ट। कृपया मुंबई फैंस ना बजे थैंक्स। चैट में मुंबई फैंस ना बजे थैंक्स। माइक टैक्सन और जेक पॉल, हु विल विन? काली सर। सीएसके ऑन टॉप बेबी। जैसा फील आ रही है अभी आरसीबी की कमबैक होगी, पता नहीं क्यों, अजीब सा फील। ब्रह्मांड वाले ना बजे, वही तो। आरसीबी का लाइसेंस ले लेना चाहिए। डोंट यू एग्री? नहीं, क्यों लेनी चाहिए भाई? इसी हिसाब से तो मुंबई का भी लेनी चाहिए। जी एंड आरसीबी सेम पे। 49 ऑल आउट वाले क्यों बात कर रहे हैं पता नहीं। सारे haters.
No love lost, I probably bless him with some stacks at direct deposit levelly. Went from shaking Kool-Aid packets to popping bubbly.
अबे नहीं जीते वे 2-0 मैच है। अगली वाले मैच में VLR GG। टीम लिक्विड बेबी। ये तो जीतनी चाहिए नेट्स भैया। वुमेन्स के पास कप है, आपके पास क्या है टिबोन भाई? भाई हमारी टीम है भाई, इसमें क्या हुआ भाई? जीटी इजी प्लेऑफ्स इस बार है। टिबोन के पास बड़ा कप है। एक्सक्यूज मी। भाई कल मेरे को एक टेस्ट करना है। कल क्या डेट है? 4th है, तो 6 से चालू होगा वॉच पार्टी। मतलब 6 से वर्टिकल एनएचपी होगा। क्या हुआ आज की मैच वैसे? रिजल्ट्स कार्निवल वर्सेस रेवरेंट। भाई रॉसी भाई ने मारा पे 13-0 किया 13-0 किया कार्निवल को क्या और उसके बाद दूसरा औरंगुटान वर्सेस मेडल औरंगुटान हार गए 11-13 सिमर भाई ने मारा वो विबोर आ गया क्या टीम में अच्छा खेला बे मेडल 15-17 हाँ फर्स्ट मैच मारा पे गलत हाँ क्या तुम्हें कार्निवल गेमिंग क्यों ही है लीग में पता नहीं ऐसे ना बोलो यार भाई कितनी रूड हो यार तुम लोग so rude.
He is actually the duelist of these teams, even though Narrate always has that kind of performance that it's a little bit of an eclipses a bit what Martin does.
What up, Dwanil bro?
Especially what we were seeing in Tube, the way that he was controlling the area, getting the kills, the way that everybody in KC was actually moving around the map, how confident they were feeling each time that they were peeking. But I feel like we also saw them from almost everyone in that team. The position that Tomashi was taking on mid just to shoot onto side, it felt like even though we hadn't seen them play this map yet, they know it to a T.
I mean, this is the thing, Purpo, a bit of a rough start here. Honestly, get my boy off of Breeze. I feel like every time Purpo has to come to VCT and play Breeze, he's always having a little bit of a rough time. And of course, he had to take on Martin, who was incredibly consistent.
शर्म करो भाई
well, we can ignore
थोड़ी सी तो शर्म करो
because Bone Cold, maybe just some nerves, right? Having to step in your first game on stage as well, it can't be easy.
No, like 100% it's not easy to just, you know, like come to the venue and play your first game out. But I was still expecting, you know, like for Giant to actually put up, you know, like a little bit more of a fight against KC.
I think that we need to be mindful of the state that both of these teams have arrived into here. Casey just coming in from Madrid. We saw them when they were playing on stage just here. They were vibing with each of the wins. You get both pistols on both sides. Like, everything is going on your favor. And as I said, individual duels, those individual fights, we're getting in at the perfect time each time.
I also want to have a coach cam of Pipson as well. I feel like we didn't see enough of Danny molding. Here he is now, but we will see Sunset coming up next. Bone Cold, what would you like to see Giant X do differently on Sunset?
भाई पीछे की एलईडी की सेटअप देखो भाई इधर से ही दिख रही है
into their eyes. I know the first map was hard, but I want to see, you know, like I want them to like set up Purpo, you know, like for good fights and let them pop off, you know, like let Purpo, you know, like have fun after such a long time, you know, like coming to Berlin and play. Let the guy just roam free, you know.
I love that we're seeing the papers and it said like a PowerPoint presentation just say Carmine Court, and I'm like, what did they have on Breeze? They haven't played on Breeze. What's on those lines?
Well, they have played on Sunset, and Giant X beat Keiko on Sunset the last time they faced each other.
Yeah, and
आपके घर आ रहे क्या बैंगलोर में
kickoff, Casey has not
किसी
played
बोलो बैंगलोर में है वो
during a Masters.
तो उधर ही है
There is that preparation coming in there, but also just thinking and seeing how prepped they were on Breeze, and also thinking that things might be different on Giants. I think that
vertical important है.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, this is a map
don't
where a
miss
Giant
300K.
didn't run the cycle.
हो जाएगा 300K.
They don't have to kind of shoehorn into a role that Nuke was previously playing.
I haven't been really like going into the
vertical में Watchparty करेगा.
Just looking at like from the previous match, I just hope that we can get. I don't know. I was
Would you like to see the double duelist, for example? Again, they did it on Breeze. Would you like to see it on Sunset?
Not really, to be honest. I would love to see them, you know, like Giants.
आप भी किसी के जैसी पहनने हैं क्या?
Very, you know, like by the book, and I feel like
Blue, that's
well, they're actually playing like super well. We saw it last time in
India. बैंगलोर में नहीं बाबा दिल्ली में किसने बोला बैंगलोर में अभी भी बात हुआ मैं स्ट्रीम से पहले.
So hear me out, right? If we see Rega, for example, taking in the Cypher, it actually fits him. We know that he likes to lurk, that he likes to be the last one, and is kind of the player that you can leave on his own. But will we see him?
Well, let's find out now as we take a look here at Agent Select for Sunset, and it doesn't look like they're going to do the stage anymore. And this time around, Bone Cold, they got Hoodie on the Cypher.
I hate this map. I don't know why, man.
Yeah, I mean the comp is actually like this is what I like. I really like, you know, like this is something that I expected, you know, like very default. This is kind of what I wanted to look like, see them from Breeze, but I'm really happy to see them, you know, like just going with something a little bit more solid.
Yeah, Tomasi also moving away from that Viper.
Music
and,
sexy
and
hai.
now he's
Music
taking
dekh
what
be.
Phantom was in, and they're adding in the KO, more initiating power on the side of KC. I mean, that initiation going on to sides, starting on the attack is going to be stellar. It's going to be explosive. And Giant X has changed everything. Fitinho's no longer on that duelist. It's just going to be purple, playing on the raise. Also incorporating the Soba and, you know, moving
Bring
away
back Pearl,
from
yeah,
the bait
bro.
and incorporating the Cypher. If KC had any read onto how Giants
Missing Pearl,
plays
man.
this map, it should go
Kale
the
shake
right
by
now.
K.
But also, I can't help but wonder, Purpo is a good breach
By
player.
stage
He
to
has
mast banaya bhai, kuch bhi
experience
bolo.
playing breach, and
Maza aaya.
Fitinho, of course, his raise, they've swapped these two around.
I mean, maybe this is the new edge, the new way that Giant wants to do things. Maybe Fitu wasn't comfortable anymore. Maybe they want to give Purpo something that he feels more comfortable in. They decided to go for this player out of everything that was out there, so there has to be a reason.
Well, Giant, not a great start on map 1, but they have an opportunity to put it back on Sunset. It's time to jump into the map with Mitch and Tom and see if they can indeed turn this around.
Well, the good thing, Tom, is you never really get those one-sided maps back-to-back, do you?
Oh, why
Don't look at last season. Don't do it. I'm feeling like this is where Giant X they've got the edge.
Vibe to kar rahe, gaane mein aayega nahi na copyright isme.
But now they're coming in, Purpo on the duelist, Fitinho testing out that support. I don't know. It's new, it's different.
Agar copyright aaya na iski weird ki.
I'm trying to figure out why they have the edge.
Odds on them getting more than 4 rounds.
I'd say there's
ये
like
भी गंदा मारेंगे कैसे देख ये तो 2-0 गेम है अबे ये क्या है बे
Look, it was a
बीच
tough
में है इसका
start,
कैमरा
that's for sure. And now moving into the defensive side here on Sunset, they're not going to have control over the pace. That's something KC are definitely going to bring to the table. A quickened pace and a much faster play towards this B site as the plant
पूरा
should be
retake
coming
का
in
मेटा
fairly
है
soon. Nice and comfy.
साइड दे देते बे कि भाई ले लो सर
This
कुछ
is
दिक्कत
not going to
नहीं
be the easiest of retake. Attempting to try and
ठीक है
close in the backlines as well. Obviously, Hoodie now taking over that Cypher. It seems like that role is going to be split between multiple players. Surprised Fitinho's not the one taking it, if I'm honest. I think Hoodie's breach is one I enjoy, but nonetheless, we'll see how they make this work. This is something that KC almost enjoy. Getting into these post-bomb scenarios. They now have that KO as well, which is going to add another layer in terms of the utility, and they may not even need it. So they just slaughter every member of that Giant X squad. The HUD can't even quite believe it just yet.
They can't keep up, Tom, and I don't blame it, considering how things have been going so far. KC, like we said, we expected a quicker pace. It's nasty to see that B setup as well, though. When you play retake on this map, on this site in particular, it is so difficult to avoid just being spammed out from main. There's angles they can hide behind, like this one here for Tomasi. You can't really hit him. There's only a pixel or so of him available, a little wider than that, but it's behind a box, it's through a smoke, and all he has to do is aim.
तो मैं सच बोला ये मैच देखना इजी नहीं है क्या हम जैसे आईपीएल देखते हैं सेम तो ये बैठ के देखो सेम उसने बोला डिफिकल्ट
1-0 on the board. Doesn't look like they're going to change a damn thing, but Giant X have opted to swap up the setup. Obviously with pistols now, they'll stack up on backside, they'll give them the space, but when they look to take it at the last second, the pistols come around the corner, unfortunately. Martin wasn't so hasty to get around there, and he's got the full breadth of the KC attack to back him up. It's about as
ये गेम 950 के अंदर हो जाएगा
Don't go in on Cloud, right? We're going to let him have one little lineup whiff.
जल्दी वाला गेम है
He's been practicing that one for
नेक्स्ट वाला गेम में थोड़ा फील है
at all times because I'm shock darting behind myself.
भाई ये वाले का
Not for
पुराना
Purpo.
कोच रहता था ना
This debut,
मजा आता था देखने
it's definitely
कौन पुराना
not
कोच
started as he'd hope. Any damage he can do here would be nice, and it's not going to be happening. Narrate is going to add him to the death toll, getting ever closer to Thrash as well, which is not something you want to be facing off against in the early rounds. And this is where Giant X should be able to get themselves in with the purchase. The one thing I do like compositionally is they're going to have quite a lot that they can use to try and set up Purpo on this one.
There was no need.
कल की स्ट्रीम में नशा में हो क्या अभी भी
Yeah, Thrash.
I would have slow-mo.
Very dangerous for Nara, yeah, to have these orbs on so
उसकी
soon.
campaign mode
Thrash
खेलनी है याद
confused
रखियो
with Thrasher. That's what they call Magnum when he's swimming in the pool. there's an opportunity for them to get this online pretty much right away. An orb and a plant, which you know you're going to get with Gecko quite a lot of the time. Retake setups from GX towards B this time. Though, KC are here to test their mid control with a straight up paranoia and a dizzy used. So much space claimed, and KC now they have their way with the A side. Redgar's isolated. If anything, they've turned their back to kill Purpo as well. And where does Redgar go? There's a player in front of him, some behind him, and they're all around. But Redgar got two. Maybe there's still a chance with a 2v2.
Yeah, there's a possibility. Already able to get extra information. The plant actually somewhat being faked. It looks like they're going to go back towards the B site. This is such an intriguing reset of the round. You can see the Giant X players, they're slowly encroaching on A. They're making their way in. They're checking their angles. They're looking for their opponents. And they're not there. They're gone completely, all the way over to the other side of the map. He's got time to reclaim some of his utility, and I think soon, for Hoodie, the penny's going to drop because he's cleared the entirety of the A site. Finally, they're going to start their run back to the other side of the map.
No, control low, no, jao.
They expect them to be closer, Mitch. They expect them to be much closer.
So yeah, he brings it back. I was going to say...
Oh,
didn't really make it that far around the corner. That's not retrievable. Thrash here, a glorified recon drone. It buys them a little bit of time, but there's a drone on the other side. GX will claim back that space.
Clear nahi kiya.
See the player close.
Clear nahi kiya.
Too quickly. Tamasi is the jump, but he loses the fight. And Narrate's now alone. He's good in these positions. Clutching. Connection, clinical, and he doesn't even flinch.
The funny thing is as well is it's almost like he let the first player run across. Because the thing is, again, Giant X, I feel like they played that right. Hoodie runs across because he's low, and then Cloud is the one to peek. Narrate kills the peeking player and then goes back to the low HP one afterwards. I don't know if that's planned, intentional, but that's disgusting. And 3-0 up from bad to worse for Giant X. They're now going to have to go in with a weak buy.
Oh, that's a devastating one as well. Just beaten out of the round by some innovative plays from KCGX. They have some tricks up there. One of them to show early mid push. Flash into the double blast packs, but it hasn't worked. Seems to be the B site. Close nade, not going to clear out any traps. It's the most important one to clear because you just cannot shoot that one. They send in the wingman, but not with the spike. It wasn't a misclick. Yeah, they intended to hit the A site. And look, well, the rotations. There's a lot of Giants players on that B side.
What are you going to do in terms of utility to delay? Is Marco going to use his paranoia here in a at least not until they get back into a retake scenario. Cloud at least having a weapon to play with is something.
नहीं बाबा वो प्रॉपर प्लांट के लिए बेचते हैं ना बीम में वो वाला उसने भेजा.
The fact is though, KC, they're just playing this as a unit. Normally you'd have a player behind.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
You don't need it when you've got such a high weapon advantage.
ब्रिज भाई हुआ था यार एक बार.
Will be a question of damage. Even this early, a lot of KC players have low credits, and here comes GX, their chance now to make this costly. Good to start. 2-2 trades, and keeping players close for the spike explosion. If it even goes off. In fact, Fatinho's got 3 in just about enough time. Tamasi needs to be quick, getting out of the smoke, and he's hit the diffuser. He might just have won them this. It's close.
Oh, that's so disgusting. I love just the brains of the players on KC. They shouldn't have even been in that scenario. Ultimately, they lose everybody. But the fact is that split-second decision of if I'm going to kill someone, it has to be the guy defusing. That's exactly what he does. And from another young star. Like that's the thing I always enjoy about KC. Is they're a team that are playing above their experience level. Above their age. Like you expect someone who's been on this stage a million times to come out and do a play like that. Tamasi, he's been in tier 1
मुझे लग रहा था
for a
पहले
couple of
जीतेगा.
months.
मैं सोचा पहले सोचा कि दूसरा वाला गेम से
as well. He's not looked too bad. Purpo though leading the charge in this one. 2 quick kills and they're fighting tooth and nail for
कैसे होगा ना भाई?
Over committing to the duels perhaps until The support from Cloud and Fitinho tying that one up nice and neat. And that is one hell of a change from the round we just saw. But
time pe
round we
Red
just
Guard
saw
ki
was
team
Fitinho
top
going
notch
in.
team
3 kills on the breach with a Sheriff. The confidence now might be regained a little bit.
The big thing as well is the economy. Remember the last rounds that we had it was coming down to the wire. Single player surviving and then 0 players surviving the round after. So actually the main problem that's there for KC is their finances are about as bad as you could ever have to actually buy back into this win. So sure, they had themselves thrashed, they had themselves a couple of SMGs, but that's not what you expect to see for a team that have won this many rounds.
That didn't get a kill.
अरे बाबा सिर्फ spectating वाला
the
में
surface, but now right? Okay, a return.
तो adjust करना pings भाई क्यों रो रहे हो?
A cloud burst as well, but I was going to say no chance to use it.
और चीज़ में RR करने
It's
का.
actually had a little bit of a whiff. Fitinho a little closer than he was expecting him to be, and these pistols now left for walkabouts. Magnum won't find the space. Shin will be left alone. With the spike down.
Access मिला है.
Not really a chance for him to get out of this one with a win.
No, it would basically be down to damage. Can he do anything? Can he remove some weaponry? And you could see Giant X all grouped up as a unit, a firing squad that he should never be able to connect onto. And it will be another round onto the board for Giant X. Again though, not much, if anything, really invested into that round for KC. So this is again where you kind of expect to see a bit of a response.
And the last 2 rounds have seen a lot of aggression. Actually, the last few rounds have seen a lot of aggression out of the side of Giant X. Here they can feel confident in taking those duels, considering the weapon opponents have. They also started it out with a showstopper, which is obviously something you're going to use to break the momentum and charge forward. But it's something that can get a little bit predictable. I don't expect to see them throwing it out round after round. But here again, the blast pack play comes through. The stun has actually caught Purpo.
Yeah.
Which is
single digit
Look at the rotation as well. That's the main thing. You already have yourself
Baba,
majority of the players rotating over on the other side of the map to get themselves set up and ready. Now the Thrash is at least going to clear some of the utility, but actually sending it forward is only going to slow them down. Immediate response off that rolling thunder. It's going to drop immediately. The flash through, however, it's only going to garner a trade. And now that pushback coming through from the side of Giant X, making things more costly, making things close, as it will just be Tarazi left. 1 versus 2. As they look to peak this one together. Great work from Giant X and a good round overall.
Yeah, another very good look from them. A great read. Obviously, on the back of the A aggression, they get so much control. They can be confident that that play is not coming in. They can rotate on time if it is. The B site has been just straight up blitz when KC go there. They take a lot of space. They overwhelm it. And although we've seen Giant X retake before, it really didn't go too well a couple of times. Now we're seeing them get ahead of that, actually fight, take down the wingman, not let the plant go in. This is much more of what we need to see from this squad. They're getting involved, really getting their teeth into this. A 3rd round already found.
KC strong team है बाबा.
KC, aggression.
Strong, heavy, strong quality.
It's not the same from Giant X. You can't just push up like that every round. Eventually, there's going to be 5 guys staring at you when you make a round.
Look at the jump already. I thought Martin might actually be able to get away with that. As he does get very far forward again. They make these rounds look competitive, but the amount of HP they've already lost should make this easy pickings for the rest of Giant X.
It would have to be a crazy round for them to recover.
Done करे तो जाके aggressive जाओ ना डरते.
Give you the time that you want to get that spike planted because they've got the numbers advantage to work with. I do like that they're just sticking together too. Just a blob of defenders. As I see Redgar go back the other way, get a little worried, but he's got the HP. And he was only holding
ये single digit तो है अभी KC देखो जीतेगा easy.
Ton of time. Looks like
1-1 तो नहीं होने वाला मैं लिख के दे.
Possible है बे. ये लोग का map है ना, Giants का map. पहले वाला KC का था.
But either way, this is the
कब
plan.
map हो KC जैसा team.
Maybe we catch him off guard here or there.
1-1 नहीं
Play the
करेगा.
retake as a team.
The big thing is how much utility is available for Giant X because of how fast-paced this round
डरते क्या bro?
was for the side of KC. There's not really going to be any opportunities to wean out that utility. So you've still got paranoia, you've still got nade, aftershock, flashes, stun. They should have everything needed for them. Now being in mid,
मैं ऊपर वाला confuse हो गया
they should be able to hit the direction they need to go in. And the main thing for Giant X is that they don't get caught off guard. They don't make a mistake giving up a kill. And for now, at least, they are still sticking together as a unit. The only worry for me is they are moving very slow.
Yeah, the timer's going to be ticked away. There's some weapons to spam with. Narrate, not really. He's on the Vandal. A chance for Shin. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be down to blind luck, essentially. They're willing to gamble this round with the lower HP on spam wins. It's not always going to work out. Defuse underway. Out of bullets. Spray from Shin is good. A few bullets connected. Narrate closes it. They gambled this round. Spams through the smoke. And it's worked out in their favor. KC can't put a foot wrong. The lead will remain in their hands.
They shouldn't have won that round. They really shouldn't have won that round. Like, the initial spam, I was like, okay, that's a nice kill, but surely still Giant X are going to be able to convert this. And then the rate, what's that?
That's a headshot.
What even is that? It's just a blind random spray that just takes out one player and gives him an easy 1v1 on the second. I don't know how they managed to take that one home. And actually, but maybe they agree, because KC are going to be the ones to take a pause.
What a weird time to be alive. Celsius can be a fan of Sentinels, and Narrate, possibly my favorite player in the Emea as a North American.
Means मैं G versus Zeta prediction क्या है?
We all know who your favorite player in the Emea is, so
क्या बोल रहे
we'll use that for a second.
2-0 13-0
क्या बात है 13-0 दोनों मैप
दोनों
क्या बात है भाई ऐसे पॉजिटिविटी चाहिए
Very different reasons.
आप आईपीएल में किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
मैं आरसीबी 30 साल कप नाम दे
अब पता चला
Calling hacks on if we were in a ranked lobby. The things he does.
You're not in
just
his ranked lobbies.
No, of course not.
You are.
That's Colin Smurfing at least. The shots that he hits, man. The shots he goes for. I think that's more the impressive thing, because he.
Bro, G versus Zeta मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता. Last time मैं clean shave हुआ था पूरा. इस बार I'm playing safe.
11-4 right now as a Gecko. Thrash is almost back online.
Bleed में क्या changes हुआ है recently?
Tamazi again.
Crazy guy नहीं है और इन कौन
being
है?
in this team, he played Cypher 5 times ever.
नहीं बाबा कौन
It's
इनने
his
मेरे
second
को?
map in a row. It looked pretty decent on the last. It's looking fantastic at the moment in this
नहीं
map.
crazy guy नहीं है.
It is showing just how much depth a lot of these, like I said, duelist players
ये है बाबा.
actually have within. Again, they're gonna
Zesh
have
Zesh.
free reign.
ए ये भी नहीं है क्या?
Early contact last time out, the afterplant didn't happen, and there was a lot in terms of the retake.
अबे ये है कि नहीं है?
Now there is a Hunter's Fury available for Cloud, which is going to try and throw through here. But he's actually had to give up on it, or well, didn't have a choice because of the null command.
जी 2 साल के Phanteks में कुछ कर पाए आज तक.
Good ult by Magnum,
But sir,
countering
आप
it
क्यों?
perfectly.
आप
Fight in
valorant
towards
देखते
spawn. They
हो?
can't overcommit to this.
ये नहीं
GX
पता
are
है.
tucked in some nasty positions. In fact, it was Fitinho I was talking about. He's given it away as 3 look to push forward, but the reposition from Tamazi. You mentioned his Cypher looked good, but this is just him looking good. Fantastic play. And even though he's gone down to 4, he stopped Breach Fitinho from being able to put any util down, from being able to fight with his team. Maybe that trade would have changed
Oh, Crazy Guy
the course of this entirely with the players in main.
By Pacific इस बार spicy रहेगा games.
They just needed that extra gun in the fight.
क्या
They
बोल
couldn't
रहे
get it.
Do we
हाँ,
have
क्या
a
बोल रहे
rule that we're not allowed to show shit multi-frags?
ये है.
Because
Egoist और ये गया. Crazy Guy
I'm
गया.
genuinely starting to believe it now. Now, don't get me wrong.
Zilv hates shit.
We should have been following Tamazi there because he had the right position to
कब
get
है
the
match
kill.
versus G का public?
Just peaks and absolutely wrecks everyone. And this guy as well, like you have to think about the team he was in last year. His own individual level last year, it wasn't even comparable to what we're seeing from him, even from kickoff, from Masters, and here today. And what again, we were at a scenario where Giant X get to 3 rounds, and immediately it's like KC just flip a switch, turn back on, and they're far in the lead once again. Now this has been one of the major successes. That aggression
कल heavy games है. Vitality Navi, Fnatic Heretics क्या बात.
You know, that info's worked well when it's an A site play or a slow B. This time though, much pacier again. The paranoia has delayed them entirely. Shin just about snuck away from that bullet.
सीखना पड़ेगा भाई. इधर से उधर, उधर से इधर, इधर से उधर,
That spike still needs to be
उधर से
landed.
इधर.
They want to take advantage of the chaos. So with quick kills coming in. And Thrash used up. It's actually caught them. Huge with Redgar. I don't know what's happening with now right there.
Are you trolling, buddy?
Redgar in the end. Bought some time perhaps for Tamazi to come up and find this quick kill, make it more awkward, but he's left in a 1v2. Tamazi to do it all.
VCLS का याद रखियो.
The defuse
सिर्फ
down.
semi-finals और finals करेंगे, ठीक है?
Instead, but they're all
वो मजा आएगा.
They're willing to run down this clock a little bit, and the cage didn't quite reach where it needed to. Purpo on his third kill of the round and gets GX a fourth.
Yeah, he's definitely looking a little bit better. I think with especially a lot of the retakes that Giant X are playing into, they're sending in a lot of utility to just give him space, get back into the site.
Oh, 6th ko hai.
Know who got killed there.
Global versus Zeta.
But then, yeah, just moving as a unit.
उसके बाद Secrets versus DRX. क्या बात है.
Fitinho as well. Really putting up
जी को खेलने दे रहे वही बहुत है भाई कितनी नफरत है यार जी के अगेंस्ट दीपक भाई को देखते यार इस बार ब्रो लास्ट टाइम भी मैं थोड़ा वो था कि ग्रेड के अगेंस्ट नहीं जीत पाएंगे लेकिन जीता ना ब्रो कुछ तो किया होगा इस बार
fighting to equalize this scoreline at the half.
हाँ public क्या हो?
X have quite a battle on their hands, looking for a B main crunch with lots of utility again, but cancelled out. Well placed.
Sam to gay.
But Chin's fall into the spams. They're running through this util and they're losing their lives to it. A showstopper used confirms the round. Purpo even landing his third back to back. GX 5 on the board. Rolling Thunder online. Rifles in their hand. This could be a much better half than it was looking like it would be.
Yeah, it's been a sort of back and forth in terms of streaks of rounds, but to level
Tbone
it up
by
after
looking like
pretty rough start to this match would really not be a bad showing from Giant X whatsoever. I think as well the fact that we are seeing Purpo come more and more into this game is going to be really important because he is the pinnacle. When it comes to that attack side, he's going to be the focal point of their entire move.
Like comeback scene or what?
It seems like the same again. KC, they are
सच
not
भी नहीं बोल
going
सकते
to shy
right
away
to
from this
बोल
B side,
सकते
feeling comfortable in their post plants once they can get there. That's what
दिल से
Giant X
बुरा
have been
लगता
doing well
है
though. They've been stopping
नेट
them
सिर्फ
getting there in
ट्रैप
the
तोड़ने
first
के लिए
place.
यूज हो रहा है आजकल हाँ
Well,
क्या साउंड का
interrupting, disrupting these pushes. Last round it was inside B main. This time
Bro,
it's going to be
trap
market
किसी
they fight
use
for.
का भी है उसका
Magnum
साइफर का
quickly claims control. The retake on the backside though, it's spiked down now under their control. Giant X might have something to work with. They know the Purpo's here. They know the site is lost, at least they're spotting that as we speak. A costly bit of information, good blast pack, but the player's too close. Cloud
GX winning this or what?
They've shut down Purpo, leaving it to the 1 versus 1. The sneak around from the right, 45 HP, spotted, trap destroyed, headshot.
Nice, baby, nice.
2 HP remaining, but it's enough, just about.
Yeah, I was seeming like in some of the early stages of this matchup that the Cypher might just be a little bit cursed for Giant X. I won't lie, Redgar's still not been having the best of days.
ऋषि सर को भी पता है ये बात बस वो बोलते नहीं है
management that needs to be done. But the half looking much better. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the way of Giant X, and now, as said, heading into that attack side, that's where Hoodie's going to be able to get on those levels a little bit more. And as said, that's where Purpo and Fitinho is still going to be that double duo. Those setups that are going to have to be put into place well for him to get those opening kills.
क्या हरामी लोग हैं भाई चैट
Sure to be exciting. The pressure on.
क्या हम बोल सकते हैं मेरी चैट सबसे बड़ा हरामी चैट है in the world of streaming career
close against a team that did so well internationally and regionally.
अजी भैया
इसका मैच है
call it stage but in kickoff.
IPL पता नहीं यार
But that's not an
मैं नहीं
accolade that they're
देखता
looking
यार
for.
RCB के मैच
They
नहीं है
want
तो
to
मैं
beat
नहीं
them.
देख सकता
They want to take that spot in Shanghai, and it's going to be a long road for them. Even in this series, 6-6 pistol round, carry some weight.
छोटे बच्चे
They can
जैसा
farm up
behave
some
कर
rounds. It could be good for them, but Redgar off to a poor start. He's dropped
बचपन से बड़े
off
हुए
rip.
फिर अभी
But
अभी
it looks like they want to fight for spawning.
This might be the wrong call. There's a couple of players
अरे
waiting.
मैं
The
पूछ
flash
रहा था
should
मतलब
actually be
बचपन
able
से
to
बड़े
catch
हुए
one team.
अभी
He
हुए
dodges it, but still isn't able to take that fight. Magnum not quite quick enough on the trade. Narrate also looking to push in. He did damage early in the round to Cloud, keeping them low, but this death ball, the swing's coming out, it's not pretty. Eventually he gets the job done. Left on to Cloud, to the beginning of the round.
Love you, baby.
Left on 20 to try and find 2. Spike planted, not in a bad
We bounced
position.
back better from 1977
already
G.
just pre-firing some of the shots. The smoke onto it is going to make things all the more difficult. Needs this kill immediately, and even the tap to the face isn't quite going to be enough. It will be KC to regain their lead. A second pistol as well in this map should give them good opportunity to convert it, but we already know that Giant X are pretty good with those comebacks so far in this map at least.
कैसा है बेटे बढ़िया कृष्णा
I mean, a slower start is never ideal, but
casual
they can pick it up towards the end. That's all good. Just the pistol
भाई
makes it that
stretch
a
में
little
वाकई
bit more
कुछ
difficult.
difference
It
है
swings
क्या?
the odds in
सब लोग देखो
KC's favor.
stretch
They've
ही
got
खेल
the lead
रहे
in the half, and they've got an injection of rounds. I don't expect to see a force buy coming out of Giant X. Probably just take it on the chin and move on to round number 15. And as we can see, indeed, it will be just classics. One Ghost on Hoodie. An opportunity to fight together. They use their utility off rip, stuns, nades. Actually, no, the nade wasn't even thrown out from Purpo there. I thought it was. I guess KC just using a lot of that utility to push.
GE का एग्जाम है आपको देके मुट्ठी मार के सुने जा रहा हूँ क्या बात मेरे को देके
setup though.
मारो एक्सप्रे मारो
Retake on this map, so they are more than happy to give up that space, allow
ये अगर बाहर आया इसकी लगने वाली
The only real danger in this round is going to be Hoodie on the lurks. It's being checked for, but he is so passive. He's not going to be found. The only thing will be if he can hit that timing just right. The thing is, the main problem, that weaponry disadvantage.
They're close range though.
Hey, देखा उसने bro.
With Cloud and
क्या?
with a classic in his hand. This is unbelievable.
ये क्या हुआ भाई?
Shouldn't have had a chance in this round, and instead Cloud got 4
निकाले भाई इन लोगों ने.
Starting with that with a classic and finding 3 of them with it. I mean, I'm going to need a replay of that. I have no idea how he managed that.
I'm fairly sure that they've lost every single pistol so far in this game, and every single time in the map there has been a point. And most of the time it was the bonus round, like where they were coming in with rifles. This time he does it a little bit earlier, where he comes out with a multi-frag that they never really should be winning.
7-7.
He's got him back. He's got him back. He's firing back. And 7-7. We're tied up again.
दे यार थोड़ी leaks दे दे यार.
I said I didn't expect
जिंदगी में मुझे मसाला
to
चाहिए.
force buy.
लड़ाई करो ना वापस तुम लोग.
They didn't. They still won the round. Now we're neck and neck. And in fact, the ball's in their court. Weapons for the attackers and none for the defense.
Vertical is the easiest shit for streamers.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah, watch that get 4 kills.
ये किसका है बे तेरा है?
When there's a will, there's a way.
दे दे यार मुझे भी दे दे
I don't know if
यार.
the Midgeman curse is that strong, but we'll have to wait and see. Are they going to check? They are. No way that Tamazi survives much longer. In that one, Magnum already gone. The rest of them just looking to run around the corner. And while Martin is the only one left, there will be one kill at least. But for the first time, well, I guess in either map, Giant X are actually going to take themselves the lead at 7-up.
देख देख कैसे मजे ले.
Did actually play this map within the series, and it was the map the Giant X
यार
won.
मैप तेरी नहीं चाहिए मुझे लिक्विड का गेम देखनी है.
Obviously a map that KC have been very confident in.
Target native.
And maybe with the changes,
अब ये
scrim
मसल
results, we
जैसे
don't
दिख रहा है
know.
ना?
But the fact is, right now they're down.
Well, barely anyone died as well in that previous round. With the context of that and a full eco win in the round prior, the
guys आज वैसे गिवअवे करेंगे ठीक है? 5 पोस्टर वैलोरेंट की. याद करियो लास्ट टाइम भूल गया था मैं.
for KC on their map pick,
याद करियो.
their defense
5
is now
पोस्टर
really under threat.
ठीक
This
है?
defense being challenged.
वैलोरेंट की पोस्ट कार्ड क्या
B
बोलते
side.
हैं? पोस्टर कार्ड.
Paranoia is
घर पे
used
लगा दो
as they
बेस्ट.
claim control of the site. It hasn't pushed anyone back though. Tamazi is playing the retake. Part of the plan from the get-go.
अबे लास्ट टाइम मैं भूल गया था बाबा.
And if they do go for the B main post
आज फातिमा पूछ रही है वो जरा डिटेल्स भेज दे. क्या डिटेल्स
Fury
भेजा?
used proactively though. I like the idea. Purpo's been able to catch one as well. They've lost Redguard, but they're not allowing them to get into the retake. This adaptation from Giant X is wonderful. They know exactly what their opponents are going for. As said, we set up this map knowing the KC love to go for the retakes. If you think Pips and Plan
comeback
are
कर
also
रहे हैं यार.
looking at those
Liquid की
spots
game
and working out
देखनी
the way
है.
they want to play.
अच्छा खेल रहा है Giants भाई.
And so far, Giant X have done
Yeah, they're doing
fantastically well
comeback.
just to be disruptive. Get in their face.
अपने पास
put the
रखो
Hunter's
और
Fury through
चाहिए
the
तो मेरे
second
को
they're
बोलना.
setting up.
शर्म करो
Throw
नहीं.
in Purpo to take some fights aggressively and just not allow those positions to be taken. Solid round from Giant X, and while okay, the showstopper will still be there, the couple of rifles will still be there.
नहीं चाहिए पोस्टर. भाई नहीं चाहिए तो मैं नहीं करूँगा ठीक है?
The problem
चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए गिवअवे?
the scoreline now starting to slip away.
फालतू को मेरा टाइम वेस्ट होगा इसलिए.
Well, this is it. Yeah, a position that didn't look like they were going to find themselves in. GX certainly has
भाई KO नहीं
something to work
किमी
with.
वाकोर कपरे
I like you're saying. I like the idea from them.
छूता है क्या बे?
They're not really pushed out of the
Watchman?
comfort zone in those
काहे
first
लिख रहे हो?
20, 30 seconds. They give up control.
नहीं
they step
चाहिए?
back, and they know they've got the way back in. And the problem was they were expecting, like I said, GX to plant the spike, go back in main, play that post plant. Instead, they push forward. They take those fights to
भाई
them.
लास्ट में पोल
It's a
डालेंगे
much
चाहिए
better
कि नहीं
look.
चाहिए.
They're
जिसने भी
finding
नहीं चाहिए
success.
बोला उसका लिस्ट आएगा 5 लड़के
now possible for this attacking squad.
Pool के हिसाब से
It's
करेंगे
the
ठीक
same
है
thing from KC, the same setup, I guess, because they didn't use.
No, I mean Giant X. I think they were expecting aggressive elements in this round. So for the first 30 seconds, they just sit there. They go, okay, they've got double flashes. They're going to want to push us. They're going to want to send Martin in, maybe with that showstopper. So let's just wait and see.
भाई अब मैं समझ गया भाई अब हर बार B में भाई मैं तो वैसे भी खेलता नहीं हूँ अभी साइफर
most of the time they've been playing retake. The problem is they
क्योंकि उधर डालने से फायदा नहीं
They did damage too.
आज गेमिंग भी हो गया भाई सुबह की गेमिंग
but all that utility coming through, the spams as well, it scared them. GX though might not be changing direction so much as changing their approach, fighting for some mid control. Split through market possible here with still the B lurk. I'm expecting
PS5 चाहिए भाई PS5 मत बोलो यार
smokes on the left side of mid, not using it more passive like you'd expect to cover their
30 seconds
cross
left.
through.
PC में setup
I think
करनी
that's
पड़ेगी
just
मेरे को
trying to
PS
keep players in position.
मेरे को एक्चुअली कैमरा लेना था यार
As soon as they hear
साला
that
50,000 की कैमरा
the wrap is back around. The players move to the site. Magnum good for one. Showstoppers caught another, and this has slowed down the push from GX. But still, the man advantage isn't that far gone. But 12 seconds is the main problem. The plant needs to come through, and it looks like it will. But the blitz right afterwards puts them in the ground.
ले भाई हो गया ना कम बैक ले
Again, I don't mind the initial setup that we saw from Giant X. They were passive, they were patient, they were waiting for their opponents. But this time, Casey were just happy to stack up a site, get the read right initially,
will you ship it to
and
US?
just
हाँ भाई
stick
sure
around ready to have all of that utility remaining at the end. And I think that was the main thing, is that Giant X, because of their slow pace, because they weren't really pressuring them until right at the end, you still had a showstopper, you still had a paranoia, you still had pretty much every single piece of utility available to then delay to the very last seconds. And well, for Giant X, not a round to be hoping to lose. Luckily, because of the way the rounds have gone,
अब एलेक्स होता था अब एलेक्स होता तो अलग ही होता सी
It's going to be a blitz.
ले मुद दिया तेरे कमबैक पे लो देखो सैम को कितनी टॉक्सिक कैसे टॉक्सिक बन गए आप सैम बताओ
to push Giant X
और आप क्यों बोल रहे हो
than to actually catch them with a quick play.
हाय कितना गंदा आदमी है
Re-smoked, rolling thunder, time to run. Showstopper searching for a target.
Yeah, you see कैसे
dies in the end.
देखा ना
Finds a target, but there's no way to capitalize on it. They've got to fall back. Giant X have earned that advantage.
This is now problematic.
बोलो ना नाम बोलो ना सैम नाम बोलो तभी मैं मानता हूँ नाम बोलो भाई नाम बोलने से क्या डर
There's a trip there as well. Giant X instead have just opted to slow right down.
भाई ये तो आराम से जंप कर सकते हैं
from this defense. They could catch them. Pop flash looking to go over the top. Trying to reclaim some space. They had the close.
You know what? Do they even know?
The Gecko utility. The Magnum is
yeah? Sound नहीं आया क्या बे इनको?
I think they genuinely.
अबे नहीं बे फ्लैश की साउंड में वो मैचिंग वाला हुआ. तू समझ गया? अबे क्या बोल रहा है बे?
They were definitely unaware. KC though, unaware of the player towards the.
हाँ वो है लेकिन वो उसमें बिजी था ना स्मोक देने में वगैरह.
They won't get much more than that.
ले भाई हो गया तुम्हारा कमबैक ले.
I was all in on Cloud stocks there, but wow, they went plummeting.
Yeah, I don't think it helped that his entire team died.
That was it. They buy
Comms नहीं है bro. Comms की वाला सीन है. ओमन थोड़ा busy था smoke करने में.
Behind them, just
I got one. Everyone's dead.
बस पट उड़वा सब कुछ.
Yeah, I genuinely think that Redgar, I don't know if he was setting up a smoke, but they made it very clear that they were coming from behind. Like they broke the trip. They threw a flash over the top. So I guess that either it just wasn't commed or
just threw the knife too.
Yeah,
from behind.
It just seemed like. Yeah, just got a little bit lost, and that was what gave them the space to basically come back in on the retake.
I'm fairly certain he was hit by that knife, so he could not have been setting up his baby. He was just lost in the sauce for a second, and I guess trying to coordinate the push, it got a little chaotic. These things happen. It's been tough. And at 9-9, he still got rifles.
Hate कितना क्यों मिलता है apartment में?
Actually, any good ones. This rifle round's gonna have a lot on the line for them. Attack pause.
भाई building आने से पहले dogs इधर थे तो वो लोग कहीं नहीं जाने वाले.
Really, But if you're Giant X, you're mapped down, the momentum just switched hands to your opponents.
Building आया उनको थोड़ी पता है भाई इधर building आया ये वो.
Where they're a couple rounds
वो तो उधर ही
losing their opening matchup.
अलग ही आ रहे थे.
This is not where you want to be if you're Giant X. Now, obviously, this
Senders
is not
match
similar
का
to
पता है.
kickoff
Senders
in the sense of the format. Like we're not sitting there going, you lose 2 games, you're done for the season. It's like to get into playoffs, you need to finish within that top 3 within your group. Obviously, you're in the group with 5 teams. That's a little bit more difficult to do. But at the same time, you are going to be still given an opportunity. And I think losing to KC, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I think even just being a little bit more competitive. We've got some signs of life. Patino on the breach looking good. Cloud's still there. Purpo coming alive in this map at least. There's definitely some signs that Giant X, like say for example, they play against the likes of a BBO or Koi, like probably put them in that advantage spot, whereas KC, we expect them to be a Masters team. Like that's what we're looking at now. They have proven themselves at the highest degree. The issue with this map, I think, though, that will be frustrating is they've had opportunities. They've had a lot of opportunities, in fact, and some of them just seem like, okay, some quieter performances, like Redgar especially, just hasn't really been there in either map, and I think that we're even seeing just blips and mistakes that are happening. And for the other side of things, you've had a couple of switch-ups, like Thomas has said, now moving over to and it looks good. Like, it doesn't look like he's out of pocket, uncomfortable at any point. So I think it's just proving again that this KC roster, even though they haven't had much time, they've had like a week, they've still been in the lab, they've still been working.
And that's another aspect to it.
Don't wear hair, don't wear cap. Even by hair growth effect hota hai.
Having limited time to prep for their matches, let alone think longer term, further ahead. Think about Clove coming soon as well. But the other aspect is Giant X, whatever they've been practicing, whatever they've been mulling over, and it wasn't really an aspect of Breeze, I suppose, with KC. They haven't had to show anything. Whereas KC have. Like, the week preparation they have is trying to build on something that everyone else can look at or start from scratch.
क्या famous है guys? कोरिया में क्या famous है? Google करो एक बार.
I think the thing that stands to them, despite, you know, obviously their prep, they were one of the teams that
Pinky
was
भी जा रही है क्या?
most when it came to Madrid, despite the schedule. They were
साला
still
अकेला जा रहे Pinky ये.
go right away into scrims. They've got the hard work and the dedication, but they just have this insane depth of young talent that no matter what happens, they can clutch out a situation.
Riman famous है. Riman क्या होता है? Riman
season as well. I would say we saw him do a lot, but we
Riman
saw the impact of it.
क्या dish है क्या कुछ?
And you know, this is a squad that even he's had his games. He's also had his bad games, but we don't need.
No, you do keep bringing it up every time.
It's just very funny.
I don't think you've gone. Yeah, you haven't gone a single match
since
day where you haven't brought that up.
I know.
तेरे भाई आओ ओयो पे मीटअप करते हैं कभी.
He's my second favorite Spartan.
ये क्या है नाम?
हमने खाया था ना वो.
तू क्या बोला था रामन को?
Okay. I like it when they take the helmets off.
रामेन है क्या? ये रिमान बोल रहे थे चैट में. RAMEN बोलो ना. RAMEN क्या है?
It's been a long time for something to get back.
भाई मुझे नहीं पता था बाबा.
Can I say it with your permission?
Okay, got you. So I was just getting filled in on what
हाँ बोल दो रुको एक मिनट पूछता हूँ आते
KC had a little bit of a tech issue where they
weren't able to
speak to their coach.
I think it was they weren't able to. So basically, we're going back into the same
कोरियन मिल
place
जाते
we
तो
were
शर्म
at.
करो
They
शर्म.
themselves the round.
वो भाई
They
उधर
wanted to
इंग्लिश
take
नहीं
a
चलता है
pause,
क्या
and the
पब्लिक?
timer basically was just going to go into the round, so you have to restart the round to get yourself back to the same point. Otherwise, it's.
अरे उस दिन जब हम थाईलैंड में खाया वही था ना कोरियन फ्राइड चिकन था ना याद है?
We're going to go straight into what will be a pause for KC, which it seems to be something that these rounds get a little bit more tight, get a little bit more messy at times. They're quite happy to go, okay, well, we've seen that, like, I think that the thing I like with Eng is clearly a very proactive. He's not reactive. He's not looking at something and going, we just lost that round, I need to take a pause. He's going, we won that round, but I think this was a mistake that we want to fix before we lose. goes around. And that's something he does. We've already seen it multiple times.
Korean girls, sharam
To some
karo.
extent as well, the fact that you don't get those reactive pauses, you know, to each team their own style. But I think there's an element of trust within the core that you've built there, within the protocols you've established, that if you do lose to something that's blatant,
Raman Paji ko isne target kiya ye gaya. Excuse
that's
me.
something you don't need to
Ye kya
pause
baat?
on. You know, so listen in for a second. Go, wait, they're not talking about that thing they need to. Pause. There's always upsides to it, downsides. But I think A is a coach that should most certainly be studied. This man has done so much with so many different rosters. And now here on KC, after a splendid regional run, a spectacular regional run, a splendid international one, they now look.
Delhi और RCB भाई दिल्ली तो गया आज डाउट ही नहीं है
win up with a 2-0 in terms of maps. It's all possible.
Yeah, they'd have
for
4
KC.
points.
Maybe racking it up.
No one else is even going to be remotely close. They'll be the only team still with points. Yeah. But of course, GSKILL still stand in their way. We're at a 9-9 scoreline. It definitely isn't done yet, and it looks like we're going straight back in to what will be this
ये कह रहा है adjust करो क्यों RR कर रहे हो?
Already though, set up immediately for a reach.
Oh!
Through the smoke.
ऐसे ही मारा
Managed to
भाई.
take 2 heads off while he's doing it.
भाई क्या मार रहा है भाई? ये Phantom ले रहा मैं.
Portugal could have had himself a
Ace
ace.
नहीं
It's
है
not
भाई,
going to
ले
be
लिया.
happening. Should have stolen it
भाई ये
away.
Phantom ले ले क्या public?
Dear Lord, that was an absurd round from the youngster.
Phantom से मारा बाबा.
Pause, Tom.
नया वाला Phantom.
How do you set that one up?
हाय ये देखो हमारी
Wake
Vandal
up,
क्या
boys.
Phantom क्या बताया? भाई इसने कैसे मारा बे बिना spray से
Two
टक मारा
players
तो.
granted, blinded,
अरे,
but swinging out,
कैसी
just
में है ना
popping their
वो?
heads like birthday candles. Let's go.
समझा कैसी क्यों मारा?
10-9 for KC, coming
Guys,
out of a
इसको
pause,
block करो,
swinging.
तुम लोग बताओ.
But GX aren't on their last legs just yet. They've still got some credits left to expand.
भाई दिल से बुरा लगा भाई इनको लगा पहली बार कि होने वाला है कम.
Disadvantage now has been gifted to KC.
आप तो Vandal player हो.
I guess
यार इसलिए यार मैं अभी
there was
Phantom
some
वाले skin नहीं
flash that
लेता.
was thrown out, but
बहुत
clearly
है
was
skin.
dodged by
Skin बहुत.
Purpo. Able to find that opener, and it's not something I'm maybe a little bit overconfidence from KC after the last round. I can't really blame them.
I know exactly where.
Already,
कहाँ से देख रहे हैं?
information going to be taken. You can see immediately Tomazi's going to
भाई ये पूरा ये retake वाला scene है बे B में इनका.
off the back of the TP
भाई,
as well.
heavy
They
दिमाग.
try and fake
Heavy
information.
दिमाग.
There's less players on A. I like the idea using the from the shadows to try
नमस्ते
and
यतिराज, how are you buddy?
Heavy दिमाग bro.
It will have been heard.
Hashtag OP
They got the right
lol
players
dudes
in the
होने
right
वाली है.
place at the right time.
Heavy collection होने वाला है ये round. नहीं बे ये लोग वापस जाएंगे.
Told that how this
सोआ
blitz
देखो
comes
उधर
down
उस तरफ
after,
जा रहा है.
and it looks like it won't come down at all. GX
वो लोग
just
भी
back
वापस जा
out.
रहे हैं. वो लोग का भी rotation on time.
भाई ये कैसे बे? कैसे read है बे?
They're rotating off the A side completely. They're
भाई
stacking
read
up
तो
this
आया
side.
भाई
I
इनकी
mean, the
कुछ
read
भी
is
बोलो
once
बाबा.
again absolutely
पहुंच गए
perfect
लोग.
from a dead
ये
Magnum.
क्या trap हुआ है रे बे?
पहुंच
And
गए.
now this play through, they're running into Tamazi. They try to deal with him, but they don't know how many more players are waiting. The flash through, even
खा लिया गुरु ये
they
round
know
पे.
where he is.
भाई sexy गेला ना.
भाई ये trap पर थोड़ा
Well
casual
away.
है.
He'll try his best, at least finding the first. Swinging
Entry
up
अच्छी
close,
थी
he doesn't
लेकिन
know. I heard a few more bullets than I should have, but he got there in the end.
Why is that the one we see? 11-9.
Hello,
Again, the round starts off
That's it,
well for the
yeah,
side of
wo.
GSKILL. They get the opener. They actually get the read initially correct, but the rotations from KC are just sublime. I don't know if Eng has just the
Last तक जिंदा हुई था, कैसे नहीं मरा पता नहीं.
He's like, okay, in the next round, Thomasy, you're going to get 4 kills. Round after that, they're going to initially play towards the A side, rotate back to B. Because it just looked like they had the script. It looked like they could
तो
see
भाई
a
game का
monitor
sound कम
somewhere
करो
in
बहुत
the
ज़्यादा
arena
है.
and just knew
आपकी
exactly where
volume
their
कम करो, कम
opponents
हो
were
जाए.
going. Because it just followed them all the way around the map. Martin now invested into the operator as well, and it is another buy for GSKILL, but this is slipping.
That trap is.
It is, and they're down to their last
Something
legs in
else.
terms of credits. Ults, you know, they could come online towards the end. Maybe Purpo and Cloud were particularly looking at a good plant or orb claim for Fitinho, and he's been doing pretty well in terms of kills. Reflash out from KC, mid control taken, guaranteed.
यार आज में workout नहीं गया यार, late हो गया था यार.
They'll move towards the side of GX, but look at that. 5 agents have been suppressed, have been detected. And that op is going to be trained on the angle. The smoke up. It'll allow him to still get them when they come through. Of course, the flashes you're expecting to see. Nate slice up this attack a little bit. Purple isolated, spam down. Takes him in the open. The guy's getting all the information all the while. They have no idea that they're being spotted.
For a second, they thought they were doing a comeback, man.
Guys, I remember last year looking at someone like Tamazi. This guy, just a ridiculously talented duelist that could throw out a neon and look fantastic. If you told me that going into next year that he'd be one of my favorite ciphers after only playing it for a couple of maps, I think I'd call you crazy. But he had everything this round. The utility was on point, repositioning consistently, finding the kills as well. Currently sits top of the board 23 and 14. Well, the pause button has been slammed once again. This time it's going to be Giant X. I can tell you for free, this is definitely a reactive pause. 5 rounds in a row for the defense. No real blip even on the radar. Like, these rounds have been clean at that. And now, well, Pipson, he's going to try and come up with something that can not only win the next round, but maybe the next 2.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think they have another pause to work with at least, so yeah, he can have another chat.
He can take a pause each round until they get to 11, and then...
Oh, you're on your own, boys. You're on your own.
It also lets Eng talk as well, though, which I'd almost not want to take my own pauses. Just
I don't think you just do that again. Well, we discussed before, just run it back.
And narrate if he dies. ZOTAC. And if everyone dies,
ये मैं एक वो साइफर खेलते हैं और आपको भाई मैं अच्छा खेलता हूँ यार साइफर पब्लिक Liquid was
one round needed 3 chances to close this out and put themselves off to a crazy start to the season. I mean, GX are a team that we consider like right now. I think they're the team that could be taking that 4th spot.
घर में किससे यार बिल्स
I wouldn't be upset to see them push the international stage, but I don't think one of the best out there right now.
अरे मैं मतलब ऐसे जनरल
Cream of the crop. That's KC. But without Shin, they might struggle in this round. Smokes now.
भैया गया वापस.
This gets a little tougher. Narrate is incredibly yeah, I really thought he was about to get 3 kills there.
कब आएगा?
It's been forced off by the drone.
अगली बार आप जाओ ना.
Has some counter utilities.
कूद जाओ शिप से बाहर आके.
Narrate is around this position as
well. Really thought I was talking about well-wishes about his family.
Might be the moment to fall back, but actually.
फातिमा जी ये क्या प्रमोट कर रहे हैं स्ट्रीम पे देख रहे हो? हेलो.
अरे स्विमिंग के लिए बाबा.
Again, the rotations are quick enough at this stage. Hunter's Fury through. It's going to be dodged, and in the meantime, while it's being utilized, pretty much everyone goes down, leaving this into just one last
हो गया तेरा comeback ले भाई ले.
He's given them around the
ले भाई comeback ले.
in the past, but to keep them in this series, to keep them in this map,
possible है.
He needs to pull off a
ले भाई हो गया
30
comeback
seconds to do it.
Cloud in the 30 seconds
left.
Yes, let's go. Mods थोड़ा title change हो जाता.
I think this one's sealed,
आप ये कर.
signed, and perhaps delivered. Cloud, 20 seconds.
भाई फिर भी देखो ना बे. एक पिक नहीं फालतू का. हम होते तो अभी तक भाग जाते हैं. भागो मारो उसको. भाई देखो बे भाई ये चाहिए भाई ये मिसिंग है इस रीजन में हाँ. भाई एक को मारने के लिए कितनी कोऑर्डिनेटेड खेल रहे हैं लोग हाँ. भाई मैं सच्ची में आगे से मैं भी थोड़ा डिसिप्लिन रखूंगा यार. अरे मतलब ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन मॉड
2-0 में क्लीन केला केसी.
मैं पता था मेरे को भाई किस को फॉलो कर रहा है यार ट्विच पे.
खतरनाक स्टेज है ना.
क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं आजकल. इसको सब कब फॉलो किया यार मैंने. पूल हॉट टब्स वगैरह मैंने कब देखा यार. है खतरनाक. इस बार सेंटिनल्स में जॉन नहीं खेलेगा क्या बे.
क्या बोल रही है.
जॉन क्यूटी नहीं खेलेगा.
खेल रहा है जॉन क्यूटी
पक्का. तो किसी ने बोला वीजा इशू है इधर.
अप्रैल फूल्स था वो. अप्रैल चल रहा है ना. ये
तारिक भैया वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर रहे. 2 महीने अब सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी है. बाबा जो भी लगता है मेरे इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस है उसका करूंगा. वैसे पैसिफिक का तो करना पड़ेगा. पिंक्स भाई को बोलो राका भाई की तरफ से लव यू बोल दो। आर्यन भाई मतलब
कैसे
कुछ भी
जीता?
है मसाले में।
टिबोन भाई
हाँ
कैसे जीता?
जा पूछ क्या?
कैसी जीता बोल रहा हूँ भाई। हेलो
अरे वही तो मैं भी बोला, जा पूछ क्या?
अरे जब जीता बोल रहा तो क्यों पूछूं?
तो को चेंज करनी पड़ेगी भाई। कितना मजा आ रहा है आज, मोनेटाइजेशन येलो नहीं है।
क्या बात कर रहा है? मेरे क्यों लौड़े? टिबोन टिबोन लौड़े
पीम 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 पीप डाल रहा हूँ मैं भाई, पहली बार जिंदगी में हुआ भाई।
मेरा क्यों? हेलो टिबोन लौड़े
पीम पीम पीम। क्या संभव चीज देखा मैं आज। Hair looking nice dude।
हुआ क्या टिबोन भाई?
अभी तक नहीं देखनी है अभी।
चेक करो एक बार, रिफ्रेश करो ना।
पब्लिक तुम लोग ने चेंज किया क्या? किसने चेंज किया? जिसने भी किया उसको इस बार डबल स्टार।
2000 पिंग
किसका?
भाई बहुत प्रिटी है यार, इनसे कुछ भी बोलो।
भाई ये क्या है? मैंने फॉलो करके रखा है फिर भी नहीं दिखा रहे।
It's not like what's our strengths, but I think now we polish the.
भाई एकल जैसा दिखता है ना ये थोड़ा।
What agents, blah blah blah, you know, and yeah, that's why. Especially like if you change comp, you have new ideas, and it's much harder to play against you.
How much of this is coming from you, and how much is
पहले मुझे
the brainchild of N and Zesh?
I think it's a team decision, but most of it always lays Ank and Emea.
The N method, it's working, right? Is he working you guys hard? You're pracking a lot?
Yeah, we play like 6 scrims a day with a lot of review and
pracking बोलते हैं लोग, practice नहीं बोलते।
How's everyone dealing with the potential role changes?
Pracking a lot।
Tomazi on the Cypher, I feel like he plays everything at this point. You on the KO as well, on Sunset, you guys comfortable right now with your roles?
Yeah, like we usually
pracking a lot, you guys pracking a lot?
Like a bunch of different comps and then we just like talk which we like the most and then that's how we choose it.
भाई मैं तेरे से पूछता हूँ, ये जो ऑरेंज है इसकी स्टिकर जो है ये क्या है बता? गूगल नहीं करने का भी बता रहा हूँ।
कौन सा?
इसका जो स्टिकर है ना अभी टी शर्ट में ऑरेंज बोल के।
मेरे को काफी टाइम से स्टिकर्स ही नहीं दिख रहे यार।
बता।
रेड बुल।
ना 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 ये कस्टमर था हमारी कंपनी में। ये एक्चुअली उधर की वोडाफोन जैसा कंपनी है। क्या बोलते हैं?
कौन सा? ऑरेंज?
टेलीकॉम हाँ
ऑरेंज ना, वो तो पता मेरे को।
ये सब पता है तेरे को भाई। इनकी सारी डेटा मैं देखता था भाई, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा।
भाई लिक्विड वर्सेस सॉलिड है।
Team Liquid versus Coin.
Yeah।
कोई है लिक्विड के सामने? कोई है कि भाई?
मैक्स भाई बेबी। मेंबरशिप मिस किसका बेबी? मैंने देखा नहीं यार। मेंबरशिप
भाई सबसे बेस्ट पता है
हाँ।
लिक्विड वर्सेस कोई में कोई जीतनी चाहिए, तो हम कल बोल सकते हैं कि कोई वर्सेस कैसे होगी मैच। कोई है कि कैसे मैच होगी, समझ रहे हो? हेलो
क्यों हूँ मैं इसके साथ अभी?
असली रीजन मैं दे सकता हूँ लेकिन विवाद हो जाएगा।
छोड़ दो के बड़वे को भाई। एक बात तो अब स्ट्रीम करो। क्या लैंग्वेज है भाई? अन्ना की चैट देखो, ककुआ नीडेड बोल रहे हैं अन्ना। देखो
ककुआ नहीं है उसका नाम,
ककुका।
हाँ
ककुका। अन्ना आपको डर नहीं लगता?
We are also influenced by अन्ना। अन्ना ने डरता करके
टीम में आप नहीं जा रहे कोरिया। लव यू यार बिग्स रियली। भाई हमें कौन भेजेगा यार कोरिया? कौन भेजेगा बताओ? बड़े स्ट्रीमर है हमने
भाई। नहीं चाहिए बे। My old memories are back.
Jinx भाई is real Jinx। हाँ अन्ना मैंने सुना आपको 600 सीसी का
ये वाला करना
चैलेंज दिया आपने बटरा को। भाई भूल ही गया बे वो सब। कैसे करते हैं बे? जिंक्स भाई मेरे कितनी ऑसम स्टिकर है ना ये। देखो एक बार स्क्रीन
मस्त है। वो साइफर जैसी है लास्ट मैच का। अरे डोंट चोक यारो। हे डोंट चोक बड़ी।
अन्ना के साथ जाने वाले तेरा मास्टर्स कहाँ है यार? मास्टर्स वैसे कोरिया में नहीं हो रहा है, मास्टर्स शंघाई में। ए मास्टर्स शंघाई में हो रहा है ना?
ये गाना सुन, ये गाना सेक्सी है।
हाँ
मजाक सेट कर, मैं सुन रहा हूँ, मजाक सेट कर।
7 क्लेम आया भाई, 7।
अबे ये मैटर नहीं करता, ये एक्चुअल में सुन, एक्चुअल में बाप है।
हाँ क्या?
हाँ मजाक सेट कर बाप।
मजा है, मजा है, मजा है।
मैं 1 मिनट में
टीम इंडियाज बिगेस्ट वैल्यू स्ट्रीमर अब कहाँ से बाप, मैं वैरायटी बन गया। चैंपियंस विल गो, कहाँ पे है? कोरिया, कोरिया जाने का। पहले जो नया स्टिकर आ रहा है उसके बारे में एनी कमेंट्स? अरे आज वीएलटी आया एक्सियन में, सॉरी एक्सियन वीएलटी में आया। चैट तुम लोगों को नहीं पता क्या हमारा नया सीसी एक्सियन वीएलटी पे भी एक हो जाए ना पोस्ट। कोरिया प्लस के पॉप, वो क्या है? लॉलीपॉप, के पॉप। आई विल प्लान ट्रैवल, डन सी। एक्सियन वेलकम टू वीएलटी। हाँ भाई पता 5 मिनट में डिसाइड हुआ। मैंने अन्ना से पूछा ले ले क्या, अन्ना ने बोला इतना पैसा चलेगा क्या? मैं एक्सियन से पूछा, हाँ डन सी, डन भाई। हाँ समवन टोल्ड मी कौन लेके आया उसको भाई 5 मिनट में। वेलकम टू वीएलटी पट से। हाँ पोस्ट वोस्ट डालो यार, कोई डिस्कॉर्ड में बना के भेज दो। वीएलटी एक्सियन ओपी। अन्ना इसको बोल दियो अगली बार जब कंटेंट शूट में इसको आना पड़ेगा केरला से। हाँ पब्लिक क्या बोलती? पूरा क्लास बिंक्स मारा, बंक मारा, घूमने गया लेकिन घर में मैं था। पूरा क्लास बंक मारा, घूमने गया लेकिन मैं घर में था। और पूरा क्लास बंक मार के घूमने गया लेकिन मैं घर में था। पर आज साला मुझे भी अपोलॉजी लेटर लिखने के बोला और पीटीएम बुलाया है कॉलेज में। पीटीएम कौन बुलाता भाई? पीटीएम मतलब क्या होता है? पोस्ट रेडी है, इवेंचुअली पोस्ट कल पोस्ट करेंगे। ऐसे भी फ्राइडे को वो है ना, क्या बोलते हैं, फ्राइडे को वो है ना अनाउंसमेंट नया स्टिकर का, कल कर दो। पेरेंट्स टीचर मीटिंग जो ऐसे सब होता है स्कूल में, कॉलेज में। भाई मेरे पेरेंट्स टीचर मीटिंग, मम्मी बोलती थी मैंने यार ये सब जो करना है करो। ये सब होता है भी, सीरियस है भाई। मेरा कोई नहीं आता था भाई इसमें। पेरेंट्स टीचर मीटिंग, जी भाई बच्चे क्या बे तुम लोग? हाँ ये सब कब होता था? सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड, फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड। अभी कर दो अनाउंसमेंट, वाचिंग आएगा। वाचिंग में क्या है? सुपर चैट आनी चाहिए बस। हाँ? पोस्ट रेडी है। वेलकम एक्सियन। वाचिंग आएगा वॉच पार्टी में, अभी डाल दे।
आ गई।
क्या है कल डालने का सुबह? अन्ना पता है सबसे ज्यादा इंटरेक्शन इंस्टाग्राम में होता है 6 बजे को। हमें लगता था कि सब कुछ सुबह होता है। लो अन्ना आ गए। पिंकी तू क्यों बोल रही आ गई? लो अन्ना देख आराम से। एक साइंस टीचर अच्छा है स्कूल में। आपकी बैग कैसी है ये बताओ? हेल्थ इज वेल्थ, एंड ऑफ द डे।
Oh yeah, for sure. Is this like
आज मम्मी ने जो मेरे को इतना ज्ञान दिया ना,
पैसा
वैसा ठीक है बेटे। हेल्थ के बारे में सोचा है मेरा, हो गया भाई उधर। मैं सोच रहा कि 1 हफ्ते का स्ट्रीम से ब्रेक लूं। ठीक है सुबह स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, रात को स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है बेटे। हेल्थ का बारे में कुछ सोचा है मेरा, हो गया भाई उधर। बैक आई थिंक 1 to 2 days more। सही है ना?
being just Yumpy's playground.
Get better well soon. आपका पोस्टर कब आ रहा है? हाइड्रा वाला अन्ना देखो इसको। प्रैंक था भाई। मैं सोचा कि ज्वाइन न्यूयॉर्क, हाइड्रा वगैरह डाल दूं, व्यूज आएंगे, आए ही नहीं। कुछ और डालना था अन्ना मेरे को टाइटल। Get wet नहीं रे, get well. टीम में आपसे बड़ा सॉरी बढ़िया बंदा नहीं, इसकी वैन की सुमित लो भाई आ गया, तुम्हारे क्यूटीज आ गए.
And in terms of Liquid's identity, what is it? What is actually their identity?
Yeah, it's just complicated because you don't want to be Apex number 2, right? You don't want Enthoo to take, control of.
Rand dosa.
They need to find a way to merge
Caption
together, but also they need to be innovative enough. So we are aware that they're also advancing and moving with the game.
Welcome to
Yeah,
VLT.
That's very well said. Like,
Rand
dosa.
Caption.
Just the old Liquid. We want to see something new from them.
Yeah, something new. Maybe we'll see it today. And in terms of new, though, they do have a new IGL
कैसी है?
coming into this, and it feels almost like weird because Shadow was his ex-teammate, Magnum was his ex-teammate. They both went on to IGL in VCT after being
ककू का हेरिटिक्स में है, buyout करना पड़ेगा.
he qualified for Madrid.
ये CC है?
Well, Shadow also again looks pretty like a nice addition to Koi. So what is going on with Enthoo here?
ककू का CC है क्या?
I think it's complicated because
अन्ना बोल रही है हेरिटिक्स में.
I need to see them more comfortable. That is for me like my ask.
तो रेंट कडला करे.
On the other side, I see a Shadow that was ready in this year, even if he were to stay on Apex, to take this IGL role and make it his own. And
भाई मेरे लौड़े लग सकते हैं.
He is making Koi.
मेरा बैटरी 3% और मेरे को नेट का बिल भरना है.
पिंकी का फोन से
Sometimes you see Koi around, so you're like, that is a very good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Bunkhold as an IGL yourself, what do you make of these two?
I mean,
बचपन से बड़े हुए यार.
I can see him having like very
क्या है?
fundamentals that he brings to the team.
अरे मेरे इसमें जियो में वो है ना.
Basics for the team to be honed up, like to a very well degree, and then like start seeing
लो पोस्ट आ गया भाई.
rest of the individuals start playing off of that.
What about Shadow?
अन्ना इसको बोलो, अभी बता रहा हूँ, इसको बोलो अगली बार जब हम वीडियो शूट करने के लिए जाएंगे इसको आना पड़ेगा, अभी बता रहा हूँ. साला बहाना दिया.
I know they have like very young Polish players, so I am just very interested to see like how can Shadow like perform.
चलो अब हो गए 100 के एक्सियन की, लेट्स गो.
इवन भाई एक स्पेशल मैसेज दो जो लोग वोट करते हैं लेकिन लाइक नहीं करते.
क्या करके क्या नहीं करते?
अन्ना कैसे
करते लेकिन लाइक नहीं करते.
What are you going to do with them?
Anna, how is your back यार?
The way that you play, the way that you understand the game. Know that there is some knowledge you have to. It's more of a destined as a group effort.
अन्ना कैसे हो यार? How is your back यार?
It's more of like, yeah, last year was.
अन्ना आपको कैसे पता ये ककू का उधर वो है?
Make this year better. To think more
इसका क्या है?
ये CC है? आपको कैसे पता?
Having to teach people.
Instagram पे है ना?
Having to make the project work. Of course, it also lays down into like.
जरा क्लिक करके भेज दियो किसी को बेचना है.
Instagram आप नहीं देखते हो?
Instagram पे देखने में क्या प्रॉब्लम?
अभी ग्रुप में देखो. Hey, how now? No back pain.
I don't think that's the way it's going.
Yeah, I do wonder though.
मोबाइल से आए हैं भाई, मोबाइल से रहे हैं.
अन्ना मोबाइल से है क्या?
देखने में क्या प्रॉब्लम?
You know how he calls.
अरे मतलब ऐसे वेलविशर पूछा
Maybe
है.
that's why Shadow has managed to come out on top at least
जब
one
से
time.
पोस्ट आया ना ये आपके इसमें टॉक्सिक नहीं हो रहा है आपके.
अरे नहीं मतलब मैं ऐसे पूछा यार.
भेज रहा है ड्रामा.
Any opportunity, bring up Gambit. I'm gonna do.
ना मैं उधर डाला join new arc Hydra. कुछ views ही नहीं आया. Any comments?
OG lurking Sentinel player.
वैसे डालेगा
And then
कैसा
Shadow's
है?
kind of growing into that role. What do you make of this
Strategic
head-to-head?
करना
Do you
पड़ेगा.
want to come to
It's gonna be nice. I
इस स्टैंड की मैनेजर हूँ भाई मैं, क्या बोलूँ?
इस स्टैंड में आके क्या करेगा वो?
अन्ना मेरे प्लेयर देखो अभी भी और ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. मैं 5 जन का टीम बना तो
भाई
एक बंदा चला जाता है. कैसे बार-बार
दिल्ली का गलत सीन है भाई ट्रैफिक. सुबह मैं ब्लड लाइन की स्ट्रीम वो देख रहा था, क्या बोलते हैं स्टोरी भाई. 1 घंटा भाई, इतना नहीं है भाई बेंगलुरु में. ए गुड
Tbone group
Bro, goat है.
CNET played right now, right? And he's playing all these different agents, and we want CNET. Either you play the Jet, or this has to like, and not everything has to
ये
go.
बटरा को किक करो ना
Evolution
प्लीज.
has to be, and the requirement for an evolution has to be
क्या
there as
उतना
well.
इंग्लिश क्यों लिखना
Yes,
है?
you lurk, but everybody knows that.
बोल रहा
The thing is, to counter this, but when he does do it right, and when the team's given the space, given the support, it is so hard to win against that.
They just need to
विल टेक्सन ये कब हुआ भाई? आज दोपहर को हुआ. मैं बोल रहा था तुम लोग बोल रहे थे भाई.
Comfort reps,
Deepak sir, thank you so much for the 40 bro.
Tbone bhai, liquid versus koi hai.
Yeah, 100%. I feel
कौन
like
है?
a lot of the times when like a player is feeling good about
तो मेरा prediction पता है क्या है?
Bro, कोई एक
कोई
और
जीतेगा।
इसका मतलब है, तेरे को पता है कि कोई मतलब क्या है? It's a type of fish in aquarium. कोई fish. किसी को पता है इधर? Bro, it's a beautiful fish, man. बिग तेरे घर पे वो रखना ब्रो, एक्वेरियम एक एक्वेरियम। अन्ना आपके घर में नहीं है क्या नया वाला? वेट अन्ना, अभी आप नया घर पे हो या पुराना वाला?
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता, यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा घर अभी टिबोन का है यहाँ पे।
क्या बोल रहा अन्ना का है भाई? अन्ना का नया घर देखेगा ना, घर जाएगा तेरा।
अन्ना अभी टियर 1 में है, हम टियर 3 घर में है।
अरे मतलब अन्ना का नया सिस्टम देखेगा ना, घर जाएगा तेरा। सिर्फ एक स्ट्रीम करने के लिए 10 वो है पीसी। अन्ना क्या है वो? 5 वायर से आके
फ्यूचर में वो देखने अन्ना सीधा हेलीकॉप्टर से ऊपर अपने घर में लैंड होकर सीधा टेरेस पे पीसी
हाउस टूर में ऐसा कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट कर सकते हैं ना, हेलीकॉप्टर वाला।
पीसी पे थ्रेडरिपर लगाया हमने। गेमिंग पीसी में नॉर्मल है, स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी पे थ्रेडरिपर है।
क्या थ्रेड क्यों लगा स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी में?
स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी में 4090 थ्रेडरिपर 1 TB रैम ये सब डाला है वहाँ पे स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी में।
अन्ना इससे बड़े सीधा नासा को भेज दो पीसी, ये रॉकेट उड़ाएंगे वो लोग। सर्वर का प्रोसेसर है रे,
करना 1080 पे YouTube पे करने के लिए इतना सब
किसकी जेडी की आईडिया है क्या? डाल दो, सब कुछ डाल दो ये।
अन्ना मोबाइल से
बोलता है।
हाँ अन्ना गेमिंग पीसी में क्या है वैसे?
कुछ नहीं है, गेमिंग पीसी नॉर्मल है। 4080 4070 कुछ डाला है। AMD Ryzen 9
हैदराबाद का वो सिक्योरिटी इधर ही रख सकते हैं इस पीसी में।
हाँ जेडी में पूछा आपको क्या खेलते हो, बेसिकली मैक्सिमम वैलोरेंट खेलते हो, ये बस है 300 FPS आ जाएगा, ये ले लो।
चुप हो जा, कुछ बोल रही है सॉरी।
और उसके अलावा जूता पीसी भी है।
तीसरा पीसी भी वैसे शोकेस
नहीं, वो सिमुलेटर को डाला है।
हाँ रेसिंग वाला।
They gave Cooler Master gave the simulator for free. Promotion. पूरा
वो जूता वाला
पीसी नहीं, वो सिमुलेटर था ना डायलेक्स वहाँ पे कॉमिकॉन हैदराबाद।
वो ले लिया क्या आपने?
हाँ वो ऑर्डर किया तो
अरे लेटेस्ट फोटोज भेजो ना एक बार।
नॉर्मल रूम है, कुछ असेंबल नहीं किया। 6 के बाद
शिफ्ट हो गया क्या? शिफ्ट हो गया क्या?
6 को स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
आराम से अन्ना को सांस लेने देगा, क्वेश्चन पे क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहा है।
सॉरी
आंसर देने देगा अन्ना को।
सॉरी अन्ना एक आइडिया है, रूम टूर के लिए ना आप हेलीकॉप्टर में आओ, ऐसा कुछ करो ना।
हाँ बताइए।
अरे ये सब मेरे को करने के कहाँ टाइम है, हमारा व्लॉगर।
अरे 5 मिनट लगेगा हेलीकॉप्टर बोलने का, इधर से ऊपर से नीचे आओ।
वो जब
अन्ना सच्ची में ओपी हो जाएगा ना, देख लो एक बार प्लीज।
अन्ना अपना वैसे भी एडवांस है वहाँ।
लेके आ रहे।
अरे हेलीकॉप्टर किसी ने दोस्त से पूछो ना, होगा आपकी।
अपना हेलीकॉप्टर का ऑलरेडी एडवांस है अन्ना वहाँ पे।
कहाँ पे?
अरे वो प्राइवेट जेट का है रे, अभी भी है।
अन्ना एक हेलीकॉप्टर मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है क्या अभी?
कहीं ना कहीं जाओ ना सर, क्या प्रॉब्लम है बोलता है।
अन्ना ड्रोन में चढ़ के करो और क्रेजी होएगी।
क्या अन्ना ड्रोन पे क्या चढ़ेंगे?
कौन सा?
नहीं अन्ना मैं आपको बोलता हूँ, ये देखो उधर वो हायरिंग वाला सीन होता है जहाँ पे हेलीकॉप्टर वो उसमें मिलता है ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, बाड़ा वो मिलता है
क्या?
अरे वो रेंट पे मिलता है हेलीकॉप्टर उधर। अरे बैंगलोर में मिलता है ना, उधर नहीं मिलेगा ऑब्वियसली। तो ऐसे कॉन्सेप्ट होगी, इंट्रो आप हेलीकॉप्टर से ऐसे उतरोगे और उसके बाद ऐसे हे गाइस
बोन देख तेरे लिए क्या है, बोन हॉट और बोन कोल्ड।
हां बे क्या
Lots to add in there. They're just good.
I would still put them in the same position because I think that today's
रेंट पे मिल जाए हेलीकॉप्टर ऑब्वियसली।
To me, what happened?
Bone hot, bone hot.
Like it. I
Why
think it was
are they
a bold
targeting
hit.
me,
It didn't
man?
work. Maybe too bold in that sense. Who else? I think that
अरे घर होने के बाद एक बार
Liquid
मिलते हैं
and Koi are both on
हाँ
the
ना।
position for me in the
I think May ending ऐसा प्लान करेंगे।
सही है,
अब तक पूरा हो जाएगा।
1 TB रैम या 256 मेमोरी 8 टोटल। भाई लेकिन सच्ची में भाई तुम्हारी दिल्ली की ट्रैफिक गलत है भाई।
Forgot where you put it, so.
आप अबले?
Oh, you're so real for that. You're so real for that.
But for liquid and then both Koi in the middle, in the medium section.
I would put liquid a little bit more on the cooler side. Is that on the cooler side? Just because I did expect a lot from them during kickoff, and I didn't see it. So coming in, I want to give them the chance of
अभी जी सारे फिटनेस के रील्स क्यों भेजते?
Someone has to be the surprise. We had such a big surprise with KZ and Heretics.
देखो पोस्ट डाल दिया ऑलरेडी चैट में पूरा आ गया बाकी।
जय बा।
Like figure out the tablet, and we don't have Koi here. I don't know where to put them in that.
Variety streamer का।
Koi doesn't exist on this list. Oh.
No.
Oh no. Okay, well, we'll get it for next time. So
confetti.
You can.
We have confetti, yeah.
We confetti.
अन्ना आपके सीसी के खिलाफ एक कंप्लेंट है ना।
कैसे?
कौन सी सीसी?
What have you done, Kukuka? What have you
एक
done?
मेन सीसी जिसको मैं जानता
Are you
हूँ।
agreeing with Kukuka though that liquid seems to be
मेरे साथ
lower than
पहलो
Koi
नहीं
in
खेल
terms of
रहा है।
expectation?
कौन आप? भाई आप तो गाली देते हो यार मुझे।
व्हाट्सएप पे करो कि बंद भाई।
But I feel like the expectations.
अरे फिर से ये ग्रुप में रिप्लेस ऑन हो चुका है।
Hear me out.
वो कभी-कभी ऑफ होता है मैं।
हम लोग में तो चालू ही नहीं हुआ अभी तक।
And they were the winners. They were on top of that Fnatic that terrorized.
Bill Texicon बोलते हैं जय बात।
We know that 3 out of 5 players are different this year, but it's not like they're new players. They're not.
थोड़ा चालू हो जा भाई। कल के मैचेस हेवी है बिग्स भाई।
ए ये दो मैच होने के बाद गेमिंग हो जाए थोड़ी।
That is what we want to see the liquid that.
ये लंबा होने वाला है। 3 मैच होगा।
नहीं रे 2-0 है बेल के लिए।
2-0 हो जाए।
कुछ भी हो जाए 1 बजे को सोना है मुझे क्योंकि कल वर्टिकल होना मेरे।
अरे वर्टिकल पे कुछ हो रहा है क्या टिबोन सच में?
अभी थोड़ा बंद हो गया है।
अन्ना
जब भी हम करते वो बंद होता है।
अच्छी बोलो अन्ना दो चीज। एक मैंने चैट को पूछा था ठीक है। वो लोग ने बोला कि व्यूअर एक्सपीरियंस है ही नहीं उसमें ठीक है। और दूसरी बात जो सब्स मिल रहे हैं ना उसका कन्वर्जन रेट 0 है। मतलब
मेरे को लगता है YouTube ऐसा ही बढ़ा रहा है।
हाँ
सब्सक्राइबर नहीं आ रहा।
नहीं अगर सब्सक्राइबर आ भी रहे ना अगर समझो टिबोन दोपहर को स्ट्रीम कर रहा है उसको 1000 सब्सक्राइबर
टिबोन का चैट
1000 आए तो मैं रोज करूं वर्टिकल सुबह।
अरे अभी तक भाई अभी तक समझो 1000 आ गए टिबोन को और रात को समझो रात को इसको 2000 का वॉचिंग आता है फॉर एग्जांपल। तो अगर 1000 बड़े उसमें से 100 बंदे तो ट्रांसफर होने चाहिए ना फिर भी 2000 आता है समझ रहे तो कन्वर्जन रेट है ही नहीं। तो आगे जाके
कन्वर्जन रेट का बात
बड़ी रिस्की है चैनल का लेफ्ट राइट
रेट का बात नहीं है रे।
कन्वर्जन रेट का
मेन
बात
चीजें सब्स बढ़ाने का और कुछ नहीं।
अभी फाटो का लेट्स से 1000 सब्स बढ़ा है बट उसमें से मेरे को 10 नाम में नया वाला कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है चैट में। चैट में जो नाम दिखते हैं वो 1.5 साल से वही नाम देख रहा हूँ मैं।
ना वियर्ड लगता है यार कभी YouTube का बैकएंड कैसे काम करता है। अगर एक सब्स मिला ना तो वही कांस्टेंट रोज उतना ही सब्स है पता है कांस्टेंट। भाई ये लॉजिक मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता ऐसा क्यों। मैंने एक वो डाला था क्या बोलते उसको होम टूर भाई 3000-5000 सब्स ऐसे पार्ट क्या मतलब वीडियो प्रमोट करता है।
सब्सक्राइब किए थे देखने को कि ये ऐसा घर लेके कैसा गेम प्ले करता है फिर गेम प्ले दिखाने के बाद हट गया रहेगा।
नहीं मैं ओवरऑल बता रहा हूँ भाई तो बेसिकली कंटेंट वीडियो में ही है सब स्ट्रीमिंग में नहीं।
स्ट्रीमिंग लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग
यार ध्वनि से पूछो भाई ध्वनि से ज्यादा
अच्छा कंटेंट इज इक्वल टू सब्स ये तो मेन है YouTube का
है
पहले से।
ये है
अच्छा जितना अच्छा दिखाओगे दिखेगा जितना लोग वो कनेक्ट करेंगे।
स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है भाई क्या बोलते है ना स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है ना। ऐसा होनी चाहिए ना हर IPL के बाद उधर से व्यूअर सीधे इधर है। क्या बोलते वीडियो है भाई वीडियो भाई मैं सच्ची में भाई मैं इस साल में सच्ची में सोचा
कैसे लेके आ रहे पहले वो चीज बात करो। क्यों टॉपिक डाइवर्ट कर रहे हो
भाई मैं सच्ची में इस साल सोचा था मैं वीडियो कंटेंट मतलब गेमिंग वीडियो ऐसा कुछ बना हॉरर गेम्स वगैरह खेल के।
नहीं मैं
क्योंकि मुझे लगता है पोटेंशियल।
मास्टर्स को जाएंगे, मास्टर्स
पब्लिक क्या बोलते हैं, पोटेंशियल है कि नहीं? सिंगल गेम स्टोरी वाली बकचोदी
क्या ओके
हाय बोल के
बीच में वर्टिकल आया, सब चेंज हो गया भाई। वर्टिकल जिस दिन वो काम नहीं करेगा हम छोड़ देंगे, सिंपल सी बात। अभी तक थोड़ी चल रही है वर्टिकल, लेकिन जिस दिन हमें लगेगा कि सबस नहीं इंक्रीज हो रही है, कट।
कुछ नया सीसी लाना है रे, सेम ओल्ड फेसेस है, लॉन्चिंग VLT XDR, लॉन्चिंग VLT Tbone 6 अम्मा सेम ओल्ड सीसी।
VLT Tbone में आपने जो ची बोला अच्छा लगा।
क्यूट तो हूँ मैं।
What we seen last year, the new
IRL try करना रे
but the
Tbone।
question is, how high is that ceiling?
हाँ,
Can they repeat what happened?
लेकिन यार हम थोड़े इंट्रोवर्ट वाले पब्लिक है यार।
वाह वाह वाह। This is a roster you guys know well.
Yo, let's go Liquid, yo.
And time again succeed.
Nats, wanna see you dominating, bro? We both like bro, man. Let's dominate, yo.
एक महीना हो गया ऑलरेडी। वो 10 दिन का सीन था वो काली।
Tbone भाई, तेरे को पता है लिक्विड काय को जीतेगा?
काय को? भाई ये पूरा फॉर्मल्स पहन के आया है। स्टोरी मोड लाइव होना भाई, स्ट्रीमिंग नहीं है, मैं बोल रहा वीडियो। भाई क्या ही प्लान था पता है मेरा प्लान था फियर्स ऑफ फैंटम में कम से कम 5 वीडियो बनाना।
लिक्विड काय को जीतेगा?
चेंज ही हो गया।
दिमाग लगाओ थोड़ा।
हाँ क्या बोल रहे हो?
लिक्विड काय को जीतेगा करके दिमाग लगाओ।
नेट से इसलिए
Are we gonna get Icebox again? As well, it seems like both of them are pretty comfortable leaning towards those two picks.
Wow,
मैच अपना टेलीपैथी मैच नहीं कर रहा।
क्या है बे? Oh भाई, I would like to watch Split man. I would like to watch Nats. Bro मुझे लगता है Nats साइफर खेलेगा, मुझे लगता है Nats वाइपर खेलेगा। मुझे ऐसा फील आता है।
Nats बाय चेंबर खेलेंगे।
क्या? आज बॉस ने उल्टा पलट के खोद दिया मुझे फैक्ट्री में।
मेरे को एक चीज समझ में नहीं।
इसका अलग ही है बेरोज।
मैचेस चल रहे हैं अभी भी स्प्लिट 1 नहीं है क्या?
नहीं स्प्लिट 1 ना।
स्प्लिट 1 कप 2।
कप 2 हैं?
कप 2 क्या होता है?
ये क्या है? तो टोटल क्या 4 है?
दूसरा स्प्लिट क्यों कर रहा है स्प्लिट 1 को?
नहीं
वो प्राइस का है और स्लॉट का है।
अभी 4 होगा वो।
अभी स्प्लिट 1 का 2 है, स्प्लिट 2 का भी 2 है क्या?
नहीं स्प्लिट 2 का 1 है शायद।
हैं? 3 है टोटल इस साल।
खाली टाइम पास के लिए डाले हैं, बेसिकली इन लोगों को करने का कुछ नहीं है ना।
प्राइस वाली और प्रैक्टिस और वो सब।
नहीं मुझे एक बात पूछनी है। लास्ट साल कैसा था? स्प्लिट 1 स्प्लिट 2 बराबर सिंपल। इस साल स्प्लिट 1 में 2 कप है।
जो ये लोग खेल रहे हैं वो लोग कप 2 है।
कप नंदे है वहां पे।
तो अभी क्या स्प्लिट 2 में क्या होगा? अभी ये क्या प्राइज मनी? ये भी
2 प्राइज। हाँ ये भी प्राइज मनी। जो स्प्लिट 2
भाई
होएगा ना,
कितनी लंबा होगा भाई टूर्नामेंट फिर।
जो स्प्लिट 2 होएगा ना वो सीधा एक होएगा स्लॉट के लिए।
भाई कुछ ज्यादा लंबा नहीं है।
स्प्लिट 2 का भी आई थिंक एक और कप है खाली टाइम पास के लिए खेलने के लिए।
नहीं स्लॉट के लिए ना, वो लोग को पॉइंट्स मिल रहा है ना चैंपियंस।
हां एक स्लॉट
चैंपियंस नहीं बाबा, एसेंशन
जो भी है।
अच्छा मैं उधर का बोल रहा था, अपने इधर का।
अरे बाबा मैं इधर का बोल रहा हूँ, इंडिया का।
इधर भी फंडा सेम रहेगा, एसेंशन स्लॉट
सेम एसेंशन स्लॉट। वहां पे चैंपियंस जाएंगे तो एसेंशन जाएंगे।
हां
भाई कुछ ज्यादा ही ग्रैंड है भाई इस साल।
भाई प्राइस मिल रहा है भाई 2 बार।
हां 2 बार नहीं 3 बार।
हाँ हेवी प्राइस मिल रही है, पॉइंट्स मिल रहा है, स्क्रीम्स हो रही है, प्रैक्टिस हो रही है, मेटास दिख रहा है।
हार गया तो डिस्पेंड करके भाग जा रहे टीम्स।
अरे उल्टा ये अच्छा है, साल में एक ही बार बड़ा होता है तो एटलीस्ट थोड़ा लंबा बड़ा होएगा, समझ रहे हो?
तो भाई यू हैव गेन्ड 4K subs this month, is this true? Yeah, it's true. It's because of vertical, obviously. And if that's the case, then a good thing. Obviously, good thing, bhai.
I'm doing great, thank you. You happy to be here? I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me again.
इसको कहीं देखा है?
स्टील
है वो प्लेयर CS का।
आजकल तो 10 मिलियन वालों का भी 2K वॉचिंग आ रही है भाई। मैं बोल रहा हूँ और किसको टारगेट कर रहा है ये?
हाँ सर।
टील तो
100 thieves.
स्ट्रीम करता है अच्छा लगता है।
मेरे को आजकल एक ही बंदे का अच्छा लग रहा है, पता है?
कौन?
टॉम।
क्या बोल रहे? आजकल तो 10 मिलियन वाले 10 मिलियन वाले किसको टारगेट कर रहे हैं? डायनामो भाई को।
वाचिंग नहीं है भाई, अपने जैसा बंदा है, पता है?
अभी तो काफी भाई आईपीएल भी चल रहा है। कहां से आएगा वॉच? सुपर चैट आनी चाहिए।
And I think that kind of then leads into my next kind of question for you really is with the little bit of downtime they've had now.
सच्ची में यार मैं नैट्स को देखना चाहता हूं कहीं ऐसे कप उठा के। हां
भाई जॉन क्यूटी भी कर रहा है भाई वॉच पार्टी। उसका वीजा पे है क्या? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड मैच है उसका?
हां ना
मेरे को लग रहा हो जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से वो अप्रैल फूल्स डे।
तुम भाई जोनाथन का वॉचिंग देखा सिस्टम भाई जॉन इज सब नेक्स्ट लेवल स्ट्रीमर है भाई। कहां तुम लोग कंपेयर कर रहे हो? जॉन इज सब भाई एक महीने में एक स्ट्रीम करता है बस बूम बाम हो गया उसका। वो रेगुलर थोड़ी स्ट्रीम करेगा भाई, स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है, ग्राइंड रहता है उनका भाई। बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है भाई, मैंने देखा है भाई। भाई स्काउट्स की जर्नी मैंने देखा है जब वो मेरे घर में था।
अनबीटेबल
भाई वो स्ट्रीम करता था, वही बड़ी बात है। सुबह बैंच और 11 बजे चालू होता है उनकी क्या बोलते हैं वो स्क्रीन्स वगैरह जो भी है, और रात भर इसका ये प्रैक्टिस रहता है। रात को 4 बजे सोता था, सुबह 11 बजे उठता था भाई वो स्क्रीन्स वगैरह। उसके बाद वो नो वो जो भी है नो लोको पोको वो सब करता था भाई। उसके बाद नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम भाई हैवी ग्रे। रेडार देख रहा था, रेडार देख रहा था।
अब समझा लिक्विड काय को जीतेगा
भाई। स्पोर्ट्स विद स्ट्रीमिंग बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, वरना ये बड़ा अभी करता है ना स्पोर्ट्स। जो कर रहे हैं ना उनके लिए सैल्यूट, टाइम नहीं रहता। भले वो वैलोरेंट हो भले बीजीएम है वो जो भी। क्या हो गया भाई?
This is stunning. Stark's a great player himself, but way too many numbers. Josh, that was a beautiful round from TL.
That was actually a beautiful round. There's actually so many things that they did well there, and this is kind of like one of the things.
साई भाई के लिए respect, obviously भाई। साई भाई को तो एक और चीज है, रील भी बनाता है वो।
This is like a round that they want to look at for their own defense sides.
उसके लिए double respect.
Liquid did everything well there.
सुबह screens, शाम को बंदी के साथ रील, उसके बाद stream,
they push through a main,
उसके बाद practice,
you know,
goat में
a little bit of map control and info, and then what happens was
तो मैं आप भी तो दोपहर को स्क्रीम्स करते हो, रात को स्ट्रीम। सच्ची में यार
the site, and then they regress on B main as soon as they make contact at sewers. They're pushing
तो मैं हाइड्रा के तो 2 साल सबसे बढ़ रहे। अरे उन लोगों ने सब नाम कमाया ब्रो, 10 मिलियन दर जाएगा।
And they do
right there. All right, Bobby Star Koi
क्या है अभी चिल करके स्ट्रीम कर लेगा उनको बस।
It looks like Liquid have turned up to play a really good look in the first round and being rewarded
उनको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ेगा कितना वॉचिंग है क्या है। 10 मिलियन है काफी है भाई।
So not really going to know how many, but certainly bodies are on this side of the map. And wait and see if there is that proactive approach. Obviously a fine margin. But that's a lot of information for Enzo there.
Yeah,
the GOAT is playing the GOAT.
Can't really do anything too aggressively here, but I think they don't.
ये लोग में कौन-कौन बारे का मालूम है? एक तो
plan right now is to kind of like work the econ a little bit, maybe get an opening pick here, and then see what they can go from there. They're not really heavily invested in this free classes.
भाई सच्ची में वही।
their time and seeing.
तूने देखा शैडो का क्रॉसर देखा तूने?
And as we pointed
out,
they
have
a tendency to overheat.
वो सर्कल वाली।
Let's see if that's been worked on. Is that composure now key along Team Liquid? MP maintaining control, but a quick slip through the vents. This then kind of pulls in. Kiko.
सिर्फ आवाज कर रहे रिटर्न है।
कैसे खेलते बे?
Should be able to hold off quite well. Yep. Does do good damage and dips away. Gonna make them work for their dinner. There's no easy kills coming in here for Koi.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and what's happening though is that we're seeing Liquid right now. They have
wow,
to back up. They're giving so much
pura.
space and respect. They have to give this space and respect. But what that means is over on A
actually
just Nats there between them and the site. If they're able to get into Nats, kill him and get the spike planted, that's a really good eco round.
अरे मार सकता था आराम से मार।
Maybe a plant?
हाँ ना
unnecessarily mid contest करते हैं
और maybe
no depend करता है ना
I mean, it's not ideal. Nat's
या फिर
handled the pressure well.
mid के लो या फिर mid छोड़ दो
तो भाई लगता भाई जिम रेगुलर हो रहा है भाई आज नहीं गया यार भाई जिम नहीं जा रहा मैं सिर्फ रनिंग वॉकिंग ये सब कर रहा हूं
Yeah, we're forcing out a couple of repurchases of armor. We took out Nags, we got the spike plant, we got the orb from A-Main as well. So all things considered, things are going decently well for an eco round. You can't really ask for too
क्या हाल है बट्टू भाई मैंने सुना आप 30 kg कम करने वाले हो
their ultimate economy, and this is going to be one of the bigger rounds of the half because we're
well I'm talking to you biatch
and if
अंडा कौन सा बैग देने वाले हो इसको
और able to swing some rounds because of it, I think that's going to be really scary for Liquid here because split you need as many defense rounds as possible.
बराबर
प्रोटीन है
Onion eyes on Liquid here as well.
क्यों सबसे अच्छा है पता है
ऑनियन में विटामिन और मिनरल्स होता है
और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है ऑनियन में
क्या है
वो आपको बाद में समझेगा
भाई मेरा आज थर्ड डे है नॉन वेज नहीं है पूरा महीना नहीं खा सकता साला कितनी अच्छी फीलिंग होती है पता है अगर मैं नॉन वेज नहीं खाता भाई है भाई वो चीज है नॉन वेज और वेज में वो सीन है एकदम अलग से लाइट फील होती है पता है अन्ना कौन सा गाड़ी दिलाने वाले हो इसको
गाड़ी नहीं बाइक और गाड़ी
बाइक हाँ कौन सा अन्ना 600 सीसी
इसका मर्जी
बट हो जाएगा
भाई नहीं हुआ तो माँ कसम काट दूंगा भाई चाकू लेके
क्या
तो भाई कैसे चलाए
पेट को फटाफट काट दूंगा
ठीक है तू काट ले बाइक जब मिलेगा मेरे को दे दे
फातिमा जी ये देखो सेल्फ हार्म की बातें कर रहा है
अरे नहीं मतलब मैं इंडियन में काटूंगा किसी को ऐसा बोला इंडियन में चाकू से
ये अदर्स हार्म का बात कर रहा है फातिमा जी
और क्यों रामा ऑलरेडी वॉच पार्टी नहीं है बिग्स प्लीज
अभी इसने किया है ना सुबह वॉच
पार्टी ramp together. They know that this round might
वेज गट को पे रखता है ब्रो बात तो है ब्रो मैंने चीज नोटिस किया ब्रो डिफरेंस बिटवीन वेज एंड नॉन वेज यू हैव सीन दैट यो
भाई बहुत गन्स गिरा 3 गन्स गिरने वाले हैं
that's a win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You could
भाई मुझे आईडिया नहीं है ज्यादा कोई कैसी टीम है बिग्स भाई आपने देखा है लास्ट टाइम एमिया
दोनों सेम लेवल पे
हां क्या
दोनों इवन मतलब बहुत ही ज्यादा इवन है
that's just two standing make it
ये पता नहीं क्यों किया
He was right there.
एक महीना हो गया नो फैब बहुत चेंज फील हो रहा है बॉडी में थैंक्स टू मुख्यमंत्री एंड वाईबीटी बुक चैनल यार वाईबीटी बुक में कंटेंट डाला है यार
they can afford it again but they lose that nice buffer
स्प्लिट करना पड़ेगा
Yeah, I mean, getting the rounds good. Getting a buffer is nicer. We're about to start seeing ultis unlock, especially if we start seeing them going.
Can I also consume less rice and more bread? Yeah, really?
Control at the start of the round. Get that orb. They'll get that ulti online with
vitality at the same level as per what I know. And all the others are the same.
I think Fnatic will be on a different
भाई बात तो है भाई वो एक दो दिन की बात होती है पता है
लास्ट वाला ऐसे ही था
नहीं लास्ट वाला
भाई हम एक्चुअली हमारे माइंड को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं हम बस नहीं करते
मतलब वैसे था
हम एक्चुअली हमारे माइंड को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं पता है और तुम अपनी माइंड को बोलोगे मुझे नहीं करना है तो वो बोलता है कि भाई ठीक है कलेश नहीं चाहिए मुझे हर बार हम माइंड से कंट्रोल होता है लेकिन कभी ट्राई करो तुम माइंड को तुम कंट्रोल कर दो भाई होता है सच्ची में होता है
but how much information do they get from that again it is a play for control they do get to kind of put the banner towards B main, make them work if they want to try and retake that space, but you can already see the lean. They're starting to go over towards the vents. This has been a pressure point. This is not subtle.
Okay.
2 players will be in response. Mystic being one, that's the other. Already see the drift coming through from Yampi as well, considering is it times now put a lot more stock into this, and it looks like
अभी भी यही यूज करता है बे
caution being aired by Koi. Nat's played.
What
just happened? Callum's in the fight too, and that is a foul.
Lil bro thought he killed him, yo.
Really unexpected. Enthoo is almost played out of this round. It's going to require a 1v3. Very being put down now. Grabino just lost somewhere in the map, basically. He can't pin these players down. It's time to look for a save here.
मेरा आजकल heavy mind control चल रहा है भाई मैंने notice किया है देखो नहीं चाहिए छोड़ दो
it still doesn't work out. You still lose the round.
साला एक महीने से एक कैमरा को मैं लेने का सोच रहा हूँ बाद में मैं तुझसे पूछ रहा हूँ चाहिए क्या ये ऐसे वाला से लेकिन माइंड कंट्रोल करो कि भाई ये वाकई चाहिए वो वाला से चाहिए तो चाहिए
they're not playing one site, one heaven. They're not, split up or anything like that. They're not trying to hold the site even. They're just trying to lock down one specific area, and that's A heaven. And if Nats gets that kill, it's like we're having a completely different conversation. So I think the setup better revamped Liquid right now.
It does look like it, right?
Yeah.
But it almost stings us as well. You're still staring at a 2-2 line. Because this one moment.
Bro, मुझे पता नहीं यार कोई कैसे खेलता है भाई ये देखो भाई मेरे को ट्राई करनी है भी क्रॉसर
अन्ना क्रॉसर देखा शैडो का
rock solid player makes few mistakes and seeing that
देखा सर्किल का क्रॉस है
unfortunate. Hopefully they don't lose.
ना एक बार ट्राई करेगा फाइनल
भाई अच्छा है बे एक्चुअली
आपके पास फाइनल है ना
and Koi are going to love that. That's a chance to rebuild, get the buffer back. They are now so
close
to those ultimates coming online as well. That's
massive. मिल रहा है आपको ठीक है बक्चोदी आप
हाँ चाहिए और अभी वाला मेरे को चाहिए क्या बोल रहे हैं
Two man मिल रहा है बक्चोदी आप कर रहे हो एक्सपोज करो
with just the one phantom they're really trying to leverage that right now so they're playing a 2-1-2 setup here
हाँ चाहिए और अभी वाला मेरे को चाहिए अरे मैं एक और लेने वाला हूँ puppet videos के it's all about leveling up
with the phantom with maybe even popping the
लेकिन 1 लाख का खर्चा है इसमें
good bait out from Koi though
40,000 की लेंस 50,000 की कैमरा
being posted. Enthoo did take a swing so they should be able to start identifying where that one rifle is. Not fully aware of the rest, obviously, you see what they've gone for, but I mean, the money tells you quite a lot. At this point, they're already starting to peel away. Koi having to respect this. Again, they did lose B main control early. That adjusted setup could be quite telling here. Don't know about the timing on this one. Camera does get removed, which does give Nats at least an idea, but they've bought a lot of time. They're down to about 40 seconds now for Koi. Looking for that re-hit. They still have a lot of utility to play with, and now middle control.
This is a bit tough. They took a read. They did
donation goal डाल
and that's a good call. Like making a call, just 30 seconds left.
donation goal में डालूंगा जब मेरे को 1 करोड़ चाहिए या फिर 2 करोड़ चाहिए तब डालूं.
But the rifle's not with them right now.
40-50 के लिए donation goal डाल. Standard है हमारा chat का थोड़ा सा. क्या बोलते हो पब्लिक?
There are still 2 players here. Another spotted and another taken down. The gamble stack not really working out. As they did lose Enthoo in the meantime, so that's a rifle gone. Cleanly, Koi navigating this space very well.
Yeah, and I think hats off to Koi on that round for having the understanding of the awareness that they need to do a pump set at middle. They didn't go straight into a trap. They didn't go and just say like, okay, the first time we use an ability, they did a breach flash into vents. They threw up a fade out.
1 crore के donation for what?
And they didn't go with that. They were just waiting to see what the reaction was because Team Liquid, they don't have
ऐसे रहेगा नाम.
They don't have a lot of abilities, right?
1 crore donation
for the abilities. So
for me chilling.
Once they see
भाई ये लोग अभी रोलिंग कर सकते हैं.
भाई क्या है भाई इसकी build? हाँ?
There's nothing.
गाना क्या?
अरे ये तो 6 फीट वाला है ना पक्का.
क्या पता ना? कर
पक्का 6 फीट वाला. यूरोप बिल्ड अलग है यार. मैंने भी नोटिस किया.
यूरोप पे ना डालो. क्या बोला? सिटीजनशिप भी नहीं देंगे वो लोग.
यूरोप में बिल्ड अलग है भाई कुछ.
अलग है तो उनका जीन फोर्स अलग है. भाई इतना वायलेंस.
उस दिन इबिजा के बीच पे जब मैं शर्ट निकाला ना मेरे को बहुत मनूस फील लगा.
Reaction from Team Liquid. They lose a player, they lose mid, they're going to take something else. They're going to take.
कृपया आप ना बोलिए.
Go up B heaven if you want.
130 वाले कृपया एक दबाए.
अन्ना ये फैट शेप कर रहा है ना मेरे को.
तो मैं भी
130 है वो.
तो आप बिग्स भाई देखो बिग्स भाई.
मैंने सुना.
बिग्स भाई भी है. बिग्स भाई का नहीं देखा ना मैंने देखा.
Garino already
मैंने
noticed there's no subtlety towards this.
वीडियो पे जो
encourages
हाँ मैंने इसको दिखाया था ना मेरा.
Kiko's hands.
बैंकॉक में भी दिखाया था ना बैंकॉक में भी.
साला बेसुंडी की गैंड ऐसे कराटे मारते हैं ना रात को ये.
शर्म करे.
जैसे ड्रैगन हो. साला मैं जाके रोड साइड सो जाता है में पता है.
तुम्हारा नेट सारा होगा.
कोई मिला क्या रोड साइड में?
In a lot of danger here, has to swing and Koi so heads up in their clear, and that's gonna be another save here. There's no
pinky cases होती है भाई.
And I'm going to give credit
पिंकी
again.
पहला सोती है, मैं
looking
बाद
like
में
they're
सोता हूँ।
very aware of what
हाँ
Liquid
वरना
wants
वो
to do. They've
जिंदगी भर
identified
नहीं
that
सो पाएगी
very
इसकी
early
कराटे
on.
में भाई एकदम ड्रैगन का ऐसे
अरे नहीं, to be honest,
like we saw this all
बट तो आप कृपया ना बोलिए
they had really
आप तो डायनासोर हो बीच
and they really knew how to play into their agent pool. They knew their win
Big
conditions.
Spy, देखो Big
They
Spy.
knew how to play the maps to a certain
Tbone
degree.
बोल रहा है भाई, Tbone।
Where they
भाई
falter is
भाई Big Spy देखो,
मुझसे कराटे लेता है, घाण से पता नहीं चलता है।
भाई मैं नहीं मारता भाई कराटे बिग भाई आप मैं कराटे तो नहीं मारता
team or not because like this is what we
छोले भटूरे के साथ पूरी बाजी के साथ 10 समोसा खाएगा तो जो आवाज निकलता है वो निकालता है Tbone। और हमको बोल रहे हैं भाई इनका पता।
और पता है भाई बिग्स कैसे होता है पता है जैसे उसने ब्रांड में ऐसे इनपुट दिया है अभी मैं सोने वाला हूँ मतलब सो गया
सच्ची में मालूम था
अबे ऐसे पता है कि मैं अभी सोने वाला हूँ हम कैसे सोते हैं
नींद को देखते हैं यार लव यू Tbone।
अरे बाबा लोनावाला में इसने बोला गाइस मैं अभी आया सो क्या था मतलब इसने ब्रेन में इनपुट दिया है हम कैसे सोते हैं कि हम सो गए मतलब सो गए ये इनपुट देता है कि भाई मैं अभी सोने वाला हूँ ऐसा
भाई नो वंडर मैंगलो लव्स माय स्लीपिंग स्किल्स।
They're back again.
ऐसे नहीं होता भाई मेरे से नहीं भाई गुड नाइट अभिषेक कहाँ इतनी जल्दी पुट्टी मार रहे हो मुझे
मेरे साथ बात करते करते हुए बीच में कराटे चालू किया इसने
और मैं ना
बीच में
मेरे को नींद आता है
तो हल्का सा लास्ट राउंड क्या हुआ था बताएं?
नहीं क्या हुआ
Missing too much kit.
You're talking about life, man.
Maybe playing Kiko on this.
Dude, I used to watch a lot of streamers before once I came to stream in lockdown. No going back. Best streamer, love you, Shobith Rai. Love you to Prakash.
Tricky to take those sites.
Yeah, and I really don't like
भाई आजकल मैंने एक चीज नोटिस किया भाई साइफर ए खेलने लगा B is not the meta anymore or what?
just stacked up 3 and now they don't even get to use one of them. So
भाई एक मिड में है ना बाबा
हाँ without Sage Cypher plays
bro what is the use of this setup रे मिडल में ट्रैप कैमरा इधर
वो ट्रैप तोड़ते वो लोग ब्लाइंड देके पुश करेंगे
विकेट में रोमन is to give that
भाई कमो भाई सेक्सी मार रहे कमो भाई
क्या हुआ भाई कहाँ नीड मारो पेड ऐसे नहीं है रियल है ब्रो क्या गया मैच हार गए केटली जल्दी बोलो
देख रहे हो कुछ और देख रहे हो
That's through heaven. I don't see where they find this access point. They don't have the B main control. They don't have a lurk in this one. It's going to need an individual to try and stand up to task. Yes,
Liquid
Camel
हारने वाली
low,
है.
but that's about it. That's starting to show position here, trying to clear. Oof, close, but no cigar on this.
Kill tried copying Sen NHK.
Maybe. I mean, they've got to call it soon, right?
Yeah, they're out.
ये एक टाइम पे कैसे था यार टीम
Going for a repeat on that, a little dangerous and a little risky.
DC 188 128 13 अबे हारेंगे
भाई उसको पता है यैम्पी बुलाता है और जैम्पी नहीं पता है क्यों
हाँ उधर जे ये
जे ये नहीं है ये उधर है
You know, in the middle of saying like, oh look, the way they did this with the
Sky Discord change
for the offer, they gave the pick, they got out, they were able to reset, everything looked so good to them.
तो भाई नायका का ऐड आ रहा है का मतलब आप सर्च भी वही कर रहे हो बंदी को कौन सी लिपस्टिक दूं नायका से हमें बकचोदी ना करियो इधर
So it's like, what are we doing? Like we have the man advantage, we know like all these ultis are coming.
Why
are we still kind of in the same type of situation where we get punished for this? Okay, okay.
Do you not love the?
भाई क्या से भाई
Pardon me?
Do you not like Barbar's camera?
No, I love the camera, but I don't know. I'm not sure about the noises that were coming out of the mouth.
Well, hey, it's working.
Thank you for the 60 euros.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of how you beat Liquid. It's nothing new here.
This is just a kind of look back almost on that last season. A lot of the key things still looking good for Koi.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, in my mind, Team Liquid did look good initially. They came in with some nice ideas, a nice, a couple of competent ways to make it work. There were some unfortunate rounds, to be fair, but again, there were also player mistakes that opened up that opportunity. Now it's going down at ramp, right? Repeat that round, he may get that kill every single time afterwards, but it is what it is. It's how it works.
सबके पास वही कीबोर्ड सेम टू सेम
rounds
सबका है वोटिंग देख रहे हो
Liquid going to call the timeout. I don't know what the adjustment is though. What do you say in
सबका
this?
बेस
If I'm the coach there,
मैं यूज करके देखा उधर ग्रेफॉक्स का बूटकैम्प गया था ना तूने कभी गया
हां
उसको प्रेस करके देखा भाई
है क्या
So
अलग ही है
we got the opening on this other round, and then we
rapid trigger है
because we're getting side
साइयो के पास था और दोनों में फर्क था पता है क्योंकि दोनों ने अलग-अलग सेट करके रखा उनको
हाँ वो मैटर करता है वो कुछ वो एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं
like all of the ideas
अन्ना कब जा रहे हो
stick to the plan and we'll be okay.
नहीं मैं ऑर्डर करके रखूंगा ना
And it looks like a quick evacuation of the site if they are feeling these full execs are coming. And I mean you can normally look at the site itself. There's so much
महंगा है भाई 14,000 है
all the way up towards heaven.
1460 HE.
Seekers gonna be coming through. This should force camo away.
कोई है क्या यूएस से कोई आ रहा है
Give away the game, but it does eventually fall back.
जो चीजें चाहिए वो इंडिया में नहीं मिलता
Koi has the breach ulti though.
भाई इंडिया में 25,000 लगता है कस्टम्स के साथ
They know that as soon as they start trying to do something, it's
अरे नहीं बाबा हम भी यूज करते
हैं. They can't all get caught by it.
मतलब माना तू प्रो नहीं
अरे मतलब मैं
भाई कैमो घुस के मार रहा है स्मोक से
भाई ये तो लग रहा है टीएल जीतेगा आई मीन कोई जीतेगा 5 राउंड ले लिए इन लोगों ने अटैक
Liquid are gonna have to fall away from. Koi, these side takes are great. To be fair, they're great. They're looking well rounded, but there's nothing beyond the
21,000 में मिल रहा है महंगा हो गया ना भाई 14,000 में मिल रहा है आपको
Nice shot, but it doesn't really matter. Rifle gone. And at this point, there's financial reasons to chase.
Yikes.
That's not good.
That's not good at all. And you know, just looking at Team Liquid here, it's slipping away from them a little bit. Like round by round, it's slipping. And
क्या चाहिए हर महीने आता है
it's not too like
हर महीने आता है कोई सच्ची में क्या बात है
it was pretty brilliant actually. We saw a pace change. Usually they've been
कौन आता है हर महीने आपके घर से कोई आता है
setting up the Viper Shadows.
यार एक कीबोर्ड होना यार
The Fade Prowler to help set them up. And then as soon as they do that, they go into middle, but they don't do anything right away with middle. They usually go back and re-clear the extremity first.
कीबोर्ड का नाम बता दो यार वूटिंग 60 है
do anything quick, and then what Koi does is walk up the lane. They run into the site for free because Team Liquid's playing the retake. They're not expecting that.
Yeah, this is going to be now an uphill struggle. Of course, Liquid having to respect the financial position they're in, opting for just the sheriffs and some. Right there. I mean, I say some sheriffs. I think it's just one at this point. And that's about it. So Liquid need to figure this out fast. Otherwise, Koi going to just start walking away with this game. Credit to Koi for playing well, but
सेटअप इनको चेंज करना पड़ेगा मेरे हिसाब
tips here for Liquid.
I wonder with that info that there's a clear event, are they going to pump again like they did in the previous round and just throw a flash, throw anything to find out, hey, are Team Liquid still here? If they are, maybe we see the Sky Flash and the Raise Nade coming out right away, and then we could just like run to the other site. And right now we saw that they kind of gave up middle. They let Team Liquid take a peek, see nothing. Now Team Liquid's moving to the next spot. Honestly, so many good things from Koi right now.
Yeah, this is actually very impressive to witness. Feeling the pace of the game perfectly, kind of got Liquid wrapped around their little finger. And they're going to hear this. That is audible. They're going to note the rotation towards that A site. They've made a bit of Liquid, you do have to take a gamble. There is part of that, but again, this wasn't just a random bit of luck. They're double pump in middle, that kind of, as you said, that quiet dissing.
ये क्रॉसर ट्राई करने का मेरे को बिग्स भाई भेज दो जरा इसकी
and then going for the gamble stack on A. To be fair, in one of the previous rounds, Koi did go for that A hit as well, so it may be an educated guess, but credit to Koi in this for reading it and really playing this to the best of their capability. And really, at this point, what are you meant to do?
It's like that martial arts stuff where you kind of like use your opponent's momentum against whatever. That's what Koi is doing to Liquid right now. They're understand how Liquid's playing their defense right now with all the proactivity and kind of like and right now what they're doing is, hey, you're gonna do this. I understand that, so I'm gonna let you clear it. Think that it's clear. You're gonna over-rotate, overreact to the other side, and then we're gonna be able to like walk into a free site.
Yep. And even this gets messy again.
तुम्हें भी लगा क्या?
Finances behind Koi are very robust. Yes, Liquid will take it, but it's not really, going to matter in this point. Koi comfortable.
This is 14K also in India. Nah, bro, after the customs, I'm saying it shows 14K, but when you ship it, it's like around 18K. Then customs.
All of the stuff you tick the box
25, 24.
And then we go to round
3. वो depend करता है.
And it's not recovered.
India में order क्या है बहुत
सारे.
लोग.
Know what Liquid can do at this point. It comes down to the players now.
इतना महंगा 6,000 ज़्यादा क्यों डालेगा? 6,000 का ही और use करूँ मैं.
Keeping that in mind, this is a huge chance for them. They have, I mean, one ults there, and it's not particularly fantastic. Mystic the only one with it online at this point. Same to be said on the other side, but still, nothing key to change the outcome.
It doesn't matter because last time they
26k with customs.
died after popping his ulti.
वो मैटर करता है भाई. Custom वाले बहुत आरामी है.
मेरे को लग रहा है कोई तो जीतेगा.
Down at the sidewalk, so it doesn't really matter that much. Sorry,
Hearing your depression starting.
But I mean, we need to see better ulti economy from.
भाई 7 राउंड ले लिया तो जीतेंगे. उनका ही मैप है. Obviously डिफेंस में कुछ ना कुछ होगा उनका.
लेकिन कोई जीतेगा या कोई तो जीतेगा.
कोई ही जीतेगा ये वाली मैप पे. दूसरा वाला पता.
Value out of their ults.
Okay. Nats last time didn't have a great start into this
क्या
game.
penalty देख ली.
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा. सिर्फ चाक आवाज आ रहा है बस.
तो है. Shot buddy.
Going to alleviate some of that pressure coming through. Nats goes re-exploring.
Nice.
This time he's got it. Clears out camo and now controls the space.
अभी Nats
now
नहीं करता है regular.
Predicament as well. But again, look at this positioning from Koi. They're in CT. This could be a re-clear. It's
Spammers, Sovic Muthi.
No paranoid play. Maybe waiting on the smoke to come back around here and just pausing for a second. TP.
Yeah, I think he was going to grab the spike with that.
I don't think that was a good enough trade here. Now down to 2v2. They've got to know that Nats was still around by sight. That's not a surprise. I don't know if they've had contact on Yampi yet. Probably.
Elbow stand or peek. Let's go.
Nats goes walking, gets the timing just right. Spike does go back to hand, but with 15 seconds, it's limited options here for Shadow, and Yampi was catching the cross and he catches the player. Liquid
7-5 हो जाए.
levying the score.
थोड़ी मजा आएगा game.
Bringing back to touch. That was a nice sight hold from them.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. I thought that push by Nats there was
bro,
super
best keyboard in 10k bro.
It almost looked for a second like he flicked off that kill and it's like, oh,
10k में क्या ducky सही रहेगा.
It was like the
I was worried for it to happen
clear,
again.
right?
Yeah.
But I think that push into screens there by Liquid, it was actually smart. And the
मैं gift करूँ का भिजो keyboard पहले आप membership लो बाद में gift का बात कर लेंगे.
So what was going to happen if they just sat around A side?
चौधरी कर रहे हो chat में.
Gone to B, had the Omen do his ultimate, pick up the spike, and then plant on B for a free sight. So Liquid's like, oh, we can't let this happen. So we're gonna like get out of the site. We're gonna take some space. We're gonna try to fight them. We know they're in spawn. Let's go take this fight because if we don't, we've lost.
Maybe that's enough to bring a little fire.
Do you mind G versus Zeta Watchparty को obviously यार. उसमें सबसे बड़ी मजा इस बार तो लग रहे जी जीतेगा. पब्लिक क्या लगता है? इस बार कप नम दे.
The Viper usually starts here, and the Viper usually gets set up, but he doesn't bite too much. Not this time.
Camo got to be careful. Down to 30. Speaking of ults, there we go. That's not bad, but Grabino already there. Takes down Kiko, opens up.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
3 back to back, bringing it into a favorable situation.
मैं करवा दूंगा कीबोर्ड का आपका मैसेज करता हूँ आपको इंस्टा पर.
नहीं जब
WhatsApp है तो Instagram में बात कौन करता है पाँच?
बोला था Liquid जीतेगा.
But credit that round to Yampi. I mean, he found 3 there to turn that back.
WhatsApp करो ना WhatsApp.
You love to have the Phantom on, but when we were sitting there looking at the 2-6 scoreline, I was thinking to myself, Liquid need to get at least 4 rounds here to be comfortable going into the second half. They have 4 with the potential to get 5 right now. So without trying to jinx anything,
Dimple देखो घर जाएगा तुम लोग.
We might have a game on our hands here, but we're so close to so many different ultis here. We're getting like 2 off of the Fade ulti. We're getting
I just cleared my UPSC mains paper and got call letter for interview. Need your blessings by हम कौन है यार? Blessing देने वाला. माँ बाप का blessing लो सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. भाई मैं तो बाबा निकला.
Still gonna get away without revealing the operator, but I mean it's still relatively telling. Again, trying to patrol towards middle, keep some of this control. I know Koi have been identifying this as a place that they like to pressure. This has been a pressure point. You can see the Shadow teeing up the utility. Prowler handled. They commit
7-5 अगर हुआ तो कम बैक होगी वरना नहीं. But से guess करो ये round क्या होगा?
They do want to put pressure towards mid. This should be.
Drop it.
Goes moments and a missed shot. Camo gonna find it, and that's a problem now. Mid looking far more vulnerable.
अगर इन लोगों ने वाइपर को लिया चलो जीत गए कोई. क्या कोई जीत गया जल्द.
Maybe the survivor's guilt was enough. Eventually Shadow's gonna find him, but it's Nats and Enthoo with a late look through middle, and Shados all too aware of that, leaving Nats, who's normally
भाई कोई जीत गया ब्रो.
behind the curve.
बोला था
जल्दी बदलते हैं बच्चा.
नहीं मैं यही बोला था.
अब भी बोला लास्ट राउंड लिक्विड जीतेगा बोला.
नहीं मन में बोला था और जुबान से कुछ और निकला.
जुबान से क्या
It was a bit of a feeble attempt at the end there. I mean, it felt like it was all based around that operator finding value. As soon as it doesn't, it crumbled.
Anna, why so sharp?
A lot of good things going there. Getting the just makes
rest लेने दो भाई.
Going with the Sky's info.
Anna, still
with
better.
With the dog, with the peak, and then sometimes the Sky's on
Anna,
the
how is the
opposite side of where the
cuppings?
offer is, so that you don't know if it's the Sky setting up the off
Cuppings is
by
blood
getting
वो करने के लिए ना ना वो.
Oh, the Sky sees people outside A. Okay,
वो shoulder में करनी चाहिए. मस्त लगता है.
move up with the dog behind it. So I think
Cuppings.
had some pretty
वो
good ideas
tens है
there,
basically.
but just fell
छोटा
short on
give
too
a
many
small
different
electric
occasions.
shock.
Missed op shot on that last round,
That's
for
not
example.
cupping.
A couple,
that's
few
not
rounds
cupping.
before that, they got executed on at the B site, and they weren't able to get off the site. They did so many things well, but it's always the coordination, the execution. When it falls short.
ना वो bubbles
Now
लगाते
this is the telling point. This is the test. Is 4 enough? Again, you've got to almost argue the pistol is paramount to their success too.
आप भी लगा दो 2 बार बबले में बट्टू भाई.
Uphill and starts to try to be a little audacious at the
बट
beginning.
मैं आपके साथ
Swings
जो
out
दो
and
किया
finds
ना
the
वही
end
है.
of the stick.
आप भी लगा दो बबले में.
Koi just being aggressive in this. I mean, they do have rounds to play with. And
Big
they
Bhai,
have
you were supposed to be
cleared one.
saving
But again,
me.
look on the other side.
यार ये
of
लेकिन
the fight.
सच्ची आपके साथ
अरे
तो दो
इसमें फील
कपिंग
था,
किया.
इसमें
मैं
फील था,
कितने
इसलिए बिंग्स भाई साथ में थी.
Enzo's position. Feast or famine.
क्या language
मेरे को तो लगता है
I'm
कपिंग
sorry,
आपसे
sorry.
इन्वेंट हुआ
Clear
है.
it, they're considering it. They absolutely
Anna,
do, but
hello,
Enzo
Anna. Daddy.
succeeds. Big work from
Hi.
Enzo there.
Sentinel
वहाँ पे लगा के भूल गए थे एक हफ्ते बाद निकाला.
बस निकल गए.
हाँ टिबोन भाई.
Liquid's
Huh?
gonna probably go
Usually
into
एक
their
घंटा
set.
रहता है.
Split and Ascent
Yeah.
can play
But
a very
इसमें डाल के
similar
छोड़ दी थी.
style in some
एक हफ्ते
weird
बाद
obscure way
निकाली.
on their attack side, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna see that though. We're
करके
gonna,
सूजन
we
है.
saw
फातिमा जी
This
आदर
is
शामिल
towards
कर रहे हैं
A.
दोनों.
चार
What
बबले
that
हो गए.
actually does is it sets up the 2-man B walk with the spike, and then the
Hello?
the
Hello, Father
players are
Sentinel?
gonna kind of,
Hello?
trickle around.
Sorry,
There's
sorry,
3 or 4
sorry.
different lurkers every round for this team. So I think that's what we're gonna see them kind of
Hey Ram.
emphasize a lot on this map and Ascent on their attacks.
And Koi not really.
हो जाए comeback liquid, हो जाए,
High
हो जाए.
priority towards B main control. Gonna get the ult orb, but
Sorry.
gonna lose out on one on the way. Again, they are working with.
Scream is not in liquid.
That's
कहाँ
about
और
it,
रणबीर
so
भाई 10 टीम चेंज किया उसके बाद.
too much here. Already probably got what they
क्या हो रहा
want.
भाई?
The ult orb, can they do some more
क्या हो
damage?
रहा
though?
भाई?
Potentially force. A little bit more of
कल
a
क्या डेट है
replay,
4-5 तो कल और
Plenty
परसों
of players
वर्टिकल
on the
होगी.
right side for now, at least, but
तरसों नहीं होगी.
Liquid continue on
तरसों
this
से
path.
जी की वॉच पार्टी होगी.
I like how Liquid's right now is. They didn't do a good job of this on defense. Was getting an advantage and then keeping that advantage. And I think right now that's what they're trying to focus on and let Koi kind
Is
of make
this
the
like
next
a
mistake.
comeback? बोला
And
था
this
ना
is something
Liquid
that Koi
जीतेगा.
did really well against Liquid in the first half. And that's another thing that, you know, is Koi gonna bite? Are they gonna over rotate? Are they gonna peek for info and then run into Team Liquid right now? And it looks like that's actually happening.
Yeah, being rewarded for their patience here. They're going to find Starks in the middle. Now, there is a lot of players on this side, but again, Weapon should outdo it, and it does. Team Liquid, very well approached, very well rounded. This looks good. This could be a game on our hands. Because egregious. You start forgetting some of the issues from that first half. You think, oh, 6-8. We've got a game on. But again, this does come back to, does Koi then have those adjustments we were looking through, I guess, from regular season, or at least kickoff, not regular season. Have they done the work we were looking for here? Does Liquid have the capability to keep doing this again?
कर रहे हैं क्या थोड़ा गेमिंग इसके बाद?
नहीं ब्रो. सुबह वर्टिकल करनी.
But this is the bonus round.
ये लंबी होगी मैच पिंग्स भाई टेंशन नहीं.
3 बजे तक सो जाइए.
What we saw kickoff between these two teams against each other was that the matches always went the distance, but the problem with Liquid was they weren't all showing up. It was only like one person showing up. The rounds where everyone showed up, they played well. And right now,
मोहन दादा फोन कर रहे
a lot of Liquid
हैं. दादा कैसे हो?
It's like everyone's kind of showing up. You know,
हमारा
हमारा
दादा क्या कर रहे हो?
But it's like they're all kind of
क्या बात है स्ट्रीम पे हेलो बोल दो एक बार.
उसको भी वॉच पार्टी करनी है क्या?
मोहन दादा लव यू यार. क्या कर रहे हो? चिकन कर रहे हो? मिस यू यार. आओ कभी उधर ही. वही बोट कैंप अन्ना को आए बोला. अन्ना इधर ही है डिस्कॉर्ड में बैठे. हम साथ में बैठे डिस्कॉर्ड में. बिंग्स बटूरा स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं. क्या चिकन कर रहे हो? क्या बात. चैट आपको हेलो बोले. हेलो बोल दो एक बार.
round. Astoxo, his options are done here. I don't think you get to play back into this.
No, when you're against a bonus round like this and you're in 1 versus 3, you have to save that.
You're out.
Hello.
You got to, because like we're getting really
Kal
close to
contraband
a
hogi.
for example. But the thing that I really like here, and it's something that we should point out about,
no problem we had.
अरे डिस्कॉर्ड में आपका हेलो इधर नहीं आएगा मैं बोलता हूँ
right there, it's like
मोहन भाई हेलो बोल रहे हैं हेलो
he died, but he got a lot of info, created a lot of space, and that let his teammates.
अरे मतलब मैं बोलने वाला था
Nat's got all the way to the back.
Hello Monda, how's you?
सबको हेलो बोल रहे मोहनदा
Hello Monda, how's you?
Hello, hello.
They let the B walk out.
फालतू गाली का है यार
On the back
काओ आप काओ
Same place but different.
चिल करो सब ठीक है उधर
kills or rewards or praise for that. So I'm going to do
क्या?
that right now for him.
What a nice guy.
यार सेम यार एक वीडियो भेजता आपको मैं
Sounds like the most steal thing ever. Like, even in my
ऑटो मदद चोद बहुत बड़ा मदद चोद है आपको भी पता है मेरे को भी पता है एटीट्यूड है उस पे एटीट्यूड
But there is validity to it. Again, you got to look at the value they just won from that round.
मोहन भाई बोल रहे ऑटो मदद चोद फोन नहीं उठाता
ties up the scoreline. Probably, strange things have happened, but they have no ults to
वो तो
defend
common है
बढ़िया यार आओ क्या वापस कोविड लेके
one remaining rifle that Starkso managed to get away with. But beyond that, this
गांड फटे थे आपकी लाश पर
डिस्कॉर्ड में आवाज आते जा रहा है
probably closing the gap.
गांड फट के भाग रहे थे आप लास्ट टाइम जब मैं आया
Worried about this though, but how much does Starkso get? He is chomping at the bit here, and the reveal is dangerous. Starkso, can he live? Can he survive? He's still here. He's got to back away from this.
Balls
Already
of
finding
steel है
value
बे
is
इसके पास
great. You don't need to overdo this one. Nat's looking to try and even the odds, but this is so dangerous from both sides.
Yeah, and we're going to see this actual mid activation happening coming through the vents. They're going to be able to get the crossfire and the backstep onto the A heaven here.
ये चार्ज में रखा था ना चार्ज नहीं थे
The timing was excellent. You saw the pause over towards main, waiting for them to clear through from heaven. It's a great recovery from
माफ कर दो मेरी जान
threat and danger. The last player remaining, Gravino, not going to have
बम्बई आएंगे एक दिन
very
साथ में करेंगे
well
थोड़ा
maintained by Liquid there. You could see the idea from Koi, but again, that pressure in heaven clearing back through, not falling too foul to Starkso's, I guess, attempt to.
वो भी है दिल्ली में अभी
One of the things that, well, I had a few
सबसे बेस्ट चैंट है
and part of it was like what their strengths
वैसे ही बड़ा स्ट्रीमर बन गया अभी 500 के हो गया
their weaknesses was overheating and coordinating.
दादा मैं आपको कल करता फोन अभी स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं बाय बोल दो सबको लो हाय बोल दो गाइस
kind of just getting people inserted
love you dada
spots. It's really
miss you
important that they have good coordination. So it's not just enough that you have someone inserted, it's that you have to
down
kind of
to
go at
earth
the right time.
banda
So it's like it's your time, it's like red light green light.
भले वो
where
उधर
you have a
बूट कैम्प
green
में
light, but your
वीएलटी
team
की
has a
सॉरी
red light.
एनिग्मा की
Their traditional
आज
problem
भी दिल्ली इधर ही है
kickoff
वीएलटी में
was that
पब्लिक
too many people would be going when they have a red light, and not enough people were going when they had a green light, and it caused like this mismatch of okay, Yampi's all the way back there, but these guys are all the way back there. What's going on? But right now it's looking really good. That as soon as they get a little wait, they're fighting us right now. You should have some space at middle. Go up middle. Okay.
दिल्ली इधर ही है मिस कर रहा हूँ बोल रहे थे
We reactivate. I think this is kind of like
मैं
a
बोला ना
change that we
जगह से
expected
मैं
to see or hope to see. We hope to see it, but we expected to see it before kickoff started.
Tbone, you're too down to earth. Love you, Kalwa.
And right now, does it look like
True
they
VLT
used last
supporter?
month to
भाई रोते थे भाई मोहन भाई जब हम हारते थे मैं चुप नहीं
look
बोला
at kind of what was going wrong in kickoff?
वाकई
Hey
true story
guys, like we're on the right path.
Good old days,
now
yo.
What's happening is our coordination and our timings are whack.
Yeah.
We're going, let's fix this.
अभी भी तेरे पास टाइम में सही प्रेडिक्शन दे देगा 8-8
जो 8-8 है रीसेट हो चुका है टीम लिक्विड फेस लेंगे जीतेंगे वत्सल देखो वत्सल
Obviously, 8-8 isn't the scoreline that you want to be sitting here talking about when
Gee,
we're praising them. But considering they had such a first half 2-8 or whatever the scoreline was.
मैं बर्थडे विश हो जाता तो नीलेश भाई हैप्पी बर्थडे तो वैसे लॉयल लोग मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है अब तो भाई सच्ची में नील भाई
Nats and Gigo are having a nuts performance. They were just kind of not necessarily hard carrying, but
Nats having a Nats performance
kind of then hides all the crimes and the sins of the actual roster that maybe they hadn't adjusted throughout the little bit of downtime between kickoff and now, but it's not the case. We're seeing everyone on Liquid doing pretty well for themselves. We're seeing them looking like they've adjusted some of those issues. So this is all kind of looking like it's teeing up to they could have fixed some of the problems.
अब मेजी भाई का नाम ना लो इधर
भाई मैं
आता है भाई
1 घंटा चले
पनौती देके जाते हैं
उसके बाद सेकंड मैप 5 ओटी तक जाके 2 घंटा और पॉज
they still looked as confident, comfortable, individually impactful, a lot of things that
हाँ ये क्या है टिंग्स ये जो अभी हाथ में इसकी
हैंड वार्मर do they have that adjustment on the second half here? Do they have that growth
मैग्नेट
area as well? Because we've seen Liquid kind of tick in the box. They closed the gap.
तो भाई बिना स्क्रीन देखे स्कोर बताओ 8-8 बाबा 8-8
Obviously we are in a tech
क्या यार पाजिया हो गया क्या IPL हो गया क्या हुआ स्कोर बताओ
Sorry Alberto.
मदन चिकना प्रोड्यूसर बन गया भाई बड़ा आदमी है मदन चिकना शादी हो गई बच्चे हो गई नेटफ्लिक्स में प्रोड्यूसर है वो अभी दो बार मूवी भी आया 2-4
It is a rare treat to get downtime during, you know, if you're a team, if you're finishing towards mid to top.
लिक्विड रीसेट कर अन्ना देखो ना इनके हाथ में क्या है ये मैग्नेट वाला दो चीज
kind of come back out with a new look, but these guys did have downtime.
हैंड वार्मर तो वो सॉल्ट का पैकेट दे देते हैं लोग
नहीं वो अलग है इस बार ये वाला
ये क्या है मैग्नेट वाले क्या हैंड वार्मर शिल्ड में मोन बाय ट्रोलिंग गोची जल्दी खत्म कर देंगे हां ना मुझे याद है गोल्ड पर
ये मोन ड्रॉप्स पेन रहा
So I mean
नील भी बड़ा आदमी बन गया देख रहा था मैं उसका कम्युनिटी पोस्ट
playing into their strengths and making sure that their strengths are sorted. But when we look at Koi right now,
देखो सब के सब IMs पहन रहे
was their attack side and their
प्रोफेशनल में यही होता है भाई IMs ही
defense. And the reason why defense is so
तुम लोग क्या लगता है हेडफोन पहनते हैं
देखो ना एक क्वेश्चन था
बोलो भाई
going towards like
वो आप जो टैंक वाला गेम खेल रहे थे तो मस्त था खेलो ना 2-3 बार और
कौन सा वाला ब्रो
वो टैंक वाला
टैंक वाला एक ही था बाद में जब रिन्यूअल हुआ तो खेलेंगे
everyone knows what to do.
Do you make flowcharts?
सीधी बात है डाउन टू अर्थ
I mean it's like a more of like a mental, you know, whatever. So when you go into the defense side here, you have to have this individual decision making. You don't
अन्ना आपको एक्शन ने साला बोला ग्रुप में देखो हाँ देखो अन्ना अभी आया अभी देखो
internally just decide like hey
साला ऐसा बोला देखो
कोच
you can't have one person babysit and handhold the whole way and
डाल दे क्या पोस्ट
yeah you can't do this it's StarCraft where you know you have to control these unit groups and whatever. Like you're not a commander, so you're there, you're doing your own thing, and you're part of the map. And you're like, oh, they're doing this stuff. Like I can suggest something across the map to you. Like, hey, they're doing this. These are your 3 options. Pick one and do something. And if the players that are on the other side of the map don't make a good plan, or don't make the plan on time, or don't execute it on a timely fashion, then that's when things fall apart. And you know, if you're Koi and you are the coach or the IGL,
मैं कल कमेंट कर रहा मेरी भी पोस्ट आ जाता
what do we need to focus on? Well, our attack game plans are solid right now. We
don't
really need to focus too much on that. Let's focus on our defense a little bit. Let's focus inwards and figure out what are we doing or what are we not doing that's causing us to have such a discrepancy between our attack and defense.
But it does feel almost harder because you are banking on that kind of puzzle-solving skill as an individual.
IRL में भी मिला है
players, right? Like as you said,
गोट बनना है मैं
IGL, it's a very clear-cut plan.
अलग बकचोद है
You don't get to
प्रॉपर दिल्ली वाले लौंडे नहीं होते मैकल वो
on the defensive side. So this will be quite a test of the individuals and their capability to question, to find those answers, to get those solutions that they're looking for here. And again, it was just a Koi timeout at the end, if you were wondering. So hopefully, with a check in,
hey Tbone, तेरे ads aggressive है balanced है.
मैं disable करता हूँ Watchparty पे Pings भाई. I don't want them to experience ads between the games.
मैं तो full high में रखता हूँ.
ये वर्टिकल स्ट्रीमर एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ
कौन सा एक्सपीरियंस उन लोगों को देखना है तो ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम में देख सकते हैं ना इधर
अन्ना वर्टिकल में नहीं आता एड्स
क्या दिखता है वो तक नहीं दिखता है उसमें सिर्फ लेफ्ट से माउस राइट ड्रैग होता है ये एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में ज्ञान देगा
चलता है मची
with Koi's defense here.
चलता है
आपने कुछ अलग खेलते हैं टीम ये वर्टिकल बंद करो
वर्टिकल आप हो क्या आफ्टर नहीं ना
मैं हो ना 2-3 दिन
वो अभी ऑफिस नहीं जा रहे हो क्या
So right now it's a miss. They don't have a turret to get triggered. They don't have a camera. They don't have a trip.
भाई ओनर्स भी ऑफिस जाएंगे तो एम्प्लॉइज क्या करेंगे
They have to spread out. We see you know,
नहीं work from home
the
चल
Fate
रही है
now
क्या
has to
आपका?
use a
नहीं,
power
घर का
get info,
shifting चल
sees
रहा है ना,
nothing
रे।
immediately. Maybe she can get on a deeper line, but then Omen's sitting here holding B
Daddy
all
shifting
by
on
himself
5th,
as well.
मेरे को
So
6th
all
को
the
shift
focus is
करना
on
है,
middle right now,
but
but
room ready
again,
नहीं
it's
है।
just like they're way
तो
too
अभी
spread
इसका
out.
contract हो गया अभी ये
They
पुराना
don't
घर
have
का?
any map control, but it doesn't
अंडा
matter.
दोस्त
There's
का
30
करिए, क्या
seconds left.
contract?
Here comes the big hit. We do see the Fate getting the deep line off of that.
TMI
mid
VLT
lane. So
X1
maybe
ये
it's
क्या
gonna
हो
be
गया?
to the B side, and they're
क्यों
gonna
भाई?
have people here.
अच्छा लड़का है।
कल बॉम्ब को फेयरवेल पार्टी है। कम्युनिटी
किसको किसको?
मम्मी को फेयरवेल पार्टी है।
कहाँ पे जा रहे हैं?
ये कम्युनिटी जोड़ के जा रहे हैं।
कहाँ पे ना?
फेयरवेल का मतलब नहीं मालूम है इसको।
फेयरवेल रे कम्युनिटी छोड़ के जा रहे हैं ना।
किसको किसको अण्णा?
मम्मी
ओ कम्युनिटी ऐसे भाई उसने वो भाई उसने वो क्रॉसर में क्या मारा देखा तुमने? भाई मुझे ट्राई करनी है यार।
मत करो
अन्ना वो क्रॉसर होना मेरे को। क्या बोलते हो? अरे वो अन्ना थोड़ी देंगे, कम्युनिटी देंगे ना।
क्या हो गया रे कि लंच करेंगे लोग, क्या करेंगे?
अन्ना ये क्रॉसर होना मेरे को।
So many people would start freaking out with
Bro, did he
12
just
seconds left
one
on the
tap?
clock, and you're like, oh my god, there's 12 seconds left. It
Did
only
he just
takes
one
4
tap, man?
seconds to plant the spike or whatever, you know, roughly. So you don't have to stress out in those situations. And
तो मैं वर्टिकल बेकार है, कंटेंट देखने में मजा नहीं आता तो मत देखो। कौन फोर्स कर रहा है? 100 स्ट्रीमर है, किसी और को देखो।
They're going to be swarmed and overwhelmed, and they're going to be out of abilities. So Team Liquid, one of the things I really like doing is kind of like
easy है यार, तुम लोग
practice
कॉम्प्लीट
drills where it's like, okay, this practice game, we're not going to do anything but hitting in the last 20 seconds, just so we can get comfortable with being on low time and being able to still get into the site, get the spike planted, and do all this stuff without freaking out, without overextending, without just like
इसमें
our
क्या
pants basically.
मजा नहीं आ रहा मत देखो सिंपल।
You should be playing to get better, not playing to win scrims. Yes.
Crazy you said that. Reddit in shambles. Maybe the analyst does too, not ours. NA's. At this point, let's see if any
ही भाग लिया उसने उधर से।
done a lot of damage early on. Had to do something.
अभी अल्टीमेट टोटल कितनी सीसी है? तुम लोग गेस करो ब्रो।
Actually, Gravino's found a bit of a problem here. Gets the TP back away, and he's got lovely little upgrade too. Shados now in a key position. Look at this.
By heavy bait and switch kiya.
They
Heavy.
made a mountain out of a molehill, and Mystic and Enzo are in tatters. Enzo looking to try and recover. He does well to find two, but this now is down to Mystic. He's got to do so much.
He gets a stun on the breach, gets a spike.
Hello, what is going on here? This is
ये देखा।
Stark's only got a frenzy, but 11 seconds ain't a great deal to play with. But you've told me it only takes 4 to plant, so it's not a problem. Mystic now, what do you do with this? You've got to commit to this one, and he does.
दिल से बुरा लगा भाई। दिल से बुरा लगा।
फर्स्ट ही कर दिया भाई। भाई क्या दिमाग लगाया ना लेकिन ओमेन ने।
Mistakes Josh were made there.
ब्रो लेकिन उसको ना वो वाली प्लांट नहीं पीछे वाली करता तो वो जीत जाता शायद।
What happens? They go 1 for 1 at B main.
अबे कैसे बाबा? वो स्मोक डाला तो obviously यार फ्रेंजी लेके वो भागेगा ही।
What happens? Liquid moves up mid. 3 of them. They're backstabbing B site. Yes, Omen ultis from A over
Ghost होता तो नहीं होता पता है।
But what happens next is
पहले एक फ्लाइट लेना था।
solo person B main walks into them when he knows his teammates up B heaven. He doesn't have to go anywhere. All he has to do is wait there and wait to see if they push him. If they push him, cool, he kills them. If they don't push him, cool, his teammates come from the back and then he can pinch with them in like 5-10 seconds from them. But then he goes out too early, he overheats. And this is the prime Liquid issue that they had all of kickoff. And that's what you hope to see them fix. So why is it so uncoordinated and disjointed and
Yeah, that's gonna be you know the coaches are kicking themselves too. You know they're sat there and they've seen that and they're just devastated again. It happens, but you don't want it around like that and
क्या? नहीं मिला इसको?
Damage, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Skill's gonna come out.
Alt कैसे बच गया बे?
6 HP is so valuable and that's his back to.
कौन आया नया सीसी?
Starks are trying to catch anyone.
वो लेज के ऊपर गया ना वो।
एक लो है लेकिन एक लो।
want to coach and it's like
Plus
that.
people that stack है।
That's why.
Plus Viper भी almost
It's
इधर
hard
ही है।
enough as an IGL when that happens. It's like, oh man.
Don't do this to me. But at this point, I mean, what do Liquid have here? They've got Heaven control, they've got a little bit of a step towards A, but there is still 3 players here. This is a lot to handle. Mid is out of the question, it looks like, at least for now. Maybe they want to test this, but that Viper's pit is going to be holding. It's hard to clear. Looks like they're going to go back towards this A hit. But the problem is, look at Cam's position. I kind of like this, going late lurking, but again, Nats gets rewarded. That's better. That's what he wanted probably in the previous round, but this patience pays, and now they're rewarded towards heaven.
Liquid are the walking kings.
Yeah, we not
How much
gay.
damage can one man do? These late round hits now starting
बहुत
to become
अच्छी
a factor.
timing है
Shadow
बे
trying to buy the
walking
time, but gets
की, हाँ?
cleared. They should be fine on the plant. There shouldn't be anything to threaten this. The pit drops in middle. Everything looking good here for Liquid now. They've stabilized.
And stabilization is it's like one of those things where it sounds super
देखो
obvious
मैं
and
कहाँ
easy
वाला
to
moment
pull
है.
off, but it's one of those things where when you're in the moment and all this chaos is happening, it's so hard for people to realize like, hey,
मैं
we
full
can
screen
just
में
like, even though
BGMI
we're kind of like out in the open,
कर लो
we can
कल
just chill
just
for
for
a second
facts.
and let things simmer, and then maybe something happens
BGMI.
in our way. And I think one of the
BGMI
things that
खेलेंगे
was really
लेकिन
cool here
PUBG
from what
PC
Liquid
के
did this round
वास्ते
was they put the pressure on the Viper from
है.
vents and from the bottom of the middle at the same time. They were like spraying to the smoke, and because of that, it kind of made
Thanks for the 3000 DC कल सुबह आना है.
getting pressured. Maybe it's they're going to go towards B. It gave a lot of space towards A. A lot of abilities were used, and then yeah, Team Liquid was able to move up into the site again. There's like 8 seconds left as they sprayed the smoke. They got the kill on the site. They're able to get the plant with like 1 second left, but that's all you need. All you need is 1 second. So if you're going to bait out all this utility, which you have to do, there's nades, there's mollies, there's smokes, there's stuns, there's aftershocks, flashes, everything. So why not like bait it out? It's going to take a while.
Yeah, it's. I get nervous when that 18th round just gives me like flashbacks. That it's all going to go wrong after that. That they're just going to start. You know, that doubt comes in. But this is a really big course correction. Probably puts them right back to believing in the plan for Liquid.
PUBG PC बोल रहा है full screen.
Right? They've only
PUBG
had one
PC
round
full
of this
screen.
so far. The scoreline
वो
is
तो
very
रात को
forgiving
करेंगे
because of
पापा.
that first half. But this is a pressure moment for them now. Their funds are going to be running a little lower. No big ults nearby apart from Starkzos. I mean, that could be critical, but again,
और ये दोनों क्यों ऑन करता है बे? हाँ?
We've seen other teams use Pressure Ulti really kind of like creatively. They'll get into an area, they'll pop it in like, you know, to cut off middle or a rotation point or something like that. We've seen Yampi sitting on his ulti for a few rounds, not using it really anywhere, anytime. Yeah, they've been planning with like 2 seconds left, so like when are you going to use it in a post plant? Like all the kills have already been decided by then. But to not kind of have like, a creative way of using it as a fake or using it to create an opening or be able to secure all of middle so you could do this kind of like ping pong back and
ये
forth.
round भी हार गए देख ली.
We're not seeing any of that, but we're going to see a full A hit. But a decent read from Koi?
Potentially.
भाई कहाँ जाएगा फेड बताओ? Possible ही नहीं. क्या करेगा? रीटेक के लिए इससे बढ़िया.
Flooded, good damage, but no kill. Again, Nat's getting maybe a little ahead of himself there. Maybe didn't need to take that fight individually. A deeper hit from Yampi, please.
He waited for it to come up before he peeked. Okay.
There we go. We're
learn
changing, we're learning, we're growing. Mystic waiting as well. There is a very clear
Random मार दो एक दो हो जाए.
Now they're going to force the hand to make it go through heaven, and look at the space being taken behind them. I like this.
नहीं आगे नहीं आगे नहीं.
Spray comes in, but it's not going to come next. So now they're going to try and take that space back from heaven. They're going to fly towards the side. Actually, Callow doing really well. Clears through. Ult comes in. May not be pretty, but it gets the job done. Shadow and Shobith not in a
TL first game जीत गए. Hello, welcome back, Bhavik. Bye.
Miracles are happening, and Team Liquid is up to 11 now.
अभी match point है, उसके बाद Viper ults भी है भाई.
You know, just as I'm talking about how they haven't been using it and haven't been doing a good job, they have to kind of just be like, you know what, let's just do it properly.
Shadow भाई ये crosses से कैसे जीत रहे बस.
But it
वो इसमें खेल रहा है ना
This is what you were looking for, if anything.
And this is another example, though, where we see Nats. It's like, when I make that exclamation in the middle of the round, like, why? It's like, I'll tell you why. They go into the site, right?
Yep.
Kiko does a double satchel in. He kills the Fade on the site.
Oh my god.
Here it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, they have the site free. They're going to flood in and get the spike plant. So where is Team Koi located on the map? They're probably in heaven or probably
main problem है ये लोग ऐसा walk in कर रहे हैं ना B पे wall बना के.
You have the spike planted and your teammates
like कर रहे बोलो बोल दिया करो chat को like कर दो मेरे दोस्तों.
फिर A walk in
so
हो
let your
सकता है.
team stabilize, get into like different
नहीं
waves,
बाबा ये बात ये जीत
and
गए.
when like the
छोड़ दो.
opponents are coming in for the retake,
दो ढूंढ
that's
के
when you
मार
can
सकते
jam
हैं.
them.
यार एंजो थोड़ा हेलर जैसा नहीं दिख रहा है.
They're clearing out like heaven, they're clearing out ramp still, and you're peeking into them. You're giving them what they want to be able to have
एक काम कर
opportunity
दो
to
ना, title
stabilize
change
in
कर दो,
heaven,
Pacific
and then
डाल
say,
दो
okay,
bench.
like we're going for this
Now we
retake
can-
now.
And the thing is that does
तो वत्सल दिख रहा है, Helef दिख रहा है, देख रहा है ना.
सब लोग दिख रहे हैं.
लग रहा है. There wasn't a huge issue, but
मैं देख रहा हूँ, मैं दिख रहा हूँ उधर.
वो इधर रुका है तो इसको वो मौला भी दिखेगा.
There There are opportunities. The first glimpse
इन
these
लोगों के
players
इधर
are
crowd
going
नहीं है
to
क्या?
get after kickoff
Stadium
break.
नहीं आज
ये
पहला डे
इनवाइट नहीं
So
नहीं
again, for
नहीं
Liquid, this
इनवाइट
is
बहुत
pretty
सारे
good
इनवाइट
check
नहीं
in,
रहते
and a kind of question mark
लास्ट
towards
टाइम भी
his
क्या
skill.
बोल रहे हो इतनी सारी बेब्स थे उधर
फ्रेंड ये
But
क्या
finding
लैंग्वेज है
that
भाई
timing
फातिमा
within
जी
the rest of the team is
Cuties.
essential now. 11 rounds.
क्यूटीज थे ना मैंने देखा
Ooh, almost rewarded early on their start, so got to be very cautious here.
Yeah, we see the Fade ultis online for him. He's down to 20
आता
health.
है
He
stream
almost
में
died
क्या
there.
बोल सकते हैं
Like,
क्या
why are
नहीं
you
बोल
even
सकते
trying to play 1 versus 5 on the site?
पूरा
You're
change
gonna
हो गया
lose
है।
it, and then
हाँ
you
ना
don't
रे,
even have the
कैसे
Fade ulti for the
तैयार
retake. So good decision here. He
अगर अब
peels out. He's
GSKILL
gonna
रहे तो
KO,
पुराना वाला टी
switch
बनाएगा
weapons,
नया
and,
वाला टी
you
बनाएगा
know, get a little bog in law going in, kind of.
Of course क्या
always always
कबो पट से
Thank you for that one.
No, I think everyone no one forgets that.
You think so?
Yes,
That iconic. Well,
sorry.
It's like a help sewer moment.
ज़रा टिप पे sorry
सब लोग आ चुके हैं लग गए भाई कोई जीतने वाला है
Is anyone there to capitalize on this though? I mean,
भाई
a little
काफी
bit of
chaos
information
round होने वाला है
closing that
chaos
gap. What are
भाई
you gonna do
तीन
with
बंदे
it?
बह रहे बे
Where is the value of this? Like, it's
There's 3 people on the site though.
ये क्रॉसर होना मेरे
they planted at. And
थोड़ा
so,
stun नेड हो
there
जाएगा
has been no ability to close down on
Let's
this
go,
ult. Enthoo is going to
stun.
be under a lot of pressure. But
भाई
amazing
ले ली
mistake.
भाई
Does very well
मिस्टिक
here.
भैया
Burns
ने
out.
2
Enthoo's
ले
gonna
लिए
win
भी
it
ले
with
गए
press.
एक नए
Goes back for more
हो
and
गया
can't make
retake
the most of it. Shadow levies this down to a 2v3, favorable to Koi. The
Bye.
HP is low.
Sexy.
It's on Nats now.
difficult retake
And that's good. He needs more though. Knows the Starzo's up there. He's got such a good read on
Oh.
it. Trying to toy with him, but now time is a problem. 6 bullets to play with.
Oh!
Good. And he's done it. He's pushed Shadow off the spike, and Nats just needs to play this properly. And oh my
भाई
God. Did he go to
नहीं है
No, he didn't.
भाई क्या
Into the second.
bro that's only Nats can do bro
Get him to 12.
You know,
भाई क्या ही लिया भाई उसने
we see these overheats on these other rounds, but then
They'll
that's
do
the
that.
second huge round that
bro
he's
crazy
actually won in
opa in the
1
chat
versus 2
भाई
before that.
I think so.
Yeah, so it's
that's
just like,
Nats
if he's
for
gonna pull
you
out these rounds
baby
like this in these clutches, he's allowed. Okay, you can
Feast
have,
or famine.
अच्छी थी पब्लिक हाँ
you can do 1 or 2 overheats because I know that you're gonna get like, you know, you're gonna make up for it twofold.
कैलकुलेटेड भाई क्या ही भाई मतलब ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो पैनिक हो जाते हैं
And again,
क्या
beautiful thought here for old Baba.
उनको भी समझ में नहीं आया
Bless
Wait,
him.
did I hear what I think I heard?
It looked a little like it. But
Bro,
12
fucking
9.
crazy,
Again, we're
man.
taking pause here.
अब
We're
मैं भी वो
taking
सिचुएशन
stock.
में वही
हो
करता मेरे
जाएगा
साथ
गेमिंग इसके बाद
Round really
भाई मैं
good.
भी वो सिचुएशन में ऐसे ही खेलता मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है
Off of them.
हो
Played
जाएगा
with issues,
दिखा
and
दे
they were
आज
looking good on the attack.
नहीं अभी ये लंबा होगा ये बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है बाबा ये दूसरा हारेगा अभी
2-0 है लिक्विड
2-0 नहीं लग
They're
रही
trying to be
2-0 हुआ तो 2 गेम खेलेंगे वरना नहीं
again. It's on Nats here.
भाई 2-0 हो तो मैराथन करेंगे कल
Feast or
सुबह
famine. What can he do this time? Still gonna find one.
देख
Still
मैं तुझे
takes
बोला
down
है
one. And he's gonna get. I don't know how
देख
much he
बहुत
saw
चीज
there.
बोला है कुछ
Probably
किया
enough, but again, they've already got side control. That should be telling in itself.
मेरे पास इसका
आपको
रिस्क
रेड बुल का फ्रिज नहीं आया आज तक
Poised defense.
ऐसे आएगा भाई
Because of their
छोटे
composition,
स्ट्रीमर है
you know, they let Liquid
घर में ही
walk
फ्रिज
into
नहीं
the
है
site
अब
for
रेड
free,
बुल के
and now
फ्रिज
they're all the way deep in spawn, and they're jamming this. They're
Shot
jamming the retake. There's no
bait.
chance for
चलो भाई जी जी
Yeah, offsetting that
By
timing. Yambi
shot
pressuring
way.
back through was just
चलो भाई
gorgeous.
जी जी
Where you off to?
It's last round. Spike's
Where you
might
off
be
to? There's nowhere to run. You gotta face it. 13 to 9.
लास्ट
Team
में हेवी
Liquid.
खेला
You know,
लिक्विड
the first half may have given you one.
अन्ना ये आपका ही वो है IEMs
Was excellent.
And it's actually interesting to see that Liquid wasn't just doing their
Same
lurky
IM.
thing where they're
Best
inserting
working
like
team
two
मेरे
or
लिए
three
best
people lurking. They were grouping up and doing these full 5-man hits.
भाई कितना young player है ना ये Nats
Last few rounds. like
heavy
the
young
whole
player
half Where they were just going at the last second.
Yeah, this is going to be hopefully a very good series going forward. Plenty more to come. That's
ठीक
only
है मैं
map
स्ट्रीम
1.
देखता हूँ मैं जाके सो रहा हूँ
ओके ना बेस्ट ऑफ लक एंड टेक
good night Anna take this care get well soon
लव yous
ये भटूरा सो गया क्या बे ए बट्टू
कब का गया वो
कब का भाग गया पता भी नहीं चला भाई Let's watch some games. La 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 la.
Pero como que nine esa tipo es muy fiel. Ese Tolino está a otro nivel. Saco de los babies, so I know it's real. But we keep it in order. You know I got ops in and out the cell. No hablamos con cops, we would never tell. If you go against the gang, then you riding in hell.
तिबोन भाई अगर तू गोट ऑफ द गोटर है, अगर तू टिबुंड ऑफ द बुंडबोन है, तो इसके बाद गेमिंग होगी।
इतना गेमिंग हो गया, कल वर्टिकल करनी है। ओ बेबी,
एक काम कर कल एक दिन वर्टिकल मत कर और देख
पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, परसों से वॉच पार्टी है।
कमेंट सेक्शन में कितना ओपी स्पैम होएगा, मेरा स्ट्रीमर स्पैम होएगा एक
तो
दिन।
आप इधर बोले तो करेंगे ही।
मैंने नहीं बोला।
It's all about calculated comments.
मैंने बोला ही नहीं कुछ।
IPL लाइव स्कोर
ट्राई करके देख ये
हार गए क्या डीसी? छोड़ दो, अबे आप भी बहुत यंग हो। कौन से एम चैट से पूछो। ला 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 भाई, लेकिन फायदा नहीं यार, हम दो ही है, क्या रैंक पुश करेंगे बताओ? 5 बंदे चाहिए, अब कहाँ मिलेंगे?
क्यों 5 बंदे चाहिए बे? मुंबई सर्वर में कितनी मजा आती है पता है, हेवी लोग
तो
आते हैं।
2 बंदे कैसे खेलेंगे? तेरे इमॉर्टल 3 है।
मैं आ जाऊंगा पिंकी गाड़ी से।
भाई मत करो अभी,
नहीं खेलना है तो सीधा बोल दे यार, कल भी टांग दिया तूने।
नहीं मत करो, थोड़ा
परसों भी टांग दिया तूने मेरे को, कल भी टांग दिया, नहीं खेलना
भाई। कल तो मैं वो खेलने वाला था, अभी स्मर्फिंग मत करो बिंग्स भाई, गरम माहौल है बहुत।
परसों का बोला ना, क्या हुआ
परसों खेला ना बूस्टी के।
गरम करो भड़वे।
बिंग्स भाई अभी स्मर्फिंग मत करो, गरम माहौल हुआ है, अभी कलेश हुआ है रिसेंटली।
मैं बंक्सू बर्ड्स नहीं।
ला 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 ला। तो भाई आप मेजर भाई अगली बार मैं वो उस गेम के वो खेलने वाला हूँ, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, बैटरी मोड, कैंपेन मोड, सॉरी।
How about tomorrow you take the level 3 helmet and vest horizontally? How would you give it a try?
Oh yeah, ये कुछ नया इनका स्टिकर आया क्या, खोगार?
टॉपिक चेंज कर रहा पड़वा, ये नहीं सुधरेगा चैट।
ये वाला खत्म होने वाला है, मेरे को लग रहा है कि
2-0 है बे।
हाँ ना,
रुको मैं 1 मिनट।
कल का बढ़िया रहेगा।
कल फैनेटिक है भाई, तेरी एनी वाली टीम।
ब्रो मेरी फेव भाई, मैंने एक भी गेम नहीं देखा भाई फैनेटिक का लास्ट टाइम, इस बार फाइनली देखने मिल रहा है। पब्लिक फाइनली ब्रो, फाइनली। वर्टिकल वेरिएंट के हाँ भाई, इसके बारे में सोचा ही नहीं हमने, ट्राई करते एक दिन। भाई ट्रेविस स्कॉट का वीडियो सॉन्ग आया भाई, फीन 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 फीन। ये अंकिता क्या कर रही है आजकल स्ट्रीम?
अच्छा आइडिया है
भाई, अंकिता का क्या सीन है भाई बिंग्स? हाँ ओ पिंकी,
हाँ?
अंकिता का क्या सीन है?
का पीसी गया है और रूम रेनोवेट हो रहा है।
क्या है, कैसे गया पीसी, मतलब क्या हुआ?
वो लिक्विड कूलिंग का कुछ लीक हो गया तो मदरबोर्ड गया उसका।
ये जो राका के साथ हुआ वही ना पब्लिक। ये लिक्विड कूलिंग मैंने इसलिए नहीं लिया भाई ये बीटी है भाई हैवी बीटी है लिक्विड कूलिंग का। नॉर्मल कूलर लो NZXT का काफ़ी है, कुछ नहीं होता है, होने वाला है। AC रूम है, नॉर्मल लिक्विड कूलर लो, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं इसको, NZXT का जो भी कूलर है बेस्ट है भाई। लिक्विड वगैरह सिर्फ दिखाने के लिए भाई, सीन वही होती है। और AIO वही क्या हाल है वैष्णव भाई के? यार कब से वेट कर रहा हो यार। वैष्णव ले लो क्या वो कैमरा, क्या बोलती बनता है? हैं? ला 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 ला। चलो आप गाना कौनटा दिखाओगे क्या? क्यों भाई लेनी है आप? कैसे बड़े लोग आते हैं यार कभी कभी। ये सिर्फ मेरे चैट में ही होती है, पता है? किसी और के चैट में ऐसे नशकड़ी नहीं देखा है। सबसे ओपी चैट है हमारी, ओपी चैट। ये अभी नहीं भाई, CS:GO डेज से देख रहा हूँ। ये अभी कुछ स्पेशल नहीं है। अभी मन बना लिया तो ले लो, बस 100% यूटिलाइजेशन होनी चाहिए। देखो यूटिलाइजेशन होगी एक तो पापे पेट वीडियोस में, वो तो मैं S23 अल्ट्रा में भी कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन है फायदा है भाई। फोटोग्राफी के लिए अच्छी है वैष्णव भाई। लेट्स से ब्रांड ने 1-2 पोस्ट करने के लिए बोला, अच्छी है। Z8 अच्छी कैमरा है, ऐसे लेंस मैटर करता है, वो अलग बात। ललित भाई को लेनी है क्या? वही है क्या? फ्रेश कर लो मेजर साहब यार, वॉच पार्टी बस जा रहा हूँ मैं वैसे। बिजनेस के लोग, हाँ भाई बिजनेस खेल सकते हैं बे। मिस्टर बेंग्स
He's not here.
How about some business maybe?
अभी मैच नहीं है।
इसके बाद नहीं रे, मैं सो रहा भाई। वो लेट नाइट वाला हो गया भाई मेरा सीन।
हो गया ना वापस?
हो गया भाई, फिक्स हो गया अभी शेड्यूल मस्त।
अच्छा।
सुबह 9 बजे उठता हूँ, 9-10 बजे भाई। सुबह टाइम मिलती है एक्चुअली।
हाँ बे, सुबह उठ के जो प्रोडक्टिव होता है ना वो रेस्ट ऑफ
भाई वाकई सच। ये कितने बजे उठता है ये?
Tbone by Opco Anaconda Dikar Ojkea.
कैमरा अच्छा है, सब सिग्मा का लेंस लेना है जो भेजा है। हाँ वो 40,000 की लेंस ना, देखा है। चालू हुआ क्या?
Haven't played it yet this year at all.
Hey baby, hey baby.
टिमोन भाई डेट्रीमेंट का मतलब क्या है?
क्या बोल रहे हो?
डेट्रीमेंट
क्या?
डेट्रीमेंट का मतलब क्या? डेट्रीमेंट
कौन सी भाषा है? होंडा की स्टिकर से बे टीम लिक्विड में घर जाएगा बे। TB1 देखने
भी करो वैसा गेम प्ले,
कब देखने को मिलेगा हमें VCT में? क्या चीज?
तुम भी वैसा गेम प्ले करो, आएंगे स्टिकर्स।
भाई इनके पास क्या क्या स्टिकर से देखोगे? कप्पा की स्टिकर है ना ये? हाँ ना?
हाँ।
अभी इंडिया में इतना नहीं है बे ये ब्रांड कप्पा।
है ना जी में तो ना।
है क्या?
हाँ जी में तो।
ब्रो साइफर क्या? नेट्स वापस साइफर। एसेंट में साइफर क्या नया मेटा है क्या? तो मैं इंस्टाग्राम डाउन पता नहीं ब्रो। पूरे कब जा रहे हैं भाई? मैं क्यों जाऊँ यार? मेरा तो चल रहा है इंस्टाग्राम। क्या मेरा तो चल रहा है ब्रो। लो VLT ग्रुप में हाय बोलो। हाँ भाई डाउन है। हाँ भाई इंस्टाग्राम व्हाट्सएप डाउन है बे।
व्हाट्सएप डाउन कैसे मालूम पड़ा?
पता नहीं, हाय पे जा नहीं रहे। मतलब इंस्टाग्राम फेसबुक भी डाउन है।
And like start with a lead. I feel like that's the way.
How are you, chubby bunny, chungus among us, fatty boy? I'm good, baby. Fatty bhai. Patla ho raha ho aajkal mein.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot to be looked at here. I mean, composition-wise,
Chat यही time है सारे access को miss you बोलो.
Does it fill you with confidence and joy?
कल तक delivery हो जाएगा, मत करियो. मत करियो नहीं, मत करियो.
सारे X को miss you बोलो chat.
मत करियो. Delivery हो जाएगा कल तक.
It's going to be interesting to say the least.
Sure.
You know, we do get to see them starting on attack, so maybe that plays into it a little bit because what do you need on Ascent? You need to be able to break through the choke points.
Yeah.
So with Jet, you have to throw a smoke and then dash
Best
into the smoke and
सारे
then get
X
past that
को
choke
miss
point.
you बोलो
You could
और
do it in kind of like unique
बोलो
ways
कि
because you
यार
can just TP is
what
like a
went
long
wrong
range
and I'm
TP to
sorry
get across
बाबू.
certain places.
ऐसा बड़ा
So
ऐसे
we're
भेजो.
going to see that
आज ही
being
का
leveraged
दिन
a lot.
है.
We're going to see kind of like what their prep was.
बड़वे का मत सुनो. BS Sigma.
और उसके बाद अगर सामने से गाली आए तो बोलना I'm sorry. I thought WhatsApp was down.
Be a Sigma, guys. Be a Sigma.
I thought WhatsApp was down, but my feelings for you always up.
से बढ़िया ब्लॉक ही कर दो. Hexion का पोस्ट आते इंस्टा डाउन हो गया. साला डीडोसर का 14 है Hexion.
I'm looking forward to it, right? It's like
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It feels like if you roll your mind.
Lord Hexion just DDoS Insta, man.
Of certain looks, certain composition, blame it on Sliggy, blame it on Bacon. It doesn't really matter.
Be a Sigma and SC Tbone, bro. Abhishek, you just read my mind.
Now, hopefully we get to see it kind of fleshed out, right?
ये बड़वा Hexion Instagram भी डाउन कर दिया ना DDoS करके. पोस्ट आते ही DDoS कर दिया.
Traditional composition, right? Like that's gonna be a nice little kind of pound.
Shit, deliver तो नहीं होगा WhatsApp. Shit.
Headset issue for one of the coaches. It's a actually
मत कर यार.
because we don't even get the floor glowing red. So you know, my allotted amount of tech pauses, I've hit both.
Magnet का पता नहीं.
Contract, so
India Nets.
That's done. But yeah, no, it's again. I think this is a nice testing.
Comeback हो जाता तो third map भी जाता है.
Like how this composition suits them. And for Koi, they got to shake off that last map. That is a horrific way to full stop it, right? That half losing, not even the scoreline, but barely picking up a round. Only picking up one round, having to come in now, freshen up, change that mentality, get focused back into the game. As we are now seconds away, thank you for your patience. Team Liquid and Koi map 2 here.
Electric hand warmer. माँ क्या कैसा भी होता है?
See if it works for them.
क्या बोल रहे हो बे? चलो शाल हो गया.
Yeah, already looking like it was looking. Well, it looked like Koi were preying on this mid pinch, but yeah, again, knife should be highly indicative of what's coming their way. So either it's a fast flank or you get towards short.
It's going to be a big fight.
Oh shit!
Alvaro sees it, but who's getting to draw blood? It's going to be Shadow at least answering back to Yampi's first.
How many sheriffs did these guys get?
My favorite map है यार.
It's just a brawl, isn't it? Trying to get amongst them here, but Koi going to try and flip back towards side. They do at least get a couple of players ahead of this. This is terrible. What? Starkson? Come on, what is going on? What just happened? What just happened? Koi just brawled out the rest of them. Got clean fights across it. Well, at least at the end it was a clean fight. I want to watch a replay on that. That was baffling.
Listen, as a killjoy sheriff enjoyer on pistol rounds, usually I get it on attack. I don't do that on the defense.
क्या पता हिंदी में बोलो ना कुछ.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. One of the things I was going to point out was you know, Team Liquid, they have a lot of reps playing against probably a standard comp like what Koi is running right now. So they're going to have like ideas and defenses against this. But for Koi playing against the Russia or the composition Liquid has, they're probably going to be put in a lot of uncomfortable situations. So being able to be aggressive like that and being able to have this mid-round fight and just be so confident.
Stocks just walked to smoke and found like 3 of them drifting to size. Ah, brilliant.
We're stealing as well, though. Who's going to the door and closing it? Huh?
Yeah. No, look, I'm on your side. Right? I'm on your side. Camo, we're gonna make light work. Mystic. And again, Spike's over here. This isn't a round that I'm expecting too much from. As it stands, we can see who's going to build up towards that ult as well. Camo. One side, Kiko going to claim it on the other, so obviously looking to build that up nice and early.
Oh, भाई, स्कलेश होने वाला है क्या?
Number at least on the
Sound आया होगा.
however with weaponry
दिल से पूरा लगा
his life. No harm, no foul. Team Liquid making no real impact here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they tried kind of walking out. It was a 4 versus 5. All you can really do there is group up and do something together. I mean, trying to like walk out 1 by 1 with classics, you're not going to get any real value. But one of the things I want to point out is this wall right now that they're doing on A is basically getting them a little bit of control over A main. It allows you to cross. So a lot of the time, we're going to see a right up here on the wall from the defenders as they're cleaning up this round because, you know, against classics.
Bro, वो crosshair होना मेरे को
It's going
कुछ
to
भी हो
deny
जाए.
that one-way smoke. It's going to allow you to cross to the cubby. It's going to allow you to get the orb control, and it's also going to give you a little bit of a pocket that you can cross. Also, so not just crossing at A main into the cubby there, but they can also cross to wide with that wall up, block off heaven and sight. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on A main, and it's going to help with the scaling out of the site. So as we talked about with the, you need the jets to get out of the choke point. You put this wall up. They're blind. They need to put either trips or cameras or get a Soba dart there as Team Liquid moves out of the choke point. Otherwise, Team Liquid's going to be able to flood out for free.
A little bit of an adjustment this round. As we do come into a little bit of a, well, I mean, looking at the weaponry.
तो मैं 2 subject fail. सोच रहा आपके जैसे streamer हो.
Oh,
लो, क्या मतलब?
All good. And this mid presence from Kiko, I'm kind of curious how this one works.
Why have they smoked Cat and walled it?
I don't really know.
Sorry,
I don't really know.
Obviously.
Streamers क्या अनपढ़ है?
We'll have a chat with them afterwards.
Okay,
you know,
yeah,
pull them
we
aside.
can.
अनपढ़ है streamers.
What's this about?
Enthoo, get on it.
MBA क्या मैंने?
There you go. Called into
हाँ,
action.
घर जाएगा.
Enthoo, but a little bit of a look towards middle, right?
Tbone by inhale me like hoka, eat me like chicken sukha.
Now they're not really drawn out a great deal of util.
40 रुपए
Gives away
बर्बाद.
very little either. Looking like they're gonna
कुछ तो कर लेता.
I mean, where are they
2
pivoting
पैकेट
to?
दूध आ
I think
जाता.
they're trying to rock the boat
घर
a
में
little bit,
चाय
so
बना
they're
के
gonna
पी
give
लेता.
a little bit of like pressure towards A,
ब्रेड आ
a little bit of
जाता.
pressure towards B,
ऑमलेट बना
towards
के
A,
ब्रेड
towards
ऑमलेट
B.
खाता.
And it looks like they want to end A, otherwise we would have seen the Omen in B main. But okay, I say that, but we saw this on split as well.
मसाल पूरी आ
Go back
जाता.
to B main, and then
Chill
it's going to be a
करता.
B split after they put all this pressure towards A. Yours going to TP back to his team, maybe, or he's just going to create a lot of pressure here with the flashes, and then the split's going to come through market.
In advance आता. What is this behavior?
Rubino actually got caught through the wall there. Yeah, this is now
Let's one आज से सबसे ऐसे बंद कर दो. अरे ऐसे नहीं भावेश भाई. बराबर ऐसे करो ना. ऐसे मुश्किल वाले ऐसे क्यों? जैसे Tbone love you, your best streamer. ऐसे वाले.
No, I can't be having rounds like this. It's not good for me. My mental health on the line.
ये होती है strategy. कुछ सीखो आप भी.
On the other side who've just been drawn across the map in most curious of ways. Shadows and Shadow probably baffled as to what just happened.
Full form बताना जरा MBA की.
Liquid are doing these late round hits.
Master of Bachelor Arts.
Too close. A little too close. Yeah, don't get me
सही
wrong.
बोला ना?
Cleared it.
Master of Bachelor Arts. है कि नहीं?
That was risky as
नहीं किया भाई MBA. Engineering किया भाई.
An attempt was made. Not going to really find much value for it. Shadow's going to get out of there. Rifle in hand, but Josh, how do you feel about that round?
Well, it seems to me that Liquid's like, oh, you know what?
Hi. Sorry. मैं नहीं किया MBA. मैं engineering किया था. BTech.
Yeah, and then they're trying to like emulate that right now. So, you know, a lot of very slow rounds, a lot of like misdirection, but it was nice.
Abhishek की मेरी supporter
we got a whiff of this. We're gonna just end the round with literally 5 seconds left because that's all we can do. And I mean, right now it's working a little bit. I mean, it was working on split.
It got them the round,
and Nats did have to bail them out of a couple of
hey,
1v2,
1v3s. 2-0 से 3-1 होने वाला है. I mean,
as I was saying last game, like, okay, you can't be nervous. I was nervous there. I feel like,
come on.
are they even going to get to the second time?
I was a little bit worried. There was a
moment
of doubt.
कैसे तोड़ा हो?
It's the first round for Liquid. Koi pretty frustrated with that. It felt like they did everything at least to the second.
सर जी गिव अवे हो गया. देखो चैट में सब लोग बोल रहे गिव अवे नहीं चाहिए. आप बोलो बस. पब्लिक चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? सारे अमीर हैं इधर फातिमा जी.
And it does feel like I am casting Navi.
फायदा नहीं है इधर गिव अवे
करके.
मैं आज पूछा चैट से कि भाई गिव अवे करे. पब्लिक बोल रहे भाई नहीं चाहिए रख लो आप. सबको चाहिए 40-90, 60-90 वगैरह वगैरह.
Nope.
Jesus. again, this is so precarious. Starkso, he's stalled them out, but he's now going to get pressure.
चाहिए क्या? पहले बोल दो, पहले पूरा एटीट्यूड दिखा रहे थे तुम लोग.
Irrelevant to the round. It's explosive from Liquid, but it is working.
Yeah, it's explosive at the right moments, and I have to point out that they've been really working on their coordination. Losing that op here for Camo.
Still waiting for posters.
No,
give away करूँगा ना पहले.
Like everything was chalked, and then it's like
Goal डाल दे झूठे. करते यार. एंड में करेंगे ना. बीच में करूँ मैं गेम चलते हुए. गेम चल रही है बाबा. Close जा रही है गेम.
So well to stall then, right? The nade came out, like slowed them down, underhand flash, but Liquid are happy just.
भाई मैं सच्ची में अगर तुम लोग की चैट में आरर नहीं होता ना, मैं स्ट्रेच खेलता. ये ट्यूबन में अच्छा नहीं दिख रहा है यार. भाई स्ट्रेच में मैं बहुत मारता हूँ. मैं झूठ नहीं बोलता. ट्यूबन में अच्छा नहीं दिख रहा स्ट्रीम यार. क्या कर रहे हैं?
I could go in and try to like duel this guy.
Okay.
As long as they're not on the site and my teammates can get the site and plant the spike, that's all that I really
भाई
need to do.
क्या
So let me go
मारते
take
भी.
this duel because it's 50-50. That's worth it.
This is
स्ट्रेच में रेजोल्यूशन ये सेंसी चेंज करना पड़ता है, तुमको पता है.
Of Liquid coming through here, be it on a knife's edge or not. But again, this round isn't going to be fun for Koi unless they.
WhatsApp down है, इसलिए फातिमा इधर.
Mid is starting to be controlled here, but you can really see how close by Starkso's getting.
WhatsApp में रहती है.
Have Shadow nearby too, potentially trying to play him into this, see what he can achieve. Gave it a glance. Doesn't fall for it. Already Nats has slipped ahead of this. To Karino on the other side. Nice shot there towards Yampi. That's big.
WhatsApp down पता है बाबा.
Moment there, going to cost them Yampi.
This and he gets his hat off. Gets all the info. They can go wherever. They probably go.
You'd imagine, right? They've got such a nice pinch towards the side. They know both players are going to be tucked on the site itself. Maybe one hell, one heaven. Let's see what they can do. Can they clear it cleanly? Eagle already take a look and spots that no one is actively playing into this. Karino wanting shot again. The boy is trying to put in some serious work. The only one standing. Enzo down low. And a 1v3. I mean, he's not sitting perfectly himself, down at 56 HP.
Neck को क्या हो गया?
Shados. He's not getting any play on this one, trying to bait out, but they have a player towards heaven. No one's falling for it. Eco with great work there, but again.
कितनी टॉक्सिक है यार फातिमा. चैट तुम लोग की बंदियां तो नहीं है, क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है अगर WhatsApp डाउन है. And फातिमा in the chat.
Again against the sheriff, but Nats on the bailout in mid.
Toxic, yeah.
Actually big sad here because
can we report
his
to
Sobalti and then he had to be on a sheriff eco round, and now that he has a gun round again, what's going to happen is, well, there's a Euro within a Euro.
मुझे क्या, मुझे तो कोई किसी का मैसेज नहीं आता है. ASUS noob gamer. नाम में ही noob है बोल.
Maybe Euro pops out of his ulti with a shorty, you know, in back pocket. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they set up the Sobalti here on this round. I think they should
add 100%,
whether it be on a retake, whether it be on some sort of trap play. They know that there's a lot of pressure towards A main, especially with the wall that they've been placing. So maybe they try to do some sort of play to really just stuff that. And you can get really good Sova ulti lines from Garden or Heaven all the way through A main. So that, hey, it's going to go for this. So the A main control, they're going to get the orb, they're going to pull a lot of pressure here, and then they're probably going to start by working from it. Let's see if we can set the Sova to get a really good game line from it. And you can do it from different places. I love doing the let's forgo the strat name, but getting into the main and doing it from behind. Let's say that.
Little boy is getting action, yo.
I know we're in
Groups के forwards तो नहीं है ना.
But you need to relax. All right, relax.
Uncle जी का good morning बेटा.
Okay.
Really?
ये बेटा खाना खाया.
Who did?
What, the strat or
the name of said strat?
Oh no, I made the name.
Yo, Bobby G, why are you sending me fitness kind of reels, man? You want me to get inspired, yo? Let's go.
When it comes to the Germans and their
this reels business, जरूरी.
Back to that. What? In God's name is that?
Nats is just crazy.
हाँ
भाई ये क्या 3v3 हो रही है भाई? एक तीन मैं मारूंगा तीन तू मारेगा वाला सीन है क्या?
I'm like, wait, what? It's live.
Yeah, unlucky.
That's crazy.
Mystic now. This is all topsy turvy. Would he still expect camo here?
Topsy turvy क्या है बंदा?
भाई सच्ची में नहीं पता भाई इनकी इंग्लिश मेरी सर से 3 किल मिलते हुए.
Does Mystic heads up work there clearing camo. Noting that he didn't fall back his way.
मैं कोरिया जा रहा हूँ भाई मैं कहाँ से जाऊँ यार कोरिया?
Now it's on
फातिमा से
Shados,
पूछो ना.
Oh man, this is tough. Enthoo still with a lot of kit here too. Oh, just about caught him on the heels, but couldn't quite do the damage he wanted. But Shados unrelenting.
WhatsApp is back. Chalo bhai, अपने बंदे को message करो.
Spotted, but he didn't note it. Mystic does well, but what a
Yo, I guess TL is doing it 2-0, man.
I mean, I say happy to take those fights. Nats just hits a worldly shot. Like those three were just silly.
Yeah, I was looking at this one.
Yeah.
So
Don't do that.
yeah,
Don't do
that
that.
was my mistake. It was. Well, I got to see it on the replay. At least.
भाई हर बार चीकी खेलता है भाई Nats. भाई best cypher भाई कुछ भी बोलो हाँ.
That he kind of grease away, he'll win too in its place.
Maybe almost same चलता है.
भाई नहीं. भाई Nats की gameplay भाई उसकी stream पे भी मैं देखता हूँ every time चीकी बंदा है. Smoke के through ही खेलने वाला सी.
You're
Notice किया क्या public ने बोला?
racking them up. All the ulti orbs, and then you finally get it, and you don't get to use it for 3 rounds. You might only get to use it once per half.
Sentinels ने उसको recruit किया है. अरे यार फातिमा.
As said, beyond that, you're right, Shadow not being given that opportunity.
अरे अन्ना poster लगाएंगे कल
सुबह. And Camo picking back up where he left off. 2 for himself this round. Is Natso still alive? And he's heating up here.
WhatsApp call not working. तो रात को 12 बजे किसको फोन करने का विशेष. आधी जिंदगी तो स्ट्रीम में ही है. कॉल नॉट वर्किंग.
Taking these fights. Nats make some favorable somehow on Stark, so position's going to be noted. What are you meant to do?
बंदी को शर्म करो.
But is it the right time? What can one man do? Yeah, absolutely. Pivot away. Yampi not taking any risks in this. Leaves Nats on guard duty. Gets basically the freest plant of his life.
Mods इस बंदे को बोलो पोल डाले.
It's interesting though.
Oh shit हाँ बे पुराना पोल है.
Liquid went through mid there. They saw the jets
कोई भी जीतेगा
dark.
तुम्हें.
They knew the knives were popped.
साला केसी 80% था बे.
They lost 3, but Nats just bailing them out again.
And he keeps doing it. Nats
cheeky player.
feeling it out now. Really. Answering back because again,
bro, I feel like Nats really deserve a top 1 team. I don't know why. Every time, bro, they perform. Every time. Not a single time I haven't seen him not performing. Every time he performs.
If we're gonna see a combination where the Silva ulti is on
भाई ये सच्ची में कुछ बड़ा वाला टीम डिजर्व करता है.
As space to either hit a site or use that to walk into the opposite
अरे
side.
है मतलब मैं top 1 वाला.
That is what my eyes are on.
जीतता है हर बार.
Here comes the Euro ulti.
Heretics हो.
And yeah, it's just the Euro going in, and the Silva's
Call
right
दे
there,
दिया
and they're
उसको.
gonna walk
दूसरा वाले
into
को
the
कॉल
other
नहीं
side.
दिया उसने.
Yeah, this.
अभी ये ड्रोन है बे, स्कल ड्रोन ही है.
No, not yet. And they actually won't, but.
ये सच्ची में ड्रोन ही है.
What do you do with it though?
Exactly, it's.
They could have 4 people on B. They don't know.
बिग्स भाई से पूछो वनिष्का कौन है कॉलेज वाली. देख कैसे शर्माएगा. कौन है बे?
Nats. I mean, he's feeling out the game. He's walking in first. He is entry fragging here basically. So.
आयुष भाई ने पूछा आपसे.
I mean.
मेरा कोई हेटर होगा.
That's got to be gutting, but again, they still have Kiko over here.
अरे
So is
बिग्स
this
भाई
going to be
कॉलेज में इमरान रश्मि थे.
try and use the value of this positioning now?
वनिष्का हो कनिष्का हो बहुत सारे होंगे. क्या बोलते हो?
Didn't see the player.
Yeah.
Now he is going to, but I mean, by now they've already lost the site itself.
पिंकी गई ना
Just
उधर
being
से.
able to get into the site here and getting the spike planted in the 4 and 4 is going to be really good because Yampi has his Viper ulti, so they're going to use that as a win condition. The Silva ulti from Shadow is online though. Here it is.
जेबार.
He only got damage. He did not get a
ये
kill.
बेंड होने के बाद 100% डरता है.
The retake now.
But the cross still isn't fully safe. Yes, they can smoke it off.
Yeah.
Can they do some serious damage on this one? Waiting for maybe that spike to go down. You can see the spam potential. Enzo, timing on this one. Paranoia sent.
भाई ती तो गैम्बिट में डिस्पेंड हो गए. हाँ बे वो गैम्बिट वाला टीम टॉप नहीं अभी वाला मेटा में नहीं है. गैम्बिट टॉप.
No frag. 10 seconds. They're running low on time. Using this basically to facilitate the cross. Kiko can try and keep them safe for the plant. Mystic on the follow-up, and now Camo's gone down. It's just on Rubino. Again, knife's edge round here, very late, lots of ults used just for the cross, but it works out. Liquid land, and with 6 rounds to their name, they'll be feeling good about this.
I need to look at that back because I'm pretty sure Shadow had drone and
गैम्बिट वाला रहना बहुत ओपी था भाई. डोमिनेटिंग था भाई.
before anything happened, and then instead of like I don't know what they thought was in sight. Like there must have been a miscomm there.
ये आज तक मेरे को पता नहीं चली डिफेंसिव मैप है अटैकिंग मैप
on the site and
आज तक नहीं पता
site/hell area but
कभी कभी
Team Liquid
डिफेंस
was still
स्ट्रांग
in
होता है
A-main.
50-50 लग रहा है ये हां
Found out, oh wait, they're not out yet. Then when Liquid has to finally push because the Viper is low on mana, they you know, that's when the Dark comes behind. They get the free kills and the spams.
तो मैं एक बात बताओ यार pros and cons of engineering nowadays.
Yeah, it feels like when you have
love
to
you baby.
back, like
आदित्य भाई pros कुछ है नहीं कौन सी
but at 2-6, the one thing that I'm noting is that Koi need to strike back and they need to start going soon. Not getting a grip on Liquid's approach here particularly. Getting like some late clear towards middle, but
लग गया कॉल बेबी डॉल बाय बेबी डॉल शर्म करो विशेष भाई बंदी आ गई स्ट्रीम छोड़ के जा रहे guys can we have some end विशेष in the chat
I don't think it's going to happen but that would be baller.
It's Yampi. It is Yampi. It is Yampi and he's done something quite similar but they've lost out.
कहाँ जा रहे हो?
A little bit of an exchange of goods. So does give them some sort of advantage towards the A side, but not particularly safe, right? Look how close Koi are to this. Surrounding this ult zone. Nice flash stock, so turns in, comes back out, can't do much more.
Dreams में आ रहे हैं क्या?
Shadow, still keeping them in. There's a Mystic, not going to make it matter. Can't do much more with the judge, but again,
भाई मेरे को सच्ची में अनुज भाई कहाँ होता है अभी?
Yeah, very interesting to see that.
क्या कर रहे हो ऐसे बोला अनुज
They had a
भाई?
pretty decent idea there with the
अबे
flash.
दो दूसरी बार हो रहे बे
With the flash, I thought that this is looking good. They have like an idea of how to get out of this.
ड्रीम्स में आ रहा है आजकल पता
I
नहीं
feel like something went wrong there with the pathing or something. They, you know, the Yoru ran through like he was his clone, but you know they're not like clearing the left or the right. You're just running through into like the most open area where you're exposed to the most angles, and you're hard clearing just like right in front of you.
Soundboard नहीं है मैंने mute किया है soundboard
as well. You can hear like the close angles where spam those like common spots. Yeah, like. Obviously, you don't want to get like counter spammed or anything like that, but I feel like there's like a good way and a bad way to do it, and I feel like they could have been a little bit more efficient of how they scaled out of that ulti.
Yeah, Camo. Again, potentially under pressure in middle. Doesn't get played in quite yet. I'm looking at the difference in Liquid here. Pace looks a little differently. Timing to a second middle. Camo's got to be cautious. Doesn't get punished. You can see Nats considering closing in, but it's actually Stockso to find Yampi. Over towards A, reads the time well, Yampi not getting away with that individual lurk in. Red and booked. Rubino now fancies his chances at it, but it's Nats on the punish. Can he get the trade? He can. Trade it back. Team Liquid going to keep themselves at least within touching distance in a 3-3. Camo's still trying to find an access point to this round. Didn't find it in middle, looking to find it through short, and he gets overwhelmed. Now there's problems, so they try and springboard from the back, they do. But it's going to be Mystic on the case and good damage towards Shados. Going to dip away.
लास्ट क्या ये लोग जीते थे क्या टीम लिक्विड के अगेंस्ट
It's gonna be a tough retake.
ओ भाई क्या मार
Possible 11 HP for Shados.
भाई इन्हें का मैंने लास्ट टाइम नहीं देखा क्या हुआ था लास्ट टाइम इनका ये गेम था ना
Mid, he could be outside B, and we're going for the instant hunt right now too. Looks like Mystic's just gonna miss him here.
मीम रिव्यू कब से करेंगे भाई आराम से
Shados might be able to escape with his gun.
Yeah, it'd be hard to close down on at this point. Wonder if they can close that gap or if they do chase it that far. I mean, Mystic can. He wants to.
Really weird though. Yampi walks out A super early. He kind of like trolls that a little bit. Like, oh hey, we're winning on attack of Ascent 6-3. He rolls up for mid so that they could do a lot of like rocking the boat and faking out the sights. He walks out A, instantly dies. Koi has a man advantage. Instantly, three of them try one by one running off Cat and taking the
obviously भाई obviously उनको पता चलेगा इधर है
I don't think they need to do that in that situation. The Viper wall's at mid. They've killed the A lurker.
बहुत सारे memes आ गए आ क्या
2 people mark and 3 people Cat, and they're gonna fight together at the same time with dart flash, all this stuff. I feel like it's not worth it.
A little unnecessary potentially.
Yeah.
At this point, I do wonder if
there's maybe a timeout coming in. Case here, just gonna be closing out the half probably at this point. 3-7 Liquid.
आपके जॉब से श्रेया करके कोई
gonna be happy enough with this one. And you start seeing the strain on Koi. Not looking as happy about this one. Financially not sitting pretty either. Losing out on that rifle will cost them. Ult now.
ओए ये कहाँ के लिए? शॉकडाउन?
Whenever they fancy it.
अरे बेबी नहीं बोला मैंने ये बोला बाबी बोला श्रेया बाबी
again taking this mid
कहाँ का शॉट रखता है ये इधर मिड का
Cypher's not
बाबी बोला किसी का तो बाबी होगा श्रेया
shocks are coming out for it. So they've had to play into middle a lot. Here comes the Yoru info. Here comes the Omen flash. But that's just to get a lot of pressure so that the mid walk can come.
Oh, but Camo, that timing was so good for him. Punishing Mystic on the back of that. Catching him as he sent out that paranoia, but they I guess they got a player disadvantage. And this situation was bizarre before. Remember, they went for that strange approach towards being a very late pivot towards A to try and utilize the space that Nico got. And now my kind of question marks are going to sit with Nats, because they're basically taking this site with 3, right? Rather than the 4 that they have, they're going to opting for just 3 of them to take this.
Hello भैया कैसे हो? UC दे दो लिख रहा था. साला आज ये का membership मिलते attitude देखो. निर्मल पाजी देख रहे हो?
An opportunity for Nats to be able to backstab through guard, but now that
No more
Nats is dead,
cheeky,
he's gonna
man.
definitely. Wait, is this too early?
क्या सीन है?
वो डबल शॉटगन मारा वो.
मतलब जब डिफ्यूज करेगा तब फटेगा वो वाला.
That's on me. Again, does seem a little preemptive, but
knowing that Nats just died at B from sidewalk,
Hello भैया कैसे हो?
was and that Nats saw them at spawn. I
ये
feel
कितने टाइम पे आएगा?
that he could have waited another 5-10 seconds before he did that, but maybe it's perfect timing. Here the
आएगा शॉट गार्ड नहीं दे लेट है.
Almost.
आया लेकिन
Example of it is down to Yampy though in a 1v3. This is difficult. He's got the plant to play for.
नहीं लगी.
He's spammed out there, all too aware. Gonna share the wealth here, get Shadow back on that ult as well. Very well handled, and a couple of things going wrong there for Liquid. Not getting that backstab they wanted, even with all the space they garnered. They just didn't have what they needed there.
Yeah, being able to stabilize on those post plans and just make sure you're on the same page. Are you playing in or are you playing out? Because you know, if Mystic's alive for the Grabino's alive for the defense, he's gonna have his smoke up. He's going to smoke off main. So if you're Viper, you're retreating back into main because you have a Molly or something to play the spike with, then your teammates are basically 2 people in the site holding against 5. It's either play all in or all out. You can't just do this like half-half thing.
Sit in between.
Yeah.
भाई 7-5 हो सकता है क्या
They
Pings?
destroy everyone in sight. Now they have a 3-on-1. Smoke on the spike.
सबसे high आप बोल रहे हो भाई आवाज आ
You
रही
know, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, you're not going to win.
Especially not without lineups.
नहीं पता है.
I was going to hope to see something, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, we saw something.
We did. Was it good?
It wasn't good though. But it was something.
चलो मैं चला सोने I love you. इतनी जल्दी
heavier towards taking this market control. Oh wow, Mystic with a belter. Camo's gone down, and Camo. Oh my, what are these people?
क्या है में भाई काइको बंदे का? काइको.
And now it's going to isolate the players. Shadow does get a little bit of lucky actually from CT. Surprised he got away with that. And now it maybe plays out Shadow slightly.
Wow,
dude.
dude.
Massive from him. Making something out of the round. It looks somewhat lost. Shadow.
I was going to ask if they're going to save with the Sova ulti, but yikes. Oh no.
Nats chasing down where that was coming from, finding. And look at Starkso. 1 HP in a dream. Did I tell you about Starkso's 1 HP clutch? You heard that story?
You can tell me again.
Yeah. So basically, Enthoo was on 52
पूरा
HP.
नाम change करूँगा आधार कार्ड में भी.
Craziest thing happened. Wait, I want, you know, it was the flash that really set in motion.
Tbone gaming लिखूँगा मैं channel का नाम.
I don't think it's this round. You know, maybe it was one of the others when it was on 1 HP.
Maybe it was from 2025
yeah,
or something.
You're right. Yeah, I missed that one. Yeah, got the years mixed up. It happens. Liquid back up now. The scoreline. I mean, Koi did recover a little bit.
अबे simple है.
उसने
उसने क्या किया? उसने उधर केज डाला.
Is that enough?
उसने तूक डाला. Obviously, पीछे आने का उसको spam पड़ेगा ही.
Terrible on their defense. So, you know, looking at it, it's probably not the worst thing. I think Ascent attack side is definitely pretty hard because getting out those chokes is very difficult. And what we see though is that they do. Yeah, Shadow streaming.
True.
Actually true.
Game
I'm not happy.
Koi does look like they have good game plans on their attack, so you can't count them out just yet. And as we said before about Team Liquid, like right now they're probably feeling themselves really good. And if they are feeling good, they might be a little bit overheated. Yeah, they might be a little overconfident and start doing too many mistakes. Granted, they've been hitting their shots, so we'll see.
Oh, भाई ये कैसे करते हैं?
Right off the rip, going to take all that space. Yampy did get noted, as you can note here on the screen, suppressed. So they've got to be aware he's around.
Wait, did he just ignore 2 guys, man? Bye, see no. Bye, क्या game खेला है Yampy भाई ने?
You gotta go way above expectation here, and there's a 3-man squad.
Bro, that's the patience, yo.
I don't think you're gonna get much more.
अच्छा नाम है बुड़बुड़ में.
Anything to do here? Smoke there. tries to swing it, not gonna happen. Yampy, have you
मैं
done
बढ़िया
that?
खेले थे।
How have you done that?
I think now it's chalk for Koi because when
Rack yo,
they're also
तो भाई बुक्स भाई का साउंड बढ़ा दो और गेम का साउंड कम करो। क्यों जोरो भाई? इतनी बढ़िया आवाज आ रही है। सब आप आरआर कर रहे हो।
It's working out for them. They're catching the great timings. They're hitting their shots. Everything works. This is like when you're playing this style. This is how you play the game. Like you need to make sure you're hitting your shots. And if it's working, it works really well. And that's the Liquid we're seeing right now, which is a stark contrast from what we saw in kickoff.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it on
कैसे हो बेबे बढ़िया?
the face of like panic but joy,
but
like,
surprise at the same time.
Literally it's like, oh my god, it's working.
Like we can do this,
guys. We can win. It's looking like the case. Mystic gonna be forced away. Gets to re-peek though, and actually gotta be cautious here. Yeah, forced off this one.
दो
Kino
बड़ी
quite yappy
फट
as
से
Kiko
इसके।
to answer back.
Oh!
That's a shot.
चाचा।
Lovely.
हाँ?
Dearie me.
मतलब आउटलॉक क्यों इंट्रोड्यूस किया ऐसे नाम के लिए?
Clean enough. Liquid gonna be happy with that. 4 still standing.
भाई काय को कुछ भी मार रहा है बे?
Now again for Koi, you were kind of hoping for maybe a confidence builder.
तो भाई एक क्वेश्चन था कि कितने पुशअप मार ले तो एक बार में भाई मैं
They're coming into what is going to be probably one of the
पुशअप
best
मतलब क्या?
opportunities to get around here.
ऐसे जाने वाला या फिर ऐसे करने वाला?
Strike back properly.
It's gonna be a tough one because we saw how
वो मैं पकड़ा मत
on the first
at a time जिम में हाँ
so you know making it very expensive for Koi. Even if Koi ends up winning this round, like they'd still be down by 5 rounds and they wouldn't have a lot of economy. So not only do they need to win this, they need to win it convincingly. Love the airy spam with a dart and probably the better with an Odin, but you know
पुशअप नहीं पता इसको sorry
can't win them all, right? You can't.
beggars cannot be choosers.
I believe that is the phrase.
Enemies over
So a nice early
I don't understand how people like watching Bings. I personally feel like he tries to be hard, funny, and Tbone is just effortlessly. यार ऐसे सब ना लिखो यार सीधा.
To try and come up with something, a concept up against the rifles. Already doing a good bit of chip damage with camo. So it looks like Koi gonna be addressing towards this A site.
Very familiar streamer that we saw on Split, where they know that they can't hold everything, so they're trying to hold B really strong, and they're trying to hold for the cat run up. So if it's an A split, they just 2v whatever, however many people are coming up cat, 3 people usually. If it's A site, they play off the trips. And they're just gonna have to play the
पुशअप नहीं मारता लेकिन पुशअप ब्रा जरूर पहनता है.
One player alive for Koi, and then Team Liquid was able to run away with the half after that.
शर्म करो काश भाई.
Enthoo would have wanted, but they can clear the door pretty quick. You see Koi do get the plant down, 5 still standing. 3 on the side, 2 towards main. Mystic has a smoke, has his paranoia. Zuxo gonna at least delay that for now. Not gonna be cleared either. This is good time purchase.
भाई ये क्या फ्लैश है?
Wait to see this go through. There it is, flash high.
Fuck, I love that flash, man. Pop Wally.
And here we go. Nats dives in. How's he gotten 2 from this? Zuxo,
Bro, how big?
What he does in the end is Enthoo there. Shados called upon. How much can one man do? Stunning from Shados.
Well, it came down to
what a shot like mine.
So
they live. It's fine, you know, round on the board. Here you go, round by round.
That was really well played by Team Liquid, though.
मेरे जैसे मारा उसने ऐसे one tap.
Was I think Nats popped his camera and tagged the player close by door, so he's taking the dart out of his stomach as the door getting broken. So I think he might have canceled it. And then on that timing, Nats jumps out with his shorty to clear anybody in the close quarter at lane. He's able to switch to his rifle and kill the guy that's taking the dart out still.
Nice.
So I don't know what that reaction is from the coaches. It's like, that was
good night, baby.
A pretty decent round.
He's kind of mad about that one, but again, right off the start, Nats with the read.
उसने हगा actually पता है.
Camo removes the frontline man. The paranoia going to come through.
हगा मतलब क्या English में?
See, I think he did. Underhand flash, but look at the bodies here. Yeah, absolutely spammed out, but it's Mystic again to make the most of it. Does so well. Out of this round, Shados can't do it again. Too many bodies in the way this time around.
Bro, TL is just winning it, man.
Very good defenses here for Team Liquid. They know exactly what they need to do. They know they're getting the opening picks. They're staying alive afterwards. They're waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They're not overheating by.
Let's go, Liquid!
after they're getting the initial picks. So a lot of things checking.
भाई वो उसको वो जानना था यार आगे वो शायद फ्लैश हुआ था क्या वो नहीं ना
same timing as Shobith fighting from lane. So many things are going
नहीं
well.
बाबा
It's all
उसका
about the coordination.
मकसद है उधर से जाके डैश करके साइड घुसना
I don't want to say eliminated, but they definitely
नहीं बाबा
this match at the very least. We'll see if
नीचे वो सीधा साइड में गिरता है
future matches.
I mean, this really is just a temperature check, though, isn't it? Right, like the first game coming back in for the regular season, this is always going to be okay. Have they fixed the bigger issues from kickoff? Now, you might get an answer in this game, maybe because Koi haven't fixed some of their issues. It's very hard to take, from a very small sample size of 2 maps, essentially. It looks like at this pace.
आज किस्मत अच्छी थी PUBG में जो skins मिली आज कर जाएगा.
But to eye test alone, it is a tick in the box, right? It's a lot of those things you were looking for coming into this that you preemptively said, if they fix X, Y, and Z, it looks like they've done their work during the time off. Now, whether or not that gives them complete freedom for the rest of the season, who knows, right? There could be like a hard stop as well that comes up.
कैप में क्या लिखा है? Goat of
Who knows when it
Goaters.
actually eventually hits? But yes, they've done enough here. It looks like they've done enough to kind of step up from where they were. Now, again, these two had met a couple of times, I think, relatively recently. First time, I think Liquid won of them when it mattered, Koi won, right? It was that repeat matchup.
वो जो एक साल की membership ली आपने
the same sort of effect, who knows? But at eye test alone, Koi still need a lot more.
शर्म करो बे मैं एटलीस्ट एक महीना जाता होगा.
Liquid is definitely on the right path. And if I'm Liquid's coach, I'm probably making them watch this and say, look at this, now watch from
क्या मेरी swimming?
And what do you see the difference is? And just ingrain it. Like burn this into your mind. You close your eyes and you see this. You need to see what the difference is. You need to see how much better you guys play when you do it like this.
That's कैसे खेलता है बे पूरा चीज़ी. ये देखो भाग गया उधर से.
Trying to get involved. Old teammate Shobith finally puts him down and making them roll their way out on this one. Again, at least the plant is going to be here, but you're going to see the ult coming in from Kiko. But again, they're confident, right? That's the scariest form of Liquid. When they're feeling themselves, plenty of information now. What can Kiko do about this one?
तो आराम से आ सकता है इधर.
Trying to toy with him a little bit here. Shadow's going on to find Mystic, so maybe not going to find the impact he wants.
मारेगा ये.
Let's get himself out of here.
Bro.
Confused हो गया लड़का. मारेगा.
Little bro.
अबे यार उसने एक फ्लैश करता बाबा वो.
That was
इसका भी build देखो बे.
I wonder why he didn't come out of that first when he did the flash into B main. I wonder why he didn't come out of his ulti there.
Bings की hairstyle से नहीं बनता है body. क्या बने?
Didn't instantly flash peek.
भाई body बनाना difficult चीज़ है भाई.
And I think if he had instantly just chosen, just commit to the strike. Because you guys have been playing so well, you've been hitting your shots and you've been so just like in their faces, stuffing them. Why would you kind of just like do this like lackadaisical thing?
Yeah.
Just go for it. You've been winning these duels.
Yeah,
And you have rounds.
you do have 11.
And you were down a man.
Yeah, it's look, player mistakes can happen. All right, you know, you're not flawless. I'm gonna watch every body yours back. All right.
ये सब हम क्यों नहीं करते? इसे खुले में क्यों करते हैं?
It's always my teammates.
सीख ले थोड़ा action.
This round though, more than anything, probably just a chat and a check-in. We've got classics and that's about it, and a gamble stack. So don't be too worried about this one. For Koi though, a great chance to hopefully get those ults coming up. You've got Grabino one away, not exactly a priority, but Shadow one off for his. Camo very close by. So a couple they can maybe start looking towards getting on. That. Koi needs to stop this clean. No mistakes here. Just keep this simple.
They're keeping it open-ended right now. They're going to see what they get. The smoke up on Garden. The drone through sees nothing. They broke the camera at A main. Everything Team Liquid is expecting for an A hit.
G versus ZOTAC जीत पाएंगे? Obviously, bhai.
But Liquid,
I believe in G fighting.
Liquid's like, okay, no, there's no way. They broke the camera. They're doing all this pressure towards A. Like they're gonna do this and they're gonna see that we know that they're going towards A side, so they're gonna come back to B. So let's hold this B stack.
G fighting.
You know, when you're down this many rounds, I think it's good. It's worth it. If you're gonna get this round 100%, because if you don't use it, what are you gonna like? You can't save things for the perfect opportunity. Like the perfect opportunity might not ever come.
What is funny so is gameplay, bro. My gameplay has been improved, Dhananjay.
But they use it the wrong
You
point.
hasn't been watching my latest streams, then, huh?
You half cleared the site already. Felt no pressure. I mean, obviously hindsight is 20/20. You know, we get to see the full map. They don't. I'm just curious if maybe there could have been a slightly better time for it, but you know, we'll see. We'll see if that comes through, right? Like, as I said, yeah. At this point, should be a formality. We can just go down to the spike, really. See if they can take some. Maybe a little bit of something away. Actually, that got a little more costly than expected. Shados goes down as well.
Improve तो हुआ है भाई, वही तो यार.
Finances are going to be like.
अच्छा खेला भाई.
Should be able to get a purchase.
कल BGMA के afternoon, yes baby. परसों से Watchparty चालू हो गई.
A while ago, people were talking about, you know, Sage Res. Is it worth it to Sage Res for economy? And I feel like there's so many things that you do in this game. Like, you have an Omen ulti. There's limited things that you could do with it to actually make it worthwhile. But one of the things you could do is you can run, pick up an op off the ground or a rifle, and then Omen ulti across the map to save it.
Yeah.
Bro, true bro, Prajwal. Once a legend said, whichever team is stuck in lava,
making sure that
they're gonna lose.
Win, like, you know, they can only lose
Yo,
2 more
just
rounds
wait
before the
and
game's
watch.
over. So realistically, they need to make sure that these rounds are super clean. I think that is why they went for the KO ulti, not necessarily get into the site, but just to keep their economy up.
तो मैं आज आपके हाईएस्ट डैमेज पूरा आपके ही तब भाई अभिषेक भाई कोई इसको स्वीट्स दे दो यार स्वीट्स दे दो
Now, Kiko. Did he get away? I think he might have done. Because they're not
चौकीदार वाले गेम कब खेला कल मतलब परसों ब्रो
I mean, zero idea. Camo just drifting in, none the wiser to Kiko's position, just dipping through that wall at the perfect time to evade the owl drone. And again, B doesn't look like it's particularly open here. You still have that Viper's Pit sitting in place, Kiko.
नहीं
लगा pulls the trigger, doesn't find any reward for it, but it's drift towards
shoulder से गया.
So many bodies here. Oh. Oh, it's unpleasant to witness. There's no finesse to it, but it works. Enzo gets to keep his life, keep them 2 players to the good, essentially.
30 seconds left.
And now it's starting to stall out a little bit here. They've got so much more to work through, and they haven't even really started to clear towards the sites. This is just for middle and cap, that's it.
They have to go for this. They have enough to buy next.
Reverse
here, it just doesn't really make any sense because, oh man, because like it's lose one more round and then the game's over anyways. Like, why not at least like try to go for it because you can still buy next.
क्या करते बताओ इस भैया?
Just disagree.
जिंदा इससे बड़े तो अगले राउंड पे फोकस करो.
गलत क्यों है ना भाई उसका क्या टाइम पे
5.3 on Shadow.
लो भाई नैट्स को ना बहुत वो है कि भाई देखते क्या हो रहा है उधर.
Financially, but
I mean, one-off jet knives.
Could have
लो
spread
भाई
it
ये लोग
out.
क्लियर अभी क्लोज करेंगे.
ये देख ओ उसकी टांग की जूती दिखती थी.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Dhananjay bhai.
That's horrific though to have to save on that point, right? That's how you like momentum-wise, mentality-wise, that's gonna sting. Koi now need to run it back flawlessly just to get OT. Can't even win out now. It's all.
भाई ये कैमरा यूज करता था मैं एक टाइम पे अभी छोड़ दिया.
And already Mystic's got a whole lot of information pushing up all the way through.
तो साइफर कहाँ खेलता है एसेंट में? एसेंट में तो हैवी स्मोकर हूँ मैं.
It's not on the menu right now, so it keeps them firm in their belief here. Camo gonna get all red again. Camo's in a whole lot of danger, and Kiko actually gets caught drifting through on CT. Shadow's watching. Camo gonna go down. Nats isn't dead to rights. Can he get to dodge? Does he get to keep his life here? Shadow gonna post this.
कैसे जिंदा है Nats?
I mean, he tags Nats, but that's not it. And now Yampy on the punish. Yampy again on the follow-up. And it's just crystal clear.
क्या हुआ गेम में मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया भाई.
Make it look easy in the end.
Yeah, Liquid looking completely revitalized.
भाई क्या हुआ मुझे समझ में नहीं आया भाई.
Super well right now. They aren't doing the same overheating issue
that
they were doing before.
फट राउंड भी खत्म.
Coordination and composure. We're seeing the rounds dial down to the last 5 seconds before they start playing the spike, and there's still
let's go Liquid.
So a lot of good things that we've seen, and you know, as we talked about, you know, during kickoff, Team Liquid had the most potential to swing from one of the bottom 4 teams up to like one of the top.
हाँ क्या बोल रहे हो विंग्स भाई?
गेमिंग आ जा.
चलो क्या खेल ले CS2?
वैलो भाई वैलो.
CS2 आ जाओ CS2 खेलते हैं.
फातिमा जी देखो.
चटको मेरे को गिव अवे करनी है मैं जा रहा हूँ. बाय.
क्या गिव अवे कर रहे हो?
अरे वो पोस्टर करना भूल गया था.
देख रहे फातिमा जी.
अरे तो आज करेंगे ना बाबा. चटको बाय टेक दिस केयर.
बाय बाय टेक दिस केयर.
चलो रिपब्लिक हो जाए गिव अवे आफ्टर आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम इस चैनल में पैंच एक टाइम पे रोज गिव अवे होती थी भाई, रोज नाइट पॉट 5 गिव अवे होगी, याद रखियो 5 के 5 गिव अवे। तू ही है मुझको बता रे। अबे हाय हाय क्यों लिख रहे हो बे, गिफ्टिंग थोड़ी कर रहा हूं। पैच हल्के से चोमटिया होगा बे। यूसी गिव अवे और क्या गिव अवे? अरे मेरे पास वो नहीं है अभी, वरना मैं दिखा देता है। It's a valorant poster man, and maybe some stickers, I don't know. Anyways, let's do the giveaway. Mods को भी include करूँ guys? कर देते भाई। एक्टिव कीवर्ड क्या है? एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी, ठीक है। ये स्पैम करनी है, राइट ओपी। चलो भाई हो जाए, एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी, ये स्पैम करना भाई। तुम लोग को मैं दूंगा 3 मिनट, ठीक है। देखते कौन जीतेगा, कैश मिलेगा क्या? देखते एक्टिविटीज कितनी आ रही है, ठीक है। उसके बाद रोल रोल करेंगे, ठीक है। और भाई मुझे तुम लोग की वो चाहिए, क्या बोलते हो, जीमेल चाहिए बस। जीमेल तो कर सकते हैं ना। और याद रखो लाइक से सब्सक्राइब करनी पड़ेगी, बाद में ये ना बोलियो मुझे दिखता है डेटा आया है मेरे पास। अगर सब्सक्राइबर नहीं है तो बाद में मुझे ना बोलिए डेटा आया है भाई। मेरे वो दिन याद आ रहा है यार, जब हम करते थे गिवअवे पब्लिक, याद है? एड CS:GO की स्किल्स रोज करते थे हम। क्या बात, क्या बात। चैट स्ट्रिपिंग ब्रो भाई, मैं भी लिख दूं 2 बार, क्या पता मैं भी जीत गया। मैं खुद को बोलूंगा भेजने के लिए। 2 और मिनट, ठीक है। लाइक सब्सक्राइब जल्दी करना। 3000 लाइक में करेंगे रोल, ठीक है। 5 लौंडों का पिक करना पड़ेगा इधर। मेंबर्स को थोड़ा ज्यादा लग दे क्या? दे पब्लिक। हाँ थोड़ी सी दे रहा हूँ मेंबर्स को 2x, ठीक है। लक यार, मॉड्स को लक देने का वो ये नहीं है। तुम लोगों को मैं हटा भी सकता हूँ शायद। मॉड्स के लिए अलग रखो, शरम करो अभिषेक, ठीक है। जस्ट 60 सेकेंड्स मोर पब्लिक, जल्दी कर दो, उसके बाद मैं करूंगा लोल, ठीक है। देख 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 कैसे लिख रहे हैं, देख देख देख। राइट पे कनाडा भेज दो। क्या बोल रहे हो जे भाई? स्काउट ओपी कौन लिख रहा है बीच में? अलग ही है ना तुम्हारा, दुनिया अलग ही है। स्काउट ओपी लिख रहा है भाई। मॉड्स ने क्या पाप किया है भाई? भाई इंक्लूड किया है भाई। कितना रोते हो बे तुम? ये बीच में किसी ने स्काउट ओपी लिखा है। चलो पब्लिक कर दूं मैं, कर दूं, रोल कर दूं मैं, कर रहा हूं, ठीक है। शशांक नांद भाई, क्या बात है, क्या बात है शशांक भाई। फर्स्ट विनर मिल चुका है, अभी भी स्पैम करते रहियो, ठीक है। शशांक भाई हो चैट में? अगर हो तो अपनी जीमेल या फिर इंस्टा भेज दो यार, आपको ईमेल आएगा राइट की तरफ से, ठीक है। हाँ? अभी भी करता हो, अगर इसने नहीं किया तो मैं रिरोल करूंगा, मसले की बात नहीं है। यार स्टीबोन क्या बात है शशांक भाई, हल्की सी ईमेल या फिर इंस्टा आईडी भेज देते तो लिखते रहो, और 4 बाकी है हमारी, ठीक है। ला 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 ला, भेज दो यार। अबे मेरे को क्यों लिख रहे हो, एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी लिखो ना भाई, तुम लोग को लिखना पड़ेगा वरना तुम लोग इधर एलिजिबल नहीं होंगे, अभी बता रहा हूं। और मैंने सुना है 1000 के सुपर चैट में ज्यादा चांसेस है, सर शर्म ही नहीं है भेज। शशांक भाई जरा भेज देते तो ईमेल या फिर इंस्टा आईडी भी चलेगा यार, भेज दो यार। उशाक नहीं हो रहा क्या शशांक भाई से, लिखते रहो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, चैट रेट बढ़नी चाहिए, ठीक है। अभिषेक जिंदगी में इतना पेपर्स में लिखता ना रे बाबा, शशांक भाई थोड़ा जल्दी हो जाता तो। नहीं हो रहा है क्या, अबे क्यों नहीं लिख रहा है ये, सो गया क्या ये गाइस, इसको कितना वेट करे अभी। ओ शशांक, ओ बेटे क्या नाम है, ओ चचा, ओ चचा। ईमेल टाइप नहीं होगा तो फिर इंस्टा आईडी डालो ना, ईमेल नहीं है तो नहीं है, इंस्टा आईडी डालने का बस। ओ चाचा, ओ चाचा चैट में नहीं है, सो गया क्या वो, रिफ्रेश मारू, रीरोल कर दो फिर। राइट पे 3 बार लिखने से कुछ नहीं होगा, पब्लिक रीरोल कर दो फिर, ये शायद सो गया होगा, कर दू बस 1 मिनट वेट करेंगे, ठीक है। अगर ये नहीं है तो मैं रीरोल करूंगा। शशांक क्यों नहीं आ रही है इसकी मैसेज, फुल फैस कैम करो, फुल फैस क्यों, वेट करेंगे ना इधर ही। अबे स्क्रीन तो हाइड कर सबका, क्या बोल रहा है, वाह कितने हरामी है। अबे स्क्रीन हाइड कर सबके सामने क्यों देगा वो ईमेल उसका, वो ऐसा सीन है क्या। अबे यार तो इंस्टा आईडी दो ना भाई, प्रमोशन होगा उसका इंस्टा आईडी, प्राइवेसी का सीन है क्या, वो बता देता है इधर, वो है ही नहीं इधर चैट में मेरे हिसाब से। मैं रीरोल कर रहा हूं, ठीक है। क्या प्राइवेसी यार, मॉल में ऐसे ही सीधा दे दे तू, ये नहीं है शायद, मैं रीरोल कर रहा हूं। टिबोन भाई, शशांक भाई क्या बातचीत कर रहे हो, भेजो ना इंस्टा आईडी, टिबोन भाई बोल रहा है। जल्दी दे दे रे बाबा। भाई वीएलटी का नया क्रिएटर आया चैट में, एटीट्यूड देख रहे हो, आते गिव अ पार्टिसिपेट, कोई लड़के जीतने चाहिए। आई एम सेंडिंग इट्स नॉट गोइंग, क्या ऐसा क्यों भाई, ये क्या सीन है बे। ईमेल आईडी नहीं आएगा तो फिर इंस्टा आईडी भेजो ना, या फिर ट्विटर हैंडल भेजो, कुछ तो भेजो। Because if you put email, YouTube hides it, so you have to put spaces. हाँ तो ठीक है, इसको बोलते हैं ऐसे। भाई दिमाग, इंस्टा ऑल्सो नॉट गोइंग, ये देख मैसेज, ऐसी ट्राई करने बोल कर सकते। अरे तो ट्विटर भेजो ना शशांक, कुछ तो भेजो। आधार नंबर भेज सकते हो। हाँ? भाई क्या करूं यार। बकचोद चैट तो इधर ही है भाई। हाँ ले भाई मिल गया। लो लो, और ये बोल रहा है नहीं है। शैंक्स 10 लेट्स गो, एक विनर मिल गया। चलो भाई, एक विनर वन। लो एक बंदा मिल गया। दूसरा बंदा कौन है? लो गाइस, अभी मैं करने वाला हूँ रीरोल, ठीक है? जल्दी लिख दो एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी, ठीक है? लो एक और, लेट्स रोल। 3 2 1। विशाल दर्जी बाय है क्या अभी भी चैट में? ए विशाल है क्या अभी भी? @ विशाल दर्जी। अच्छा गाइस, टेंशन नहीं है, जिसको नहीं मिला है और 4 मिले, और 4 बाकी, आई मीन और 3, अगर विशाल भाई ने रिप्लाई नहीं किया तो। ओ विशाल, @ डाल के बोलो रे इसको भेजने के लिए। ओ विशाल, नहीं है क्या विशाल भाई? गिवअवेज की याद आ गई भाई, चालू कर क्या वापस? रोज 50 पेटीएम गिवअवे सही है ना पब्लिक? जैसे तुम मुझे ऐसी देते हो, मैं वापस तुम्हें ऐसी दे रहा हूं गिवअवे की तरफ। पब्लिक करे क्या? आइडिया कैसी है? रोज स्ट्रीम एंड के टाइम पे 50 रुपए पेटीएम रैंडम। कैसी आइडिया? पैंचोद मॉड्स को ज्यादा 51 रुपीज। कैसी है? 1 रुपए बढ़ा दे भाई। इनफाइनाइट मनी ग्लिच। हाँ बे, ए विशाल तू है कि नहीं है? ओ चाचा, हाँ नहीं है क्या ये? रीरोल करो, ये सो गया भाई पब्लिक, ये सो गया, ये सो गया भाई, नहीं है चैट। चलो 3 2 1। ऋतिक रॉय है क्या चैट में? ऋतिक, ओए ओए चाचा भाई, अभी भी लिख रहा है वे ओए ऋतिक है क्या? वो आईडी चेंज करने गया होगा भाई। तुम लोग 4-5 आईडी से भी लॉगिन करके राइट ओपी लिख सकते हो, लेकिन सब्सक्राइब और लाइक करके जरूर लिखना। आदमी ये ना बोल भाई, शर्म करो सिद्ध भाई, शर्म करो थोड़ी सी। हाँ है, ऋतिक है चैट में। ऋतिक भाई मेरे को जरा अपनी ईमेल तो नहीं होने वाला है, इंस्टा की आईडी भेज दो इधर पट से। लव यू यार। तो भाई रोज 5000 गिव चाहिए भाई, ये क्या बात होगी भाई? 5000 का हाँ? हो जाए। शशांक भाई लव यू यार, थैंक यू फॉर द 29 यार, लव यू। और 1K जीपे चाहिए भाई, कहां से भाई? 50 रुपए पेटीएम चाहिए, 50 रुपए प्राप्त हुए। ऋतिक भाई हल्की सी इंस्टा आईडी या फिर ट्विटर हैंडल कुछ भी चलेगा, भेज दो एक बार। ये फ्री में मेंबरशिप कब मिला पता भी नहीं चला भाई। देख रहे हो एटीट्यूड, क्या बात है ऋतिक भाई, लव यू यार। चलो और 3 बाकी है, टेंशन नहीं, एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी लिखने का चैट में, और कुछ नहीं, ठीक है? चलो 2 मिल गया, 30। तीसरी देखते क्या है, ठीक है? रोल करने वाला हो, अगर अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो सब्सक्राइब कर दो, क्योंकि चांसेस बढ़ेगा, ठीक है भाई? रोज ऐसा गिव अवे हो जाए तो मजा आएगा। 21 दिन में पैसा सब्स डबल। 3 2 1 लेट्स गो। कौन है भाई? मानव भाई है, अभी भी है। मानव भाई अभी भी चैट में है। मानव भाई कंग्रेचुलेशन ऑन विनिंग द थर्ड गिव अवे। पट से भेजो अपनी इंस्टा आईडी। भाई ये देखो कितनी पॉजिटिव मैसेज। रुको रुको। टेबोन भाई बहुत अच्छा काम करते हो, लेकिन एक बात बताओ, दिन में कितनी बार भूस? क्या बोल रहे हो? ना माने जल्दी कर ले भाई। अरे करेंगे भाई, रैगी आपको क्या कर रहे हो? टेबोन भाई राइट टॉपिक। सिद्ध भाई गैस पैसा देके सुपर चैट करने वाले की चांसेस बढ़ेगी जस्ट से। सही है भाई, जल्दी जल्दी मानव, जल्दी मेरी जान। ये ग्रैंड कब से? कल से चालू होगी ब्रो। सुना ऐसी करने से गिव डायरेक्ट मिलता है राइट ओपी। हर्ष भाई चांसेस बढ़ती है, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा। मैं ऐसे सेट किया है कोडिंग में कि ऐसे चांसेस ज्यादा। वेट टू विन गेम है। अरे मानो जल्दी दे बाबा, पनवेल निकलना है। साले एक मॉड को भी नहीं मिला बे, कैसे बे? ये मेंबर्स तो ऐसे, ये मेंबर्स को तो ऐसे गिव अवे फ्री में मिलता है क्या? एक काम करे, अभी देखो 3 सब्स के लिए हो गया, एक मेंबर्स और एक सिर्फ मॉड्स रखे। डन। पब्लिक करे, पब्लिक एक मॉड्स और एक सिर्फ मेंबर्स के लिए। डन सिन। सब्सक्राइबर्स के लिए 3 हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। पब्लिक डन है। टीवन भाई बड़े हरामी हो लो, फिर भी राइट ओपी। लव यू यार सिद्ध। डन है। कितने हरामी यार। टीवन भाई भेज रहा हूं, नहीं जा रहा। अबे आपकी ईमेल नहीं भेजनी है मानव भाई, आपकी इंस्टा आईडी भेजो, अंडरस्कोर ऐसे ऐसे वो करके, समझ रहे हो? डन सिंह, चलो डन सिंह। तुम लोगों से ऐसे कीवर्ड लिखूंगा जो तुम लोग सोचोगे भी नहीं। तुम्हारे तो करने वाला हूं, जितना तुम लोग ची लिखते हो ना, अब देखो क्या लिखवाऊंगा तुम लोगों से। ओपी भाई, जल्दी बाबा जल्दी भेज दे रे बाबा। टेबोन ओपी ना, कुछ और लिखवाएंगे। टीम भाई एक बार स्ट्रीम हो जाए क्या है यार? 2 मेंबर का करो भाई। 2 मेंबर का कैसे बाबा? पहले बोलना था, अभी 3 हो चुका है इधर। एक मॉड्स एक मेंबर्स। डन से अगले करेंगे, टेंशन नहीं, टेंशन नहीं। टेबन भाई यार वैलो की क्या ब्रो? टेबन भाई यार वैलो की अकाउंट हैक हुआ है, फातिमा जी से बात हो जाती तो भाई रिक्वेस्ट रेज करो ना बाबा, हो जाएगा काम। अब फातिमा क्या करेगी इसमें? वो इन्फ्लुएंसर मैनेजर है, सपोर्ट थोड़ी है। और क्या क्या, और क्या क्या? हम मॉड्स तो बधी रहे, जस्टिस फॉर मॉड कर रहा हूं ना भाई। मास्टर एफपीएस मेरे भाई, लव यू बाय द वे। राइट भी भाई बहुत हर भाई, एससी का अलग ऑप्शन आनी चाहिए मेरे को लग रहा है। हाँ पब्लिक। अरे मानव पनवेल निकलना है बाबा, भेज दे। हाँ टीवन भाई, MNV कदम @ गांड मतलब ये क्या है? जीमेल बोल रहा है ये जीमेल। गाइस ये जीमेल भेज रहा है ना, समझ गया। दिमाग तो लगा है लड़के। बराबर ना ये ना, देख ये है ना इसका ईमेल बराबर, जो मैं डाला वही होगा शायद। टीम में आप इतना मोटिवेट करते हो, तुम्हारा चूचे 72 चुप क्या? हाँ वही है। चलो चलो अभी रीसेट करेंगे, ठीक है? कौन कौन है देखते हैं अभी। चलो गिव अवे अब सिर्फ होगी चैनल मेंबर्स को, ठीक है, मॉड्स को नहीं होगी। अभी कीवर्ड होगी टिर भाई गिव अवे किसका चल रहा है यार पता नहीं, बट एक्सक्लेमेशन राइट ओपी। अरे पोस्टर कार्ड का बाबा राइट का, लव यू ब्योमकेश। देख 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 ऐसे मांग रहे हैं पोस्टर से। अरे नहीं बाबा मैं ऐसे ही बोला। वरदान भाई कितने हरामियों, अभी तक मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया, अब मैं जब बोला चैनल मेंबर्स की, भाई हेवी हरामी हो यार तुम लोग, जो जैसे स्ट्रीमर वैसे पब्लिक। चलो भाई अब होगी सिर्फ चैनल मेंबर्स की, ठीक है, एक्सक्लेमेशंस मेंबर्स ओपी, मेंबर्स ओपी। मॉड से कुछ और लिखवाएंगे आज, लो मेंबर्स ओपी लिखो जाओ। लीना आप भी है, मेंबर्स ओपी इन दी चैट, सिर्फ चैनल मेंबर्स की होगी। अभी देखते कौन जीतेगा भाई, ठीक है। मेंबर्स कितने हैं चैट में? 50 60, थोड़ी वेट करें 3 मिनट। देखते भाई 80 मेंबर्स, क्या बात है 80 मेंबर्स, क्या बात है क्या बात है, हो जाए स्पैम भाई। कितनी फेयर एंड शेयर है यार। टेबन भाई अब चैट भी अब चैट भी दिखा यार, सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू भी दिखा दे। शोभित अड्डा कहा यार चैट, सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू आज की मैं सच्ची बोलूं भाई 40 रुपए, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल। गोट ऑफ गोटर्स बेबी, लव यू लोलू, लव यू यार। मेंबर्स ओपी जल्दी जल्दी भाई, 100 मेंबर से चैट में यार चिल कर रहे पूरी। अब इसके बाद मॉड्स ओनली भी करेंगे, ठीक है। जल्दी लिख लो, ठीक है, कोई भी इधर एलिजिबल हो जल्दी लिख लो। वैसे नॉर्मल मतलब बिना नॉन मेंबर्स भी ट्राई कर सकते हो, कभी कभी वो कैच हो जाता है। कैसे बढ़वा है रे तू भाई, सच्ची में मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा, मुझे मेरी चैनल ऐसे ही चालू हुई थी। मैं रोज क्या करता था, स्ट्रीम करता था, स्ट्रीम के एंड में एक स्किन गिव अवे। किसको याद है कोई ओजी है इधर? मैं ऐसे ही करता था मैं रोज। मैं सच्ची बोल रहा, एक टाइम पे चैनल पे सिर्फ गिव अवे होती थी, गिव अवे चैनल थी हमारी। दिल बड़ा था यार उस टाइम, अब पैसा नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है अभी, वरना मैं करता, कोई मसला नहीं है, सच्ची बोल रहा करता ब्रो, सच्ची में। चलो भाई रोल करे। लोलू भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान, लव यू। लीना कैसे हो यार? रोल कर रहा हूं, 3 2 1 लेट्स गो। देवेश हाय हाय हाय, इतनी सारे मेंबर्स में देवेश को मिला यार। देवेश हो चैट में? अपना वो भेज दे यार, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, इंस्टाग्राम या फिर gmail@gmail डाल के ऐसे कुछ .com भाई। रेडी भाई, ये होती है भाई, ये होती है क्विकनेस। लो मिल गए एक और, तुम लोग घर में आएगा सीधा ब्लू डार्ट से, ठीक है। बड़े हरामियों, फाटून ले रखी थी मेंबरशिप, फाटू की ले रखी थी। लो अभी हम सिर्फ मॉड्स का करेंगे, क्योंकि मॉड्स लव यू यार। टिंग भाई मेरे को पोस्टर मिलेगा, शर्म रोटीबोन की बेबी। अब सिर्फ मॉड्स ओनली। चलो CS टाइम पे स्पैम कर रहा था, आज तक नहीं मिला सच्ची में जे। दैट्स लाइफ यार, दैट्स लाइफ। अब की गाइस मॉड से क्या लिखवाया आज बताओ? नो सैलरी एनीमोर कीवर्ड, ठीक है। नहीं यार बुरा लगेगा मॉड्स को भाई। मॉड्स से क्या लिखवाया जल्दी बोलो। रिग्ड गिवअवे, एक्सक्यूज मी, एलके मॉड्स, ये हर बार मेरे को तोड़ते हो, आज तुम्हें तोड़ूंगा। चलो भाई एलके मॉड्स है, लो एलके मॉड्स जल्दी जल्दी। तो मैं ऐसे ना करो यार, मेंबरशिप लेने के बाद भी स्कैम। आई एम सॉरी बाबू। लो अभी लिखो एलके मॉड्स, जे ने लिखते हो, ए ने लिखते हो भाई। देखो भाई अभी जो भाई कैसे हरामी लोग हैं यार। कैसे हरामी लोग हैं यार सब लोग एलके। भाई यही है दुनिया। हाँ मतलब तुम लोग को मैं कल ऐसे 500 देख के तुम लोग बोले 81 बाय ओपी खेलते हो, बदल जाओगे? नवजीत पाजी आप भी रोज तो गाफ मारते रहते हो मेरी। भाई यही है दुनिया, यही है। कितने हरामी लोग हैं भाई चैट में। हा? तुम लोग को पता है मेरे पास इधर शक्तियां भी है, तुम लोग को मैं एलिजिबल भी कर सकता हूँ, हटा भी सकता हूँ। आज सबकी गाफ लेंगे मॉड्स की, ठीक है? चलो भाई अभिषेक आई लव यू टेबन बोलते जल्दी चैट में, जल्दी। ये देखो मेरे पास शक्तियां है अभी, मैं इधर तुम लोग को अनएलिजिबल भी कर सकता हूँ। वाह भाई सिर्फ 9 मॉड्स है इधर। मैं जा रहा बुक्स भाई के पास गिव अवे पूछने। अरे वरदान भाई उसने कर दिया ऑलरेडी, शायद मैं ही लेट था। आज तक लीना चैट में नहीं है। आज देखो एलिजिबल करूं अनएलिजिबल करूं लीना, फरार कर रहा हो यार। टेंशन नहीं, टेंशन नहीं। सबका हो गया इतना ही मॉड से, 10 मॉड से बस। शर्म करो भाई, 10 मॉड्स में कौन है वो बंदा जीतने वाला है देखनी है मेरे को। साइलेंट फीवर, शर्म करो लीना। बस 10 ही मॉड से चैट में गाइस, बस 10 ही मॉड्स है भाई। मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा, आज मुझे सच्ची में मजा आ रहा है गिव करते हुए, सच्ची बोल रहा हूं। काफी टाइम बाद रोज करे क्या गाइस गिव अवे? 50 रुपए पेटीएम, सब्स भी बढ़ेंगे, बकचोदी भी होगी। क्या बोलती पब्लिक? है? चलो मैं कर रहा हूं, ठीक है? 3, 2, 1 लेट्स गो। वाह भाई कौन जीता यार? मेरा सबसे बड़ा हेटर जीता इस देश में। भाई ये कैसे भाई? वो तो एलिजिबल भी नहीं था भाई। यही जिंदगी है भाई। भाई सबसे बड़ा हेटर कैसे जीत सकता है यार? हाँ पब्लिक, पब्लिक टेंशन न लो, मॉड्स के लिए एक और गिव अवे करेंगे आज, टेंशन नहीं, ठीक है? पाजी जरा भेज दो। अब इसको तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ही पूछेंगे, छोड़ दो। लो एक और बार पार्थ भाई भी आ गए, एलके स्ट्रीमर। मेरा नंबर कब लेगा गैस? टेंशन ना लो, एक और है, टेंशन ना लो, एक और करेंगे, ठीक है? तुम लोग उसकी टेंशन ना, टेंशन ना। मॉड्स के लिए एक और तो बनती है। मॉड्स को भले मैं इतनी अच्छी पैसा देता हूँ सैलरी, ये डिजर्व करते हैं यार। हो जाए एलके मॉड स्पैम हो जाए। चलो देखते हैं एक और अभी होगी मॉड्स की स्पेशल गिव अवे। रेगडे गिव अवे नहीं बाबा, ऐसे मिस किया, सॉरी। फुल स्क्रीन एंड पीसफुली व्यूअर्स के लिए भी लाइव भी करो। नहीं बाबा वरदान, ना आज तक मेंबरशिप मिली और ना गिव अवे। मिलेगा बाबा, सबको एक मिलेगा टर्बो, टेंशन नहीं। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। एल के मोड्स भाई क्या स्पैम हो रहा है यार, शर्म करो शर्म। चलो मैं कर रहा हूं अभी रोल, ठीक है? देखते कौन है वो बंदा जो जीत वाला है। 3, 2, 1 लेट्स गो। भाई इसको अभी मैं क्या उधर भेजू? अबे कार्निश तू तो उधर कनाडा में है भाई। कैसे कनाडा में है या इंडिया में? ओए कार्निज ओनली रेडिएंट मॉड गिव अवे दे। अबे तू कहाँ है? कनाडा तो नहीं बेच सकते हम। अबे इधर ही है क्या? चल आईडी दे दे अपनी। ट्विच का मेंबरशिप भी वेस्ट हो गया। अरे टेंशन करेंगे बाबा। अरे न्यू दिल्ली ठीक है, अपना ये तो भेज इंस्टा आईडी या फिर जीमेल। रिग्ड लिख रहे यार, शर्म करो यार। क्या भेज रहे वैसे? अरे वो वैलोरेंट का पोस्टर यो भेजो, तुम तो मॉड हो। वैष्णव भाई बहुत गंदी किस्मत है आपकी, छोड़ दो। वैसे आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज द गिव अवे। अरे भेज देना कार्नेज, गंदे प्लेयर। क्या गेमर बनेगा ये? कब से वो स्पैम कर रहा है रेक्सियन? चलो मिल गया। चलो पब्लिक हो गया फाइनली। मेंबरशिप में रिटर्न पॉलिसी है। अरे अर्थान भाई कल वर्टिकल पे आ जाना, बात करेंगे। चलो भाई मजा आ गया आज, ठीक है। थैंक यू सो मच। ठीक है, डोंट वरी यार, तुम्हारा अगर किस्मत अच्छी नहीं है अगली बार कुछ करेंगे। आइडियाज बता दो क्या क्या गिव अवे चाहिए कमेंट में, ठीक है। जैसे ये ना बोलियो भाई ग्राफिक कार्ड दो, ये दो, वो दो। ठीक है ठीक है। चलो बाय गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वाचिंग। मिलेंगे कल दोपहर को सम वर्टिकल बेज। भाई लीला कब से लिख रही है एक गिव अवे गिफ्ट हो जाता तो। लीला कौन है बे? लीना? हाय हाय लीला बना दिया लीना को। कल बीजे में आइसक्रीम से तुम्हारे या ब्रो या। सब्सक्राइब कर दो, ठीक है। सैड ना हो जाओ यार, करेंगे वापस कभी ना कभी गिव अवे, ठीक है। तुम लोग आइडियाज बता दो कौन सी गिव अवे कर सकते हैं। ये ना बोलो बैन चोत बंडल दो, ये दो। थोड़ा बजट वाले जैसे 40 रुपए की गिव अवे या फिर 50 रुपए की। भाई अगर 2 रुपीज स्ट्रीमर है तो गिव अवे भी 2 रुपीज होगा, है कि नहीं? बराबर। हाँ ना, बहुत है मेरे पास। चलो बाय, लव यू उमा, गुड नाइट, टेक दिस केयर। सबको मिलेगा जो भी जीता है, ठीक है। सीधा राइट की तरफ से डिटेल्स में आज भेजूंगा। लव बाय। कल दोपहर को आना वर्टिकल उमा।
सट ना तू बाली साडे सीने उत्ते ला बैठी। तार ले तू मंग तारे झोली विच पा बैठी। कोठे तो दिसदी तू पै लगण ना
Yeah, what's going on? Where we at? I just sneeze like crazy, but we out here in Oakland.
The second time we're gonna make it before
So